Oh my goodness. Oh, Bon Jovi. Oh, sweet, sweet Bon Jovi, baby. God damn it!
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
It's my life, it's now or never. Y'all are drowning out Bon Jovi, how could you? Aka! How are you doing? Uh-oh, we already got our alert check. All right, who hasn't said something? Who hasn't said hi since you popped into stream already? Scared the hell out of me? Yeah, that sounds like Armstrong. Wiggle on her, boys! Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Wait, Raider? Wait, Raider?
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering
Oh, you
how I
raided in!
ended up
Oh my
in
god,
this
I'm so
situation.
sorry, Aka. I missed it. Holy shit. Hi, Sunstar. All right, who wants highs? Hi, Nalk. Hi, Dragon Spartan. Get her ass. What do you mean? What do you mean? Also, does anybody know why I'm playing Bon Jovi songs? I need to know. Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'll be lurking. Well, thank you, T-Stone. Warframe. Ooh. Okay, what frame though? This is important. This is important. This depends on if I forgive you for lurking or not. Is it his birthday? No. The voices! Because Jam is a good reason. But no, Bon Jovi announced they're going on tour next year. Now we know it's a recession. John Bon Jovi. Although this isn't. This is Kiss. How did we get to Kiss? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love Bon Jovi, dude. I love Bon Jovi. I don't like every single one of their songs, but they're a good band. It's a good band. Good classic rock. Hi, Evening Chill. How are you doing? But welcome in, guys. How is your Wednesday? Today's Wednesday. Yes, today is Wednesday. Having Wednesday off for once? Hell yeah, Jay. Enjoy your Wednesday off. John Bovey. Yes, John Bovey. John Bovey. Gene Bovey. Who knows? Who knows? Oh. Including features FOV slider. That's not this patch, Evening Chill. That's not this patch. They're working on it. They're working on it. That's stuff that's coming later. That's stuff that's coming later. Today, they released a Halloween update, and it broke Geeky's game. Geeky went from basically where we ended yesterday all the way back to before the Willem fight. The big ugly guy that yells at us. Yeah, that's it rewound all the way back there. But today, we got a couple updates. We got 8 new eyes, 8 new face pieces, and I think it was 8 new something else? Facial wear, hairstyles. There's 8 new hairstyles for Halloween, for Spookoween. I'm doing good, Pippin. I went to the gym. I had a shitty chicken sandwich because I drove past every place and I was like, all right, I'm going to stop at the gas station because it's the closest place to my house. And I got a chicken sandwich there and it was really bad. I didn't finish it. Dealer's choice, but if you don't want to pick 20 squats, we'll do the squats. Today was back and chest day. This is the base game, only had 6. Okay, well, I'd hate to tell you. I'm looking at a picture at all of them, and they are all still basically the same. They're just different colors. They're all like the same 6, like different styles. They're just kind of different colors, different patterns. We'll look at them. We'll look at them when we open the game, which we're going to do pretty soon. What's wrong, Berserk? Oh, yeah, that's the thing I said. Yeah, it looks like, too, for the makeup stuff, there's a golden mask. There's a bunch of new eye makeup. A bunch of lip makeup. A skull-looking makeup, which is goofy. And then 8 new eyepieces, which are all extremely cool. Goddamn. Goddamn. Oh, shame only 2 of them are non-white sclera. Yes, Bloodlines 2 had an update. They did a Halloween update today, which, let me see. Fixing crashes included game freezes while following the scent during the objective follow Verona's scent. Game crash during combat on top floor of South Main Street parking. Oh, hold on. Oh my God. I can't scroll up. Let me scroll up, fucking mouse wheel. Title crash after killing enemies or Miranda during Aurora Pawn Shop during Onda's side quest in the pathways of the Hesperides. Whoa. Axio. What the hell? Now I gotta do 40 squats? Okay. Until players use their tools and get good again? No, this is mostly bug fixes and crash fixes. Oh, wait, here it is. Bypass first unbirthed combat encounter, breaking objective update flow, which I think is the thing that we had yesterday where like the indicator was like behind us while we were stuck in that tower. Hi, Tootsie. I almost called you Titsy for a second. I was like, that ain't right. Wait a minute, that ain't right. Hi, Vexara. No, there's a lot here. Clan-specific dialogues, missing in localizations, unable to get through Kraken Wall in the sewers, players unable to interact with Lou's door after warning Verona and marking another NPC, interaction prompt fail on the atrium entrance door after conversation with the bouncer if restarting from a checkpoint at Ryong. Gramophone music fails to trigger if the player restarts from the last checkpoint during the music puzzle sequence of Willem's Plastic Factory. Tootsie is when I finally have a glorious chest. When's that gonna happen, Tootsie? There's a lot. There's tons of them. I'm skipping a bunch too. Player loads into Willem's car park after loading a save on the quest titled In Memoriam on the main menu. Missing voiceover for clan-specific dialogues. Interesting. Hopefully someday. Listen, Broth's in the Discord. You can talk to Broth. Fixed achievements. Okay, so some of the achievements weren't working. Okay, it was the history buff one, which we actually got. Yeah, we got history buff yesterday, so that worked for us. All right. We'll do this. I will open the game. And then we'll swing over to the game screen, and then I'll do this. Then I'll do the squats. So currently I owe 40 squats. That's fine, unless somebody else is going to donate. Well, look at you. Vexara, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you up to? All right. And then let me do this. All right. And then we need to do some motherfucking squats. Take off the jacket. Tootsie, I don't know why, but it bothers me so much that those dance emotes, they're the same emotes, but they're barely out of sync with each other. So if you watch them long enough, they're in sync, they get out of sync, and then they go back in sync. And just repeat forever, and it bothers the fuck out of me. All right, now I'm hoping we don't have the bug that I've seen some other people do where their saves are just kind of gone. So if we have to repeat that temple version, that temple like quest and stuff, or we're already all the way back at Willem's, we're playing something else today, chat. We're playing something else today. All right. I choose to believe it's because Tootsie doesn't have rhythm like the other two. I'm gonna go with that. I'm gonna go with that version of ways. Yeah, that's why. That's why they get out of beat. Goblin Tootsie does not have rhythm and therefore gets off beat every time. The thing is too, is that like level was stressful, dude. Especially because I thought we were bugged the whole time. I was afraid I was gonna have to like restart that whole section. I don't know, Tootsie, you're offbeat. You are completely offbeat. Therefore, you're gonna have to prove it to me. All right, let's do these 40 squats. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Listen, you having an idle stance, Tootsie, does not prove that you have rhythm. That's just an idle stance. All right, we gotta do 10 more. Whew. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Also, hold on, I just found a fingernail on the ground because I trimmed my fingernails yesterday. I didn't find it yesterday, but I find it now. Interesting. Okie dokie. Only 40? Yeah. What do you mean only 40? Getting worked hard enough? Yeah, if you want me to do more, then you have to donate. Plus, if we hit 500, I will do the Hello Kitty Island Adventure, and I will bring Sheep Go Round on stream. Oh my goodness. Okay, are we good? Are we ready to play the game? Are we ready? Hi, Justin. Sheep Go Rounds? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Listen, it is squats per dollar, and then like at the 500, we will do Hello Kitty Island Adventure. At the 1,000, which is not my actual expected goal, 500 is my hopeful goal. At the 1,000, if by some miracle we do it, I will play Fortnite on stream. Oh, good lord. Hi, Mungo. All right, we got another lurk check, kids. Time for a lurk check. Who's here? Turdy Bead. Turdy Pipe. Turdy Pipe. Thank you, Void. Thank you for the 35 stream streak. Also, Berserk, thank you for the 5. And Tootsie for the 3. I think I missed some other ones. Hold on. I could have swore I saw some higher ones. Rivet for the 75 stream streak. Okay, that was all of them. Still here lurking? Thank you, Nauk. Hi, Soul Reaper. Listen, Tootsie, we already know you're a goddamn gremlin. How could you not want Baron to play Fortnite and you just got Baron around in the item store? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Totally fine. Also, I have my own stream open for some reason. Oh, right. It was because I was getting the link for the Twitter post. All right, let's do this. Please don't be broken. Please don't be broken. Please don't be broken. Okay, this is at the end of conversation. Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, yeah. We were going to the Haven at the end of the night. Okay. Whew! Getting a little nervous there. All right, so we'll probably have more side missions to do, I think, after we get back to the Haven. Probably.
The gardener's bones aren't even ashes. No rest for the wicked, eh, Fire?
A little rest, given that it is almost dawn.
Yes. How to handle the hunters is worth sleeping on. I don't like how Lee was back there. Struck me as, I don't know.
Different?
Something about cats and cream?
Yeah, just what is her game?
Yeah, it's... Something feels wrong. Again, like the longer this goes on, the more it feels like I'm literally just being played. I'm a little curious to go... Oh, it's you. That's fine. Oh, wait, I want to double check. Okay, we're good there. Let's check out the new appearances, though. Sadly, they did not give us new clothes. We should have gotten new hair. Huh? Huh. I guess it didn't download the update. Yeah, I guess it didn't download the update. I am fine with that, just in case it breaks things later. Or... why is it telling me I can rest at the glacier? Huh. Okay. I was gonna say though, do we want to risk updating it? Do we want to update it and see what the new stuff is? Or I kind of want to check out the new stuff. I'm not gonna lie. I want to check out the new stuff. We're gonna reload the game. And I may have to kill Steam and then reopen it. That's fine. We'll just start back in the glacier again. You're streaking higher. What do you mean you're streaking higher? What does that mean? I have to wait for the game to actually close, I guess. Less to replay if it breaks. True. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to kill Steam. Son of a bitch! That's fine. I'll just reopen that stuff. Should have known better. Should have known better. Oh, you do, Widow. Holy shit. Thank you for the 25 stream streak. Chaos time. No, I can still see your ass. I can still see your ass. Huh. Still don't have an update. All right, give me a second and let me get... I also have to open the fishing game for y'all again. No, never mind. The fishing game stayed open for some reason. In the Tube Studio. Bloodlines 1 is a few months? What do you mean it's a few months? Canon time span that takes... games take place like Batman Arkham Knight, for example. Every single thing that you can do in that game supposedly takes place in one single night. In this game, it takes place over multiple nights. Like a week or so? Okay. I live, bitch. I live. It's probably longer than a week. I think it's longer than a week. It's at least been like 5 days minimum. 5 days minimum. Can I forget, can I force check for like an update? Can I do that in properties? Updates. We're strong? We are strong, because that's because we woke up strong. We're an elder. We're not a fledgling like we are in the first game. Does anybody know if there's a way to force Steam to like look for updates? Anybody at all? Okay. I've done that. Alt F4, shut up, Ordain. Okay, well, that's not helpful, Vexara. It would tell me if there was an update there. I was gonna ask if there's a way. I'm asking if there's a way to basically make it be like, check for updates. And click on it in the library. See if it says if there's an update available. Gee. Restart Steam? I just did. That's why I disappeared. Here, what happens if I go to downloads? Not there. It's acting like it's already downloaded. But you talking about from home or where the games and software is? What have I missed? I'm trying to figure out if we can get the Halloween update for Bloodlines 2. Yeah, it should be out because Geeky has it out, and it fucked up her entire save. But when I loaded it, yeah, it's supposed to have come out today. Posted today. Okay. I think you forgot an emote in there, Mara. Consoles have checked for updates on them unless the devs put the wrong release date on. Store library options. The drop down when you hover library? Or... Manage, marks private, no. Oh. Oh, well then. Fuck it. Story of Mara's life. Listen, you're doing your best, okay? It's done in Final Fantasy. Time to go on a walk? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. No, it's fine. I was looking to see if anybody knew if there was like an interface in Steam. All right. We can just go back. That's fine. That is no worry. Quit making fun of people. But it's funny. Okay, it's safe when we walk outside. That's funny. For some reason, we still have the indicator to go to our haven inside the glacier. Does it want us to go bed Onda again?
That's right. It's hard to be a gigolo.
Okay. Whatever you're feeling there, champ. Whatever you need. I suppose. Again, though, I'm pretty sure that the indicator for go back to your haven is just buggy at this point. Because, see, it's marked here. But whenever I messed with it earlier, it wouldn't mark it again, even though it showed up as being tracked on my map. Very weird. Very weird. Get bedded by Onda? Whatever you say, champ. Whatever you need to sleep at night. I feel like I need to go make one of those. You know how people are like complaining in Reddit all the time? Where people are like complaining in Reddit and stuff about like the dumbest shit for this game. I should go in there and complain and just be like, the most unrealistic thing in this game is that the Nomad gets bottomed by, is a bottom for fucking Onda. That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
To sleep. Perchance not to dream, I guess.
Why do I feel like that's not going to happen?
He was.
Y'all heard that thud, right? We're gonna wake up somewhere else, aren't we? I'm pretty sure we're gonna wake up somewhere else. Well, shit.
Didn't think I'd be here again. Gotta say, it's a treat to see the sun.
Fabian.
Oh, we're conscious.
What? Oh, fire.
Oh shit, we're conscious.
Well, hello to you too, then.
How is this still here?
It's a construct, I suppose. A memory in your head. In our head. Like we're telling each other a story. Even after the gardener is gone.
I guess that means it would be relevant to the both of us?
Those memories. Those dreams. A tale told.
Okay, there's
for
still
an
skulls here.
audience to digest.
Asked them how they were
He
related.
said she was his grandmother. Can you believe it? I was right about
That's
the
definitely
birthday.
the gardener.
His grandmother.
That was Gideon. Gideon was the fucking gardener.
Heavens. Oh, my boy, it never ceases to amaze me how these things land at your door.
Life's a motion
You
picture.
ever seen a motion picture? I've a notion that you spread enough of them out there into the world, have enough minds watching. Oh, we are such storytelling animals, right? It's a resonance thing. Minds fizzing and popping.
Oh
all
god, he's
tuned
found
to
out
the
about the
same notes.
consensus.
We
Uh-oh.
believe so hard as a species, we start acting the roles we're convinced we should have.
I guess I can appreciate that. The world is
The
stranger than
Gideon was
anyone
definitely the
thinks.
gardener.
But tell me, how do your investigations proceed?
Killer's gone public?
The killer's gone public. There was only so much time we could spend covering it up.
Get
Neighbors got
Beijing
hold
here.
of it.
He
They're
basically
calling
just
him the
described the
rebar killer.
consensus unintentionally.
In my opinion, there's very little that a concerted effort by
Thank you for the 95 stream stream, Bruiser. Holy shit.
You
Bread.
think someone leaked it?
If it's not hot out the oven, I don't want it. Boo.
Surprise me.
Huh. Wonder who gets something out of that.
Fear is a powerful thing.
Okay, we'll
Don't
do
even
that.
start that sentence, my boy.
Right? Sure. Yep.
Did y'all just saw his eyes glow, right? Y'all saw that, right? I wasn't the only one. His eyes lit up.
Gotta say, I'm stumped. We have a hunter. Mortal, I think. But I'm not even sure.
Well, yeah,
about
because you gotta
that.
modify mage to be able to play it properly. You're almost never gonna play it by the book.
Can sneak up on kindred, stake them just like that. Has a heck of a jewelry supplier. And access to a building yard.
It strikes me, my boy, that this is one of your stories.
How do you mean?
A tale told for an audience to digest. Has anyone seen this killer? Does he even exist?
Then who do you think's doing the killings?
Now, that's an interesting thought.
Rabbit picture.
Well, hello, you two.
Sophia, take a seat.
Fletcher. Oh, the guy at the piano. Yeah.
How did the experiment go? With the monkey?
Ape, Fabian. She's a great ape. You'd be amazed.
But no
Not-
mentions.
No luck. Which is what I expected. We're just going to have to try again. How's your night been? Anything interesting?
Fabian was just telling me his ideas on this rebar killer, as the public are calling him.
Well, that's inaccurate for a start. It isn't rebar that kills them.
Their head being
Kindred
removed.
are arguably already dead. If you want to be picky, you could say final death happens when the head comes off.
Yeah, but
As
not
for
all of them are
mortals, rebar
vampires.
to the chest would certainly
Seemingly.
give them a bad few moments.
Oh,
But
no, at
again,
this point,
the
all
head
of them
is
have been
complete.
vampires.
The curse of a vivid imagination. I can just feel it. An iron stake bursting out of me, or that crack as my head comes off. Makes me shiver. Let's talk about something else.
I'm not sure what to do without Hector.
I'll be honest. I'm not sure what to do without the boss.
I can understand that. This is a difficult task for you alone.
What the?
I'm kind of blocking Gideon's
Maintaining
head. I
this
feel bad about that.
This city grows so fast, and I worry technology will outstrip us all. It will not be easy.
Okay.
Well, we'll help where we can. We have to. You're protecting our existence, Fabian.
True, he did technically get staked with rebar bias. Here, we'll go down the
How was
list.
the court handling Rosalind's death?
Lou is devastated, of course.
Genuinely?
Well, even I can't tell.
Yeah, but I think she doesn't
But
step down
remember,
until
this
like the
has hit her in the
60s.
pocket as much as the heart.
Hi, Fairbanks.
Rosalind
I know you're already here. I'm just saying hi again.
She had all the court's dealings.
No,
and
that's a different vampire
This is
game. You're thinking of the one that's in
I'm
England,
helping where I can,
which I do
but
have
Lou
that
does
game.
not
I have it on
like
PlayStation.
It makes things difficult.
We may get around to playing
Isaac's
it
a loss, right?
someday.
Big time. He was the
Someday
way Rosalind
after the
and
move,
Lou
and I can
kept
set up a
tabs on
space where I can
Seattle
actually
and
like
kept
be able to
tabs
stream from my
on their
PlayStation.
tabs in the
England,
jungle
yes,
of
England.
houses. There's no doubt this will be a setback, but the city has
Can I
seen
get a
worse,
shout out for
as has
Fairbanks?
Lou. At least it didn't burn down.
Don't
this
forget to
time.
shout out Fairbanks. Hey, Sunstar, you should shout out
Apologies,
Fairbanks.
there's something I wanna
It'd be a good
check
idea to
on.
shout out Fairbanks.
I'll
Thank you,
take my
Sunstar.
leave.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sunstar.
Is there a problem?
Hey, Sunstar, go check the Discord
Not
for
at all.
bots.
I've just realized I have something I want to ask of our esteemed prince about the art of storytelling and the invention of the myth.
Wait a minute.
Good night, Sophia. Fabian, mind you take care of her.
I'd like to try to. I will.
I will.
I didn't want to say the weird thing.
I'll see you both later.
I really didn't want to say the weird thing.
We never really get the chance to talk, do we?
What's your star sign? What are you doing now?
Given all that's happened, what are you doing now?
I'm gonna
At the
try
moment,
Fairbanks.
the
I'm
prince
gonna
has me looking
try.
into the
The thing is,
formulation of
money
particular
sucks right now.
substitutes. Seeing if I can find a way to enhance them or make them more addictive. Chemistry or blood alchemy.
Also, a lot of the weekends I'm busy. Like this weekend, we're having the garage sale. We didn't get to have it last weekend because of bad weather.
I have a space in the basement.
So I'm
of the
selling a bunch of
glacier,
old
which is
stuff.
not most ideal for study.
Heard of this Super Sargasso Sea? Uh-oh. We'll get to that in a
I know
second.
this is a personal thing, but you and Gideon, are you an item?
No.
Fabian.
It's just, I never heard of two kindred being like that. I thought that after the embrace, everything changed. I'd like to say that night was the last time we both saw him. But that's not true, is it?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Wait, what? What? Wait, you can't just drop that line. Hello?
There it was, all along. And I knew it, and I didn't know I knew.
Why did the...
Gideon was the gardener?
Called
Yes,
it!
that is clear, isn't it? We never did find his body, but we did close the case.
Lou called him a minor irritant. An historical footnote. It was her? She did this to him?
I can't remember. I found evidence. I closed the case. No. It's gone, Fire. Nothing left in the old noggin.
It will come back.
That's what worries me.
Wait, we have a mission from Silky? What? I didn't know Silky had missions this whole time. Oh. Hi, Tully. What are you doing here, bud?
Hate to tell you this, sweetness, but your beauty sleep has had zero effect.
And good evening to you,
Good
too.
evening to you too.
Ironic, right? City of coffee, and it does nothing for us at all.
Please be good, Tully. Please, I hope you're good.
Because you got a dinner date with some tasty, tasty hunters. You know Silky's bar? Go down the alley opposite. Bingo, Castle Fuckenstein. They've got a mast up
Fuckenstein?
on a building nearby. Best take it out first so no one can squeal. But I've talked to Ryong and we agree. The cleanest trick is to get in and trash all their Seattle intel. Or as I call it,
Can
do
only be
unto
too good
them
looking?
what some
Listen.
jackass did unto Willem. I know Lou wants their mother hen pulped, but that'll put the shit among the pigeons. If you meet her, be careful. We don't want them pissed enough to bring in a whole flock of mother cluckers. This is important, Fire. The
It feels like they're
IAO
hinting
are not a
that they
joke.
know she has
Take
something
her
like
down
true
a peg.
faith or something.
Don't take her out.
Okay. I will be careful.
Understood. I will handle their leader carefully.
Tell her a big.
I kind of like this
fuck
music,
you
weirdly
from
enough.
me.
This piano. Yes, he's Nosferatu. Deb. Oh, sorry, Bats.
Take down the communication tower, then sneak in. Like stealing cheese from a mousetrap. Mind you, after all we've been through, I think we can handle this.
I had this sneaking suspicion. Someone was following me on my way to the studio. Maybe they just wanted an autograph or one-on-one.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
First caller, what were you up to while you were waiting for my siren call tonight?
Y'all just missed something very important because of that, Sebas.
I may be a little shaken, but so is the drink I'm sipping right now, so I can't complain. Besides, nothing could keep me away from you.
I'm glad to hear it. You're my favorite. I listen to you every night.
That's just what I wanted to hear tonight, caller.
Y'all missed the fact that Bet has a stalker.
Just thinking about life, love, the meaning of it all.
Okay. I wonder if we could... Wait a second. What is the music doing?
Some change?
Oh, it's a camera.
Doodad there, surveillance camera. Knock it out. What professional sneak I may be, but these technical gizmos give me the heebie-jeebies.
Okay, so we've hit the point where now we have the camera collectibles. Oh god, that means there's 29 of them now back around the city.
I moved to Seattle to get away.
Oh, it's okay, it's the newspaper. Strange troops, invaders, or saviors. The city is abuzz with rumor of armed militia seen roaming our streets. Witnesses say the newcomers appear to belong to some kind of military operation, but their unfamiliar uniforms bear no badges or symbols associated with either the U.S. military or any other. Despite their unexplained appearances, sentiment around the visitors seem to be broadly hopeful, with many assuming that they're here to tackle the recent increase in violent crime, with Seattle PD recently confessing the situation is out of hand. It's about damn time someone stepped up to control these unruly assholes who've been running a riot these past few days, says Evelyn Clearwater, a Seattle resident of more than 40 years. Probably sent in by the government or something. I say they're welcome.
Cops think they own the place.
What is up with the music? Did the music always sound like this? Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That's one in the eyes, Snoop Central.
Okay then. Here, let's do it this way. What are y'all fighting? Anarchs? Ooh. Someone just got taken the fuck out. Holy shit, what was that? Okay then.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
Omega Beta is the dumbest thing I've ever heard to call whatever you're... What the hell?
Contact! Code red! Help! Assistance!
Did I just get stuck on the ledge? Alright. What if Hear Me Out would have instead of an eldritch being vampire, other thing mode was the horse troll? Has she history? Ubabuzume, it's just Marin fucking dusting off every other horse. Excuse me. Excuse me. Listen, I know my ass is not that fat, but okay. Is that? Hold on a second. Is that inside? No, there's a fucking camera back here.
That's to you, big brother.
Okay. All right, let's go talk to Silky. And when is this fucking room in the corner over here gonna open? I want to get whatever's in there, and I'm pretty sure it's a golden cross. Have you seen it recently? Which part? Is the door open down there? It looks kind of like it might be.
Heard a rumor that Lou's got up from her sickbed. She'll have the eye on her crown, Nomad. Eyes open. Actually, I have a thought.
Should be mobile.
Since
No!
you're a soul that likes to roam the city, have you seen those glittering eyes of the IAO? Surveillance, Nomad.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, he wants me to go to the cameras.
Nailed to our walls. Will you oblige me and tear them down? I am a man who values his privacy, and I'd rather the man was blind.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Yes, of course. I share your distaste.
That doesn't surprise me. And I'd appreciate it. It'd solve me a dilemma. It's less than polite to invite guests to your home when there are neighbors peeking through the blinds.
Okay.
Later, perhaps.
Haven't seen any of these cameras. We should look out for them.
We've already removed 3, Fabian. What do you mean you haven't seen any? Okay. Let me in! Let me in! Or is there like a vent somewhere? Am I missing a vent? This looks like a bathroom. Oh! Gross. Yeah, gross. Wait, is there still something in here then? Okay, yeah, there's still definitely something in there. And we're missing one more cross. All right, let's see. Where's our next mission? We'll go... Okay, we're not going to do that one. We'll go here. You see the giants? Thor did a good job, yes. Exactly. Oh. Where you at?
Just need a big score.
Oh shit. God damn it.
Silky will be happy.
Okay. Quit for the win big gamblers. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. That way.
Another snooper down. They sure have got Silky spooked.
Yeah, we're gonna be finding these all over the place for a while, methinks. Oh, is there another one? Oh. Never mind, wasn't what I thought it was. Okay. You think he's gonna have one behind his... I feel like he is. Almost certainly. Pardon me, guys. Excuse me, pardon me. We're still missing one of the crosses, but what place?
Are in order. The court is alive with whispers of you slaying some kind of hideous beast.
You have something
Hideous
for me to
beast?
do. Another rush job, I'm afraid. Uptown, a block from Atrium, you'll find the Paranoia building.
Paranoia?
There'll be a vehicle waiting. This is important, Fire.
Very well.
Okay.
I look forward to speaking again soon.
Excuse me, pardon me. Do you think we're gonna get jumped by one of the unbirthed again? I think we are. I feel like we are. But also, if the gardener was the one that was controlling the unbirthed, they're done, right? They basically just probably dwindle away. Oh. Uh-oh. Okay, it's behind this building. This is something different. But are you not helping your guys? Is that the communication tower? No, it's not. Okay. These guys really are on a lot of the buildings, though. Okay, then. Is it the ambulance?
You are waiting for this?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, she came through. Thanks. You don't know what this means.
Australian. Okay. I guess we'll go do Onda since we're closest to that now. Onda! It was the government, right? Are you telling me I'm paranoid? Me? Who told you that? Oh, God. Oh, God, Corvo, no. Okay. Is there a person in there? Oh, I can't even get up to the wall. Oh, man.
That's right. It's hard to be a gigolo.
Where is it? Up there? Okay. Hey, guys.
Cops think they own the place.
Oh, come on. Just crawling on the ground, is that weird? We'll do it this way then. Anarch-ghoul. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucking live.
Okay, if you say so. Have fun, buckos. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That worked out. Hi, Risque. How are you doing? I am enjoying the shit out of this game.
You got Lou Graham buzzing. Let's hope
Badger
she
drinks
doesn't
water
steal
and can become human? What? A reverse vampire.
Is
A
there
reverse
trouble I can deal
vampire.
with?
Yeah, the Sabbat have broken cover, which
A
is
person
not
who
good
gives
news.
blood?
A big guy ran off Tish, one of the Glacier ghouls, up at the Lakeview Center. They might force a breach. Put him down quickly.
I will find them. Have a good night.
Okay then. A human who drinks vampire blood? That's a ghoul. Lakeview cult. Okay. Wait, Sabbat leader? What do you mean there's another pack?
I shouldn't have walked.
It's fine. We'll just, you know, hit him with the classic, kill yourself. No! It works. 50% of the time, it works every time. Where are these guys gonna be stuck behind?
Just
Oh.
need a big score, then I can call it a night.
Who the fuck saw me? Oh, hi guys.
Damn it! Over here! Yeah, I fucking live for this!
Yo, we're standing next to each other.
Getting eyes on disturbance.
Guys. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, buddy. Oh, you did see me.
Checking for targets.
Okay.
Negative. Hostile still at large.
Hey. Okay. Oh, there y'all are. Who sees me? You? Is it you? That is a sniper. Shit, there's something over here. Son of a bitch. Anyway. Hi, Greta. Thank you for the bits. Holy shit. How are you doing? Welcome in. Actual melee combat to me, I just alternated Beckon, Chomp, Shadow Step, Chomp. Huh. I mean, it works. But I think the combat feels really good in this game. But it looks like I'm gonna have to go deal with that guy.
Terminating pursuit. Comms open. No sign of hostile. Location still unknown.
Apparently that was a miss.
Big body!
Apparently that was a miss, and I'm upset about it.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta.
Again, what is the point of it telling me that if I'm crouching and I run, then I get really low. Why does that not count as like stealth? Okay. Oh, hey, you guys all lined up for me.
I shall fight for my master.
Three of you dudes? Yeah. I couldn't jump. Why would you jump? Is that the police? Really? I couldn't bite him? Oh, I am in the red.
That dealt with Anda's troublemaker. Nice work.
You know what? We're just gonna leave. We're just gonna leave. Because why not? Okay. Oh shit, ad break. I ding dong, I see it. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on a second. We're gonna do emote search today. I know it's late, but you can still at least get one round in. And I know this one's a little hard. I got distracted. I'm sorry, Sunstar. I'm sorry. Uh-oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I swear, you will still at least get one round. You'll at least get one round. It's fine. It's fine. Here, we need more Bon Jovi. There we go. There we go. That's the stuff. That's the stuff. Also, hold on. I need to check. Oh, good Lord. Why is my... Okay. Okay, I think we're good. Okay. Push the button. Push the button. She hates us. Why would I hate you? It's an all-out street war between the hunters, the anarchs, but you still have to maintain the masquerade. That and apparently the cultists. Those were cultists. Which is very goofy. But we're also missing. We're missing we're missing a few of the anarch symbols. Now we've already got 1/3 of the cameras, which I think is pretty good. And then we're missing one of these. But I don't think we found one in Weaver Tower. Have we? Oh, I don't remember. I think we found one in Atrium. We found the one in Moccam. It was in a barrel. We found the one in Glacier Hotel. That was in the painting in Lou's first room. I don't remember if we found one here. We found one, I'm pretty sure, on the shelves in Aurora Pond. And we found one on display in Wake the Dead. And then we just found one in the bathroom of the Dutchman. Is there one in the police station? Or at some point are we going to find one inside our haven? Or did we already? Have we been inside the conservatory? It's marked like it's something we can go into. Because it seems like every red building is something that we can go inside. Or we have been inside, maybe? Maybe? I don't think some of these were red. Like, I don't think St. Stephen's was red until we went inside of it. I have several questions! Hi, Mike. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Where have you been? Where have you been running off to? What shenanigans have you been up to? Oh. Damn, 9 of 4. Jesus. You guys are getting better at this. All right. Lurk check. After commercial break, lurk check. All right, chat. It's time for every one of you to tune up. If you're listening to tonight's late night broadcast, why don't you let me hear it? T-posing, perfect. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I've been considering getting a T-posing emote because I think it's hilarious. And there's been so many times where I've been like, I need a T-posing emote for this bit I'm doing with the friends. And I don't have one. And I'm just like, fuck, I have to use the old gremlin stance. Hi, Mungo. Keys, keys, keys. Hi, Anjoma. Hi, Endless Gesture. Welcome in. See, we got a first-time chatter. Works. It works. 60% of the time, it works every time. All right. So we just finished that mission, so we need to go do Nico's. Wait, what is that mission called? The Slaughterous Cell Phone? What? You know, we're gonna go the fun way. Oh, hi, guys. Whoop. Whoop. Where are y'all coming from? Where are y'all getting these hops? Does that make it an iced T-pose? Yes. Yes, it does. What the fuck are y'all doing? Seriously? Thank you, Stygian.
Attention! Big body!
Alright, now this is where the fun happens. Hi, boys. Die.
I'll finish the mission by myself if I have to.
Good, because you're gonna have to. Wait, what? Mike, no. Mike, no. You do not go trying to seduce content creators. That's creepy, dude. No. Mike.
Ducking back.
Before you die, I want that blood. What y'all doing? lord, why are you all there? Oh, I can't reach. It would be very funny if I could just get one of them. I only need to pick off one and then I would get enough to be able to kill all of them. Yeah, Mike, that's a little creepy. Also, apparently I got seen by someone. That's fine. Hi, guys. God damn it! I landed on the fucking fire barrel. Oh, y'all didn't hear your buddy? That's okay, I'm just gonna go on my way. Ooh. Okay, apparently that ledge is not real. Oh. Up there, okay. This feels like a Morbius game. I can see that. Oh, there it is. I can see it. It also kind of feels like almost like a first-person, what was it? First-person prototype. That's what I was thinking. Ooh, that's not where I want to go. That's the direction I want to go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Turn. Stop running. Oh, we got another one already? Okay. What about Infamous? I can see it as Infamous too. I have not played Infamous in so long. The thing is, that's usually what these like urban RPGs end up feeling like, is you can relate them to a lot of different types. Prototype, Infamous, the new Spider-Man. Spider-Man. I want pictures of Spider-Man. Okay. I was gonna say, I landed right on top of her. Till recently, Mike, you should know that. It's weird to try and hit on a content creator. That's just the social barricades, man. Any love that you feel for somebody through a screen, especially from the point of view of entertainment, is parasocial.
Is there someone
And
who
that's
needs
not
my
good.
attention?
There is. This is Damien's
Thou shed drool on celebrities. It's the same equivalent of like that weird guy that like, okay, it's not exactly the same. This guy is far more demented. But it's that weird guy who fell in love with that one Icelandic DJ and then like krilled himself on camera over it.
As a result, and are now dead.
Ooh.
I have the scent.
Oh
I
boy.
hope your night is pleasant.
Well, yeah, Mike, if you're being a weirdo and you're approaching people, like the goal is constantly to have a romantic relationship, it's creepy. Oh, hi, Coco. I forgot Coco was in here. Oh, I think somebody's home, so hold on, give me a second. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, somebody came home early because their boss told them just to take the day off after going to the dentist. Okay, oh, we're tracking. That's right. Calling HR office name. Yeah. Exact same thing, but one has Riz. Simply exude the aura? It's not that simple, Kono. It's not that simple.
I paid good money for this lingerie. No one can even see it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm fine with not seeing your lingerie, ma'am. Hi, geeking. All right. Gotta go, gotta go, gotta go, gotta go. Oh. Shit. Why are you turning around? Okay, I did. Oh, there it is.
Help, Mom.
Ow!
And through Markham. The fact that they were able to get into Markham is already interesting. Lurk check. All right, chat, sound off.
Next time, I'll work
Who rises or how it works and say have a sense of humor and be funny? Have a sense of humor and be funny are the same thing. Oh no, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Kevin, dude. I'm sure of it. Listen, it has nothing to do with the $200 I gave them. Oh, okay. Oh. What the hell?
Miracle if I don't freeze to death.
It doesn't come down, which means she's on the roof? Apparently these people aren't looking, so that works for me. Oh.
Of course not.
Thing is, why are these silhouettes white?
Are you stupid?
Oh, what the fuck? Fine. Fine.
I should see Nico satisfied. Let's drop in on him.
Beware the masquerade. They're dead. They're dead, Jim. They're already dead. Where is this, though? Oh, it's down here. Uh-oh. Woo! Come on, fire. Here we go. Okay. And then we are gonna run back. Somewhere. Woo! Yoink. Okay. I mean, yeah, it makes sense if you do, like, there's only two kinds of people. There's the people that really hate has-been, and there's people that really like has-been. I have never seen anyone in between. It's okay. It's enjoyable to a degree, but I can understand a lot of people don't like it because it's just a fucking swear machine. It's every other word is swearing. I like some of the songs. I hear there's vampires around. Vampires? Where? It's a shame I am seemingly the oldest one in the entire city. Oh, right, that vampire. The virtually harmless one. Okay. Yoink. Yoink.
You are my sunshine in the storm.
Huh?
It sounds as if Damien could not negotiate a way out of your encounter.
Well, no, they tried shooting
so
me.
Much for his life insurance.
Also, wait a second. Was that the second one we've had where they've had like an armed group with them?
Be well.
Right? Oh. Okay. Don't mind if I do. Why was that there? Who knows? But yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got across here and it was like, wasn't it like hanging up over here, like on the wall here? I think it was. Patience. Are you hiding anything cool in here? No. Okay. Fixed? What is fixed? Fixed? I know sausage party. I don't know fixed. God, I don't think I ever saw sausage party, and I'm okay with it staying that way. Well, it doesn't help that the person who made it was Visipomp, which already doesn't bode well for character. Oh. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's the camera. I was like, wait, what is that? Oh, I feel like I need to sneeze. Hold on. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Did I jinx it? I think I jinxed it. Was a movie? I forget. Was Adam Sandler in it? Listen, I know it was a bad movie.
Huh. That mask there is a big old middle finger to the cord, ain't it? Let's take a look.
Hey, guys. You don't see shit.
Sounds like some real bad shit going on down there.
Situation red. Unknown hostile. Lethal force authorized.
Yeah. Oh, wait, how the fuck do you see me? Whoop. Hey there, buddy.
Situation yellow. Starting enhanced search. Prep for assault.
No, the fuck you aren't. No, the fuck you aren't.
Unknown hostile. Lethal force
Oh, what the hell?
authorized.
Why did I just climb up? It's fine. It's... No, get down. Oh! It's fine. It's... I don't know why I climbed up. I was not touching spacebar. Tarkovsky? Huh. Interesting. I've never heard of that movie. I was gonna say, the guy who made the same... What the hell is happening? What the fuck? Hello? No. No! Stop looking at me. How do we want to do this? Again, also, it's this edge here that's like kind of broken. Kind of want to get that person. How did that work? Okay. Thing is, I need to get more blood before I can just kill everyone. Come on. Who the fuck? Okay. Whew. Oh, I thought I was going to jump over the whole building for a second. No. Hmm. Hmm. Son of a bitch, dude. Thing is, they're all at least one person is looking at each other at any given time. Let's do this. We're just gonna ball it. Okay. I have an idea. Kill. Listen, we're working on it. But we're doing it extra sneaky. How can you see me? I hadn't even looked around the corner yet. It scared me for a second. Not gonna lie, scared me. Am I like phasing through the fence? Is that what they keep seeing? I'm pretty sure I'm phasing through the fence and that's what they're seeing. How do you fucking see me? Okay.
No way now to scream for help from their buddies. We can take a crack at their bait.
Tippity tippity tap. Wait, I don't know how the computer works.
You seem to turn up at all the wrong places.
Mother hen.
Agent LaToya Baker. The lead went dry. The triangulated signals led us to the underground and, curiously, to you.
You know, at a distance, I did not think that she was black. I thought her hair seemed blonde when we were in the underground from a distance.
To find you in the underground. Oh, Nix, and that telephone. These folks know their stuff.
Folder containing series of observations collected. Is this a... Okay, this is this. I think this is the one that we saw before, or ish. L40 enters NB. Large group, presumably human, leaves NB. NB, what is NB? Yes! Kill! Listen. MO4 enters NB. M13 enters NB. 04 and 13 leave NB, heading southeast, called in. Accompanied by unknown target. Unknown target leaves NB, staggering and heavily scarred, presumably victim. Where could this be? Version of the trailer and just tell when we're to... What? Okay, we're... Oh, it's you. Okay, I was wondering what I was missing. Oop. Got stopped by the fence a little bit. Uh-oh. You know what? That worked out, actually. We're just going to the command? I thought we were only supposed to take out their tower. But now they're expecting us. This is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. Oh. That way. There it is. Ugh. What are you two idiots doing? Fuck it.
What was that?
Shut up. Oh, okay. This is the place where we were before. That I was like, this feels like it's going to be something at some point.
Well, here we are.
Uh-oh.
Let's encourage the hunters to leave. Politely, of course.
Well, look at you. I mean, I wish, but I don't think it's gonna be that easy. Hey, Mario. Wait. Weren't you here a couple days ago? Hello, Mario. All right, guess we're going back into the sewer. Oh. Oh, no.
They are armed to the teeth.
Speciality.
Control is normal. Targets detected.
Nice.
Agent down.
That actually doesn't seem like navigable areas.
Active alert. Situation yellow.
The thing that I want to do is I want to work from the top and go down. Oh, okay, I'm being forced to attack this one. That's fine. Okay, don't know why I could take...
No activity.
No activity, you say? Poor guys. Okay. Mount.
Barely a whimper.
Another one over there.
Checking in. No sign of incursion.
Oh.
Clear and quiet.
I have an idea.
No sign of hostiles. Over. Incursion detected. Heads up. We've got a tank. Likely flank.
Okay. Wait, did you climb all the way up there, dude? I feel bad for this. Okay, the fact that there's nobody back here makes me think that I'm gonna cross over to this area and they're all gonna come running out from somewhere. All right, where are you at, Chucklefucks? Those cables are highlighted, which is an interesting feature. Okay, not close enough. Hi guys, how are you doing? Is that a glass?
Sector clear.
On a big ball. Oh my goodness.
Are you watching your work?
Casualty. Hostile present. Casualty. Hostile present.
Do not waste my time.
Situation yellow. Casualty. Hostile present.
Okay.
Control pattern Omega B. Weapons ready.
Do it.
poor guys, dude. These poor guys.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Ooh. Alert, Arya. Vampire, vampire. I know this is what we're looking for, but we're just gonna go get this person first. None. Okay. Alright, let's go see what we can do here. Now, where's the thing? Right here? Right here. Oh god, are we gonna punch through it? Oh. The Nomad is back, baby. Jesus.
Seems Sophia was right. Killing the Queen might summon the swarm. What else is there to be done?
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Who's running?
But you should know. I am just one node in a vast global network.
That's the Society of Leopold
If
symbol.
I go dark, they will know, and they will come. It already has a name. Operation London Calling. Something to think about.
Lemon calling? Is that what she said? Also, why doesn't it let me pull that light down?
Checking in. No sign of incursion.
No sign of incursion, my ass. Alright. Oh, London calling. Huh. There's a bunch of dudes over there. No, they're looking at each other. Don't want to oops-a-daisies that one. There's another guy over there. What the fuck? This will work, though. Okay. So there's a couple packs. I wish I had my execute right now, but I don't. And what I do have, though? This.
Silent night indeed.
Okay. I love this model, thank you. Didn't you say that a couple days ago? Or is this one of those, I'm gonna say it every day kind of things? Listen, I can respect it. I can respect it.
Signs green.
Hi, boys. $4.59? Listen, he's doing his best, okay? Hey, buddy. What the fuck? Okay, I couldn't feed on him for some reason. Did I get bugged out because of the ladder? I think I did. Also, what's in here? Oh, nothing. It's just a throughput. Okay. Okay. These guys, though, are gonna be... Oh, they are patrolling this way. Okay, that's fine. Looks like they're also splitting up.
Full quiet. No sign of the target.
Sure. Y'all leaving a buddy behind.
No sign of the target. Incursion detect. Heads up. We got a tango. Likely flank body.
Sure. The other one is still just standing there. Here, we'll do it this way then.
Rest in pieces.
Oh, okay, I'm going the wrong direction. That was where we walked in.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
Okay, buddy, whatever you saying.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Okay.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Excellent. Excellent. All right, where was that cable then? There it is. This way? Question is, are we gonna find more? Oh, I got another. Oh, yep, I was right. There is more. We're gonna go up. Later, Mike. Okay, I can't take them down. It's in there. Okay. Or something's in there at least.
Control is normal. No targets detected.
Nicely done.
Agent down. Casualty. Hostile present.
Why did I yell? I do not know why I yelled, but okay. Whoop.
Sector clear.
Oh, there's a bunch of stuff in here. Printed survey for Washington State vital statistics. Recorded deaths over the past 12 months. Oh, Jesus. Wait, 10,000 deaths in Seattle in the last year? This is Bloodlines 2, Ghostly. Entry is highlighted in red with the handwritten notation. 33% increase. That's fucking crazy. Okay, so that is way more deaths than should be. Even feasible by vampire standards.
My men are looking for someone.
Uh-oh.
Max Muldoon. African-American kid, locks, nose piercing.
Ah, that's not good.
Neutralizing target.
Does your kind
Contact! Help needed.
Max, she certainly seems to know a lot.
An empty threat toward the hostage she does not even possess.
Well, if she's tossing
Okay.
out threats, then I guess we're making her nervous.
Which part? It's more than likely what I'm thinking is based on that number, they're sacrificing people. The Sabbat and the city are likely sacrificing people. That's just kind of what I'm guessing. That was very snapping. Yes, it was. That's why I love this combination. Honestly, though, that was probably almost everybody. I'm stuck.
All quiet. No sign of the target.
Honestly, that's kind of a good thing for y'all, but I don't think it's gonna last that long.
All signs green.
You finally get Batman? What do you
Situation
mean?
normal. Resuming patrol.
Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, it's going this way. Yeah, there's more guys here, so that makes sense. Makes sense.
All quiet. No sign of the target. Initiate search. I got your 6. Roger that. Patrol is normal. No targets detected.
Sorry, buddy. You also were not watching his 6 like you said you were. No, I'm not letting you turn around. Okay.
Glad I'm on your side.
Why does she want Max? And how does she know about Max? There are several questions.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
You know, I was kind of hoping that they were going to stick together. That's fine. We'll do it this way.
Yellow status. Hostile location unknown.
Not surprised there, champ. He didn't notice. He didn't see me out of the corner of his eye.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready. Incursion detected. Repeat, incursion detected. Contact!
Are you serious? Oh, the fuck you're not. Get up that fucking... Go! Okay.
Stay ready for imminent engagement.
Wait, there's another one of you over here? Hi, buddy. But someone trying to block road with the U-Haul truck by backing it into the military base to protect against the orange unsurprisingly got shot at? Yeah. They claimed that he was attacking the fort. But from what I could tell, it seemed like he was attacking the people inside the military base, which it wasn't a military base, it was an ICE detention center. Or was it, it was an ICE detention center, right? Or was it a, oh, what's it called? I'm forgetting the name. Not Coast Guard, National Guard. Or was it a National Guard post? I can't remember for sure. I know the thing you're talking about, though. Okay. We'll try to track Batman to reveal their locations. Combat, you can stand behind the Merc tracking you. It'll freak out if he figures out you're right behind. That's hilarious. Wait, that's amazing. Hey, buddy. How you doing over there? I'm literally under the light. Anyway.
Silent night indeed.
Hey, buddy.
Stay ready for location unknown.
Wait, there's something else back here.
Good work. My money says we'll find that door wide open.
Here's something I've learned that you might find interesting.
Uh-oh.
The easiest monsters to catch are those that can't blend in. And someone is disfiguring Seattle's vampires. Offering them up.
Print list of weapons. Assault rifles. Okay, this is just their entire weapon list. White... What? White phosphorus modified... Oh, no.
That's not how this works. Once we found them, we'll find you. Unless we can reach an understanding.
Okay.
No sign of hostiles. Over.
Okay. He's running somewhere.
Checking in. No sign of incursion.
Nom nom nom. Hi gamers, how are you doing? Welcome in. What trouble are you getting into? Sorry, I'm really focused because I'm kind of enjoying this stealth mission. Except this poor guy's not. Anyway. I'm doing pretty good. Today's been a really good day. I get to play my favorite game. I get to enjoy a fun story. And then I get to bully a government entity. Isn't that baby? Follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to the party. Hi, buddy. All right. I think it's oh, wait, no, there's one more. This is very important. Very, very important.
Patrol pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
Whoop.
Initiating search.
Excuse me, pardon me. Alright. Yes, correct, Kelvin. That is the account. Oh, almost knocked over my water bottle. Alright. I think we got at least everybody in this section. Question is, though, is there going to be any through this door? Oh, nope, there's one up there. And there's a pack. Great. Great. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh! Whew! Okay, somebody's alert. Let's see, is there another way around? Ooh, doesn't look like it. Is that Space King? I see Space King for some reason. Yeah, that guy sees me all the way down here. It's fine. I am stuck. There we go. Just had to get in range. It's fine. What's wrong, Sunstar? Oh, I did not mean to fall.
Well, look at you.
CJ Mustang, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Hi, guys. So, guys, this is what happens when you don't keep your head on a swivel. Your sniper gets taken out from the side or behind. Oh, Jesus. Okay, for a second I thought it wasn't gonna work. That vampires suck. Didn't you say that same thing the other day? Didn't you say that same thing just like a day or two ago? All right, what's in here? Hello.
So, strategy? Mother Hen can't be too far away.
Somebody over there.
I am withholding judgment for now.
Hello. Suspected blank body notes. 2021. Everybody likes a good suck. Suck joke in this case. Boo! Has been sucking this whole game. I've been doing great at this game. A short stack of printed papers held together. Oh, shit. With a paperclip. The first pages read Idaho Branch 110521. Reference numbers. Blah, 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 blah. Suspected blank body roaming near Sawtooth area. Initial report made by Pastor Howard Clip from Our Lady of the Rosary. I've been in contact with the local family who claims their deceased matriarch has been harassing them primarily via phone calls. Naturally, the local PD dismisses their claims. The family turned to the church for help, fearing a haunting or demonic presence. After some investigation, I can confirm the family has indeed been contacted by an entity. It is not human, and I've heard the calls myself. It speaks with the mother's voice. It leaves scratch marks around the windows of the family home. The beast that haunts his family is well beyond my area of expertise. Your organization has helped our community before and be forever grateful for assistance again. I wonder who that is. Are we gonna have another place explode on us? Because I kind of feel like that's what's gonna happen. IOU Outpost, single piece of paper. Also Idaho. This is a week later. Blank body, Juliet Whiskey 19. Attempt to secure blank body JW19 was unsuccessful. Despite successful isolation of the target signal and achieved with the assistance of the cooperating family, the entity managed to vacate the area before our team could engage. JW19 continues to exhibit unpredictable movement patterns, making it a challenge to track and intercept. Efforts to triangulate a cell signal are consistently undermined by the poor coverage in the mountainous and forested regions where it seeks refuge. Is it going to give us the whole story of this? That is a lot of guns. I think that's what it's gonna do. Is there any more? Isn't that just the only one? Phone records written in columns. The most recent records have the highlighted in red pencil. Call, duration 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Message, same location. Call, 22 minutes. And then call for another 1 minute. 22 minutes? 22 minutes? Wait. That's the plaza over there. Huh. Okay, so they do have cameras everywhere.
Sign of hostiles. Over.
Oh, hey. Okay, but hold on. What do we got? Blank body SG09. Okay, this isn't the same one. This isn't JW19. Oh, uh-oh. Okay, this is Max. Blank body SG09. Appearance, black male, youth, facial piercing, suspected nesting site, unnamed auto repair shop. Wait, it has a sign on it, though. It has a sign on it. Relationship, blank body SG07. Highly dangerous. Okay, so SG07 is Benny. We know that. SG09 has been spotted regularly in the area surrounding the auto repair shop, and the Dutchman has been twice been spotted entering the Weaver Tower. Its associates with other blank bodies and is suspected to be nesting with blank body SG07. No human deaths have been associated with blank body 09. It appears to be unusually docile. Recommendations: delay destruction for continued observation. It may lead us to more dangerous blank bodies. Priority low. Okay, here's the other one for JW19. Comrades, we have credible intel suggesting the confirmed blank body JW19 is en route to your sector. The entity has been under surveillance since 2021. It is highly violent, extraordinarily dangerous, and exhibits erratic movement patterns, making containment effort difficult. All right, hold on. We're going to leave this here, and we'll get back to it after the ad break. Let me get y'all the emote search. Mandatory view message. Blah, blah, English. English. Mandatory view message appreciated. Thank you, viewer ordained, for your contribution. Anyway, let me get y'all the music. Music. I don't think I was about to say, maybe I should shrink this while we have the Gamers Outreach thing up top. But then I was like, okay. Wow, Sensor, that was fast. Double Bible Thump. My Total Biscuit. Double Heart. There it is. I see exactly where it is. B3, B7. Okay. Biting people, listen, it's fine. They deserve it. They're with the government. It's totally fine. Okay. She's biting people? I am biting people. Listen, the day they give us like a World of Darkness MMO or a RPG, a video game RPG, large enough for us to start having like bloodlines and stuff, it's fucking Jover for me, dude. It's Jover. If they dropped an MMO, if they finally made the World of Darkness MMO and dropped that shit, I'm sorry, chat, but that's what this channel's going to be from that day forward. We're starting a guild. We're starting a guild. The channel's... I'm going to be the World of Darkness Asmongold. Except at least I shower daily. Come on, we need one more. We need one more. Come on, chat. Heart, Earth, Pepping. There we go. Is this the whole time what you meant by eat the rich? No, I meant cannibalism. I didn't mean suck out their vitae, their blood like a vampire. I meant cannibalism. Can I Leroy Jenkins in the guild? Sure. Sure, you get to do it. Everybody gets one Leroy Jenkins moment. What song is this? Here, we'll go back to my playlist. There we go. There we go. Sunstar is just so focused. So focused. Heart, Earth, Pepe. Heart, Earth, Pepe. Heart, Earth, Pepe. Oh, I just found it too. Damn it. It was right in the middle. It was in the middle going up. Damn it. Damn it. All right. All right. We'll put this away. And we'll get back to this thing. Oh, shit. Highly violent, extremely dangerous, and exhibit erratic movement patterns, making containment efforts difficult. Previous engagements have failed to neutralize the target. Blank Body JW19 displays abnormal tendencies, including a persistent focus on the body's pre-death human family. Family is currently relocating to Seattle, Washington region. We anticipate the JW19 will follow them. Family has been briefed on the situation and is willing to cooperate with the operational directives. Civilian asset Jordan Lee. Recommendation: utilize the Lee family as a strategic asset. Lure JW19 into an actionable area and neutralize with extreme prejudice. Okay.
Clear.
Ooh. Okay, that was a little nerve-wracking.
Barely a peep.
Incursion detected. Repeat, incursion detected. Sector clear.
That's fine.
All quiet. No sign of the target.
Okay. Hold on, what do we have right now? Let me check something. Cloud memory. Silence. Okay, some of these may actually seem better than... or just scare them away. I kind of like beckon. We'll take beckon for now. Because they come docilely, which means I can just get behind them. Oh, wait a second.
Patrol is normal. No targets detected. No sign of hostiles. Over. Agent down. No sign of hostiles. Over. Incursion detected. Repeat, incursion detected. Roll properly. Initiate. Yellow status. Hostile location unknown. Control pattern Omega Beta. Weapons ready.
Okay, that was close.
Glad I'm on your side.
Listen, Fabian, honestly, you have the best seat in the house for this whole fiasco. You're already dead. You ain't got any skin in the game. Well, maybe? Anyway, I'm gonna go look for more notes. Because there was something over here, wasn't there? Isn't it like when I was looking at these barrels? No. It's over there. Oh. I think I missed something in the other room. Oh yeah, I missed something. Is it... You? Is that just a bug? I think it was a bug. Okay then. I kind of want to know what JW19 is. Because I can't think of any character that has the last name Lee. It feels like it's an Easter egg though. Not gonna lie. Alright, they came from over there. Hello. I'm gonna guess that's Mother Hen over there, honestly. Alright, if we have another person with a suicide vest in this game, I'm gonna get annoyed.
Still withholding that judgment? Time's a-coming.
I will see what Baker has to say for herself.
Oh, wait, what was that? Secrets. Secrets. It's down here, isn't it? Hey, guys. Something's in here. There it is. Blank body does... Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. And Fire, like, buried in the mods. Sunstar just sitting on the front fishing, listening to Persona while Carrie has more wild stories. Yes. Yes, that is exactly what this is. Okay. Notebook is more worn than the others, as though it had been passed down for a while. There are many different notes present in multiple styles of writing. A recently dog-eared page reads, Designate blank body designate, nomad, multiple sightings, Europe until early 20th century, destruction unconfirmed. Sometimes spent in Istanbul, Prussia, and as far as Nepal. One reports, plain noises, one report that they were present at an expedition in Choyu, but we cannot confirm these rumors. There is no discernible pattern, nor is there a motive for why they keep moving. Sticky note on the page. Worth noting, multiple reports indicate the Nomad is not the only alias. Are they truly gone or merely adapted a different name and learned how to pass for human? I am kind of curious what we're going to be able to... What's up there? Oh, hello. Gimme! I can't even drink it. That's fine. Okay, there's definitely something up there. where we came in. SJ23. Uh-oh. This is new. Handwritten pruned note. Plank body SG23. White, approximately 30s. Nesting site unknown. Relationship unknown. Observe interacting with BB SG13, 07, 02, 09, 04, and 17. 23 was first observed 4 days ago. It was immediately seen interacting with other known blank bodies in known hotspots. We've observed it in unusually strong and powerful, and this is engaged in physical conflict with numerous weaker blank bodies, as well as human servants. The latter deaths logged as gang violence on Mother Hin's directive. It appears heavily scarred and marked with numerous wounds that have not healed. Assumed highly dangerous. That's us. That's us. That is definitely us. So we know 07 and 09 are Max and Benny. We're 23. Hold on. Because I feel like these things are actually going to give something away for us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to write these down. Because we've had a lot of notes involving these guys. So let's do this real quick. So SG. We have 3 so far. So we have 07, 09, and 23. 23 is definitely us. 09 is Benny. And 07 is Max. We're saving this for later, just in case because if we go over the notes that we found previously, we may be able to actually find out some background information that the Nomad doesn't know. So that leaves, let me see, that leaves 04 blank, 02 blank, and 13 blank. Oh, and 17. Okay. I feel like we're going to find out those are probably like the Primogens or something. More than likely. Hi, guys. How we doing?
You ready for it?
I almost feel sorry for him.
Guys, I don't think you wanted to bring me into a room full of guns. Is that a grenade? Oh, no. Oh, no. Give me that. This is the pre-boss fight room if I've ever seen one. But why? But why? Something is definitely a fuck. I'm also a little surprised that there's no... Good set dressing, though. Shame I can't take that. Bad touch. Oh, I fucking knew it. Should have saved it. I could not. Hi, boys. Welcome to the party. All right, who's next? How did that not hit anybody? That is so rude. that potion. That's not the potion. Good lord. God, I almost feel bad for them, I'm not gonna lie. Listen, it's fine, guys. It's fine. Are y'all out of flash grenades now? Miss Baker, can we have that talk now?
I admire your persistence. Perhaps it's time we met face to face.
Jesus, ma'am, I just massacred every one of your men. Every single one of them is dead. All right, let's have this conversation.
Your heart is racing. Most would have started to run.
Neither fight nor flight would be useful right now.
That was a good walk up. Hold on a second. I just want to soak in that one a second. That walk up in the shadows to reveal face afterwards is so good. I'll listen.
You seek civilized conversation. I will listen.
Let's dispense with the theater. I'll tell you what we have on your kind, and I get what I want in return.
And what is that?
Her heartbeat. Not just fast, but skipping. And there's a vinegar smell.
Vinegar smell? Is she gonna die?
You are dying.
6 weeks. 8, if I'm lucky.
You want
me to save you by making you like me.
Oh.
Interesting.
Do we have a bargain?
You are not in a strong position here. Answers
Okay,
first.
that's interesting. Lurk check! Thank you for the lurk check. Where are you targeting in Seattle?
I need names. Who are you targeting in Seattle?
Other than Max? One strong lead. A meeting between two potentials outside the city. Seemed to be making a trade, but I could only get a visual.
Do you not hate our kind?
Most hunters would rather die than become what they hate.
I'm a pragmatist, not a zealot.
That, at least, we have in common.
What do your people believe about
I want
us?
to know what the IAO believe about us.
Our regulars know the basics. Garlic and holy water are myths. Jury's out on stakes and crucifixes.
Stakes are true.
You crisp up real well with fire or sunlight. However, I know that sickness or old age won't kill you.
Yes, she is.
No
and
way
we may
around
take
death.
it.
Only through it.
Why me?
You want me to honor your request. Why?
Is that why she let us massacre everyone else?
Harder than most. That's useful.
That's because we're the Sombra. Wait, that's the first time that's been covered. Holy shit.
And you're the nomad. You're the big bad wolf.
Wait. That's actually very cool. I thought they were just gonna ignore like the Banes of like all of the clans. That's the first time we've had the La Sombra Bane mentioned in this entire game. So for anybody who doesn't know, we are part of the La Sombra clan. The La Sombra Bane is that they can't use technology. Typically. They probably had to grace over that for like the laptop we used earlier. Technically we didn't even start to use it and she just came on the other side. You just passed out for a century? Maybe. We'll see.
The meeting you recorded.
I mean, we are still
I want to see it.
a historied elder.
That's Katsumi. But who's her paramour?
Paramour?
We're out of time. I gave you answers. You made your decision?
By embracing you without permission, I risk us both.
Then I'll lie low. And I can help. I know the hunters. I'll throw them off the scent.
I think this is gonna be very useful.
IAO is a weapon. Perhaps. But if Lou finds out...
She'll be useful. We're gonna take that.
Sombra appreciates ambition and accolade. Your experience would be a boon.
I'm glad that we're doing this from the point of view of Clan La Sombra.
Do not thank me yet. I am no nursemaid. You will have to survive on your own.
I'm digging this.
I understand. I will fear no evil, for thou art with me.
your god will not follow you here.
Okay. New playthrough is the Bond with Keem. Oh boy, Ronan. Interesting.
Can't say I was expecting to walk away from this mess with a little baby vampire under our wing. Our next problem? You just embraced someone without the prince's permission. Can't imagine Lou will be best pleased either. If
It's fine.
I'd say as little as possible.
It's fine. God, okay, we're on the far side of the map, so let's go find ourselves an alley and we'll do this the fast way. Okay. Oh. Uh-oh. This way. Why is the music so loud all of a sudden? Well then. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. Uh-oh, that's bad. Wait. Oh, no, okay, that's a civilian running. Why is it so loud? Jesus! Vampire appearance? Yeah, I wonder if in the Nomad story that they've ever embraced somebody else before. Hold on a second. Because that's stupid loud. Okay. Did I click the wrong thing? Because that does not feel like it changed anything. Moon-sized turnip. Listen, thank you, Ordained, for the mandatory view message. Also, wait, I didn't see a... Okay, I don't think my indicator lit up. Although I feel like there is going to be one around here somewhere for some reason. I also wonder... Because didn't we found an emblem once over here, didn't we? Oh. Wait a second. That's unusual. So there's something on top. Which means... Oh boy. We need to get up there somehow. This is also essentially on the edge of the map, so... I don't know if that's a climbable ledge. Here. Here, maybe we can get up on this part. Oh, wait, there's also something up here. Where'd that go? Where'd that go? I hear it. Didn't we already get this before? Sisterhood of Corrupted what? Our beloved coven atrium is now closed. We will mourn its loss and find a new haunt together, presumably somewhere with strong drinks and loud music. Contact Sanguine Jean with any suggestions. Oh, that's a new note. I thought I just heard a camera though for some reason. Here, we can probably actually get up there. That's fine. Wait. Hello? Is there another one? You. Just as at Atrium, newspaper cutting stained with teardrops and smudged red lipstick. Isabella Moore, owner of the infamous nightclub Atrium, appears to have fled the city among vicious rumors and controversy. Okay. So it also does seem like some of these places... Oh, no, no! Come on. Climb, damn it! God, fire. Fine, whatever. Gotta go back over here. Try to get up to that section. Or... You? Printed flyer with the phone number printed onto cut tabs at the bottom. What really happened at Atrium? Did you see what happened here? Know someone that didn't? The Sun won't report the truth, but I will. Alvin Debsky. Okay, so I'm guessing these are all postcards depicting the Seattle market on a reverse message in ink. In loving memory of Victor, you shone too bright for this world. Have you seen Seraphine Misery Queen? Seraphine has vanished into the night. The Sisterhood of Corrupted Wanderers offers a $200 reward for anyone who can tell its location of our missing Misery Queen. Send a raven to Morose Rose. God. Handwritten in black ink on a cheap postcard showing the Seattle market. Dearest Lilith, you will never be forgotten, and what happened here will never be forgiven. Neil Burke, Nostro. Also, nice Andy Warhol wannabe. Wearing a latex gimp suit? Gross. Hasn't been in work since. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
Gotta get home.
Here, if I remember correctly, there's a vent right here. Yep. I still remember. Where's a good place to start? World of Darkness. Probably VTM V5, I think. Try and get the VTM V5 core book. Right now, it should still be on sale at the Humble Bundle. I'm pretty sure it is. Is there any easier? Oh. I just wanted to get a higher vantage point. So I'm up here. I might be able to make it. Hi, guys. I could make it over there. No, I can't. No, I can't. Mind your business. Whew. Okay. Something's up here. Oh shit, it's one of the Anarch things we need. I figured. Okay. So we're still missing, I think, like 2 more of those. Thank you, Ronan. But yeah, VTM V5 is probably the best way to start in terms of like the newest material and the easiest to comprehend. If you want to get into what like the meat of a lot of the community plays, I would look to finding the V20, the 20th anniversary book, if you can. You can probably find it for free online if you're willing to sail the high seas. If not, you can DM me after stream. I'm pretty sure I have a copy of it. I forgot why I came in here for a second, but hold on. We're gonna go talk to Sophia. Just to see if she's not here. She's gonna be... Wait a second. These weren't here before. Right? These definitely weren't here before. Sophia, what are these for? What are the giant tanks for? I went out for a minute. The anniversary edition. This is for Beef. I'm not taking any random DMs. This is from Beef. Brick of Trish's ass. Basketball. Jesus, where do you find a basketball-sized brick? All right, let's go talk to Ryung. Things to do, places to be. You know.
Sheriff.
Evidence? Yes, evidence
The
is destroyed.
evidence is destroyed.
Good. One less thing to worry us. Now we only... No. No, there's something else. Something you're not saying.
Hold on a second.
Speak.
Oh, do I throw Katsumi under the bridge? Oh no. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to tell her. I don't want to tell her we did this. Oh, you got lying eyes? We don't have lying eyes, I don't think. I think we'll go with Katsumi. I'd rather be a little selfish considering we're La Sombra at this point, and these people are definitely keeping shit from me. 20 squats desecration, oh man.
Katsumi has had meetings with a contact outside of Seattle. A vampire. The IAO seemed to think the individual was of special interest to their hunt.
Oh, maybe it's 19.
And the mark's effect? It still hasn't stopped?
No.
Then we can't rule anything out. It could be Katsumi's part of the Sabbat after all. Tali, look into it. See what you can learn.
I do like that this game does seemingly have every pronunciation of the factions possible.
Fabulous butler. But I'm still smelling something. Come on, Fire. You got a bad poker face.
Are you serious? Are they gonna force me to tell them?
I have left nothing unsaid. But you should know this. The hunters have been tracking Thinbloods. It may be they were planning a raid on the Anarchs.
I refuse.
Had we left him to it,
I
there might have
refuse.
been a massacre. Lou would be thrilled. Now headless? Either they'll redouble their efforts, or they'll be scattered, broken. Let's hope for that.
I thought we were pals.
Well, it's
no,
done
they're
now.
obviously keeping shit from me.
There's gonna be cleanup to do, but the immediate threat is over. Meet me at Macom later. We'll discuss our next move.
Refuses the funnel?
And if we're
Fuck
booking
that.
appointments, you should check in with Lou. She was asking after you.
Okay.
She's on to you, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure she is, and I will still beat her fucking ass. Wait. It's just a go back to our haven? Not go to Lou? Lou's gonna be annoying? I doubt it. I'm not gonna tell anybody about that. This doesn't bode well. Whenever someone is just randomly at the base of the building you're leaving. All right, you got some splaining to do, Miss Ma'am.
My love. I mean, Fire. I wanted to find you. Forgive me,
Is everything all right?
Is something the matter?
What? No. I mean, I was worried before, yes, about the IAO. I trust your
Exactly,
judgment.
Shiro. That's what I'm trying to do.
It's just...
That lady that we just turned is now an asset. She is a private asset that no one else needs to know about as long as they're keeping secrets from me.
Gardener, he's...
No, we're not going back on my love. That was an option, but we didn't do that.
Sure.
I ripped out his
Judging
spine.
by the sound when I tore his spine out of his throat.
That's quite enough. Before that, was there anything...
He wanted me to drain him, to perform diablerie. I refused, naturally, and gave him a quick death.
I see.
Why do you ask?
The mark. I found a match. It indicates a binding ritual. Thaumaturgy, complex, skilled.
Interesting.
Even. I'm so sorry, Fire. You are bound, signed and sealed. Some might even say indentured. Someone has claimed you, and they still exist.
Oh, I wonder who that could be.
So it
I
can't
don't
be
trust
your
anybody
gardener.
in here anymore.
I don't know who or why.
Oh, she did.
or
She
how
did try to
break
correct
the bond.
herself. That's true.
Not yet, at least. But I will. I'm so
He could have been trying to body snatch, but Gideon is. If it was Gideon, and we now know it's Gideon,
wake the dead tomorrow.
he's not strong enough to take over fire. Have you heard of the gardener before?
The gardener. Had you heard that name before?
It sounds almost biblical.
That's what I was saying, Bahari. I don't think it was Sabat. I think this is Bahari.
Where Jesus was entombed. I can look into it if you like.
I suppose it is of little consequence now.
Who do you suspect marked me?
The gardener. Who do you suspect, Sophia?
Me? Oh. Well, I know Lou blames everything on the Thin Bloods, and I can see links if I'm entirely honest. They are known to experiment. Alchemy, thaumaturgy. But, I mean, it's a convenient scapegoat.
I was gonna say, but something like this is not as strong
Isabella
as
was no anarchist.
Thin Blood Alchemy can do. Thin Blood Alchemy is not that great.
Why? What do you think?
I'd rather not say.
I do not feel
goodness.
comfortable airing my suspicions so openly.
I understand.
What about this ritual?
What else can you tell me about
It's
the
especially because
ritual?
those three options, I don't think those three options are.
Of Clan Tremere.
Uh-oh.
He was a follower of the
Uh-oh.
Sabbat. This mark, the ritual.
Not
It
the
is based on
anti-tribute
his work.
that supposedly don't exist according to most
They are a
Tremere.
translation of his methods.
Thank you for self-care, Joma.
I am struggling with a key, but I am nearly there. One more night. I promise.
I wish I
If
could
am
linger.
honest, I am looking for reasons to linger. With you, Sophia.
With me?
That was not.
I'm flattered.
That was not the answer I was going for, but okay.
Until tomorrow night, my love.
Okay. Okay. All right, let's go home. Here, we're gonna go north this
I've been
time.
thinking. It was Lou who had a problem with Gideon, with Gardner. She was the last person I remember him going to see. Now we know it was her who made him disappear.
I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Again, fucking VTM games always love red herrings.
Seen this before.
And I mean serious red herrings. Like they will, it's fucking more whiplashy than fucking Whiplash. The drummer movie? How many people have seen the movie Whiplash? We'll go this way. Anti-tribute does not exist with every single clan. There are certain numbers of them. The thing is, the reason I said that they don't exist is because the Tremere at one point cast a ritual that basically... Come on. Basically killed every single anti-tribute. They burst into flames. They effectively burst into flames. And seemingly, unless you were in, I think, a very specific place, you did not survive. Of course, there were certain, like, elders and stuff of the Tremere anti-tribute that were part of the Sabbat that survived, but that was only because they were in extremely magically warded places. Oh yeah, I know the Tremere pyramid is gone. Which is probably why Sophia is not gung-ho loyal to the pyramid and seems to be more focused on the Camarilla in the city as a whole. Okay. Again, I still want to find our last little cross. Should I look it up? Should I see if I can figure out where the last cross is? Uh-oh.
Regular as clockwork. Guess something's still pulling at my gray matter even without Gideon. Fire, you there?
It'd be rising? Are you struggling, Ghost?
The case was shelved. Gideon's disappearance. We thought it was the rebar killer. There was nothing else to be done.
Okay, that's why they mentioned before that they thought Gideon was killed by the rebar killer.
But it was Lou. She buried him under the ground with iron through his heart. Does that mean she's always been the killer?
No, Lou's not the killer.
You tell me.
Lou's definitely not the killer.
Part of the Sabbath? It was Lou's fault. How could I not know?
Fabian, slow your roll, bud. Slow your roll. The thing is we can't. Oh, it was frozen for a second. It was loading.
It was Lou's fault. How could I not know that?
It's been so many years. You said it was shelved. What's changed?
These new killings. Maybe a copycat, maybe not, but they've put a tickle in my skull.
So we're at Wake the Dead right now.
That night, the last time we saw him, he said he had to ask Lou something about stories. Don't you remember?
I remember. But if you're right, what can we do about it? Who would believe you?
We gotta find evidence.
You're right. We gotta find evidence. But how?
I do have an idea. Lou has a habit of keeping trophies.
Like the smalls of her clients? Like skulls of her enemies?
Ooh, what? Like the skulls of her enemies, hollowed out, gold-plated?
I don't see it in the console version. It's premium.
No, like
it's part of the Bloodlines 1 premium
the
stuff.
Point is that I know where she keeps them.
It plays Bloodlines 1 music when you turn it on.
Years back, I used to have a lab in the basement of the glacier.
It's the same thing with like the Vorman pictures and stuff.
She uses it for storage now. I doubt anyone else has been down there for years. There might be something there. You'd need to find a way in. Maybe Jimmy the elevator.
Wait, but we've already been in the basement. We're gonna find that the basement is different this time around.
Not a big fan of me over at the glacier.
Since I dug a hole in their foyer? What? Since the incident with the penguin? We'll go with that.
The incident with the penguin. I hear it still smells of fish.
Fabian, you told me once you'd given up on Gideon's death. That there was nothing you could do.
It's the curse of being a detective, Miss Sophia. Like a dog with a bone. Some bones we only dig up when we remember where we buried them.
Okay.
Over to the glacier, I suppose. A mite too close to Her Majesty for my liking.
I forgot for a split second. We were playing it, I was like, wait. Wait, I'm gonna talk to Miss Thorne. Oh, wait, never mind. All right.
Huh, goon on the door. That wasn't too helpful.
Let me stop you there, buddy. Private party. Nothing for you tonight.
Official business.
I'm on official business.
None of that, my friend. I know all the tricks.
Then I commend your attention to duty.
All right, we're gonna have to pretend to be somebody else, aren't we?
Truth be told, I never felt at ease in the glacier. Guess the feeling was mutual.
All right.
Evening, ma'am. Wonderful to see you. How was today's shoot?
This one.
Such a great day, darling. 7 scenes in the can.
Is that the...
Wonderful, ma'am. It must be such a grueling schedule. If I might ask, how do you stay in shape?
Secrets?
I am not answering that.
I'm so sorry for overstepping my bounds.
Okay.
Welcome back to the glacier, ma'am. And may I say, I am such a fan of your movies.
Always happy to meet a fan, even if they are a dick.
Please, enjoy your evening.
Oh, I will.
I was gonna say, when was he? He was just doing his job. I don't think he was being a dick.
Be able to get into swanky parties more often. Maybe I needed to get me an opera cape.
An opera cape? No.
Uh-oh, Tolly. This means trouble.
Hi, Tully.
Now, why is Seattle's finest patronizing the Glacier Hotel? Let me guess. A murder? A public health violation? Or just my unpaid parking fines?
Hot on the trail of a clue.
I'm hot on the trail of a clue, which will lead me to a murderer.
Oh, that's quite something. Rope, knife, candlestick, and where'd it happen? The library?
No, the dining room, Tully. It's Colonel Mustard with the candlestick in the dining room.
Lou's
It
busy,
always is.
Whether you need clues or not. I might
If
be
it's not Colonel
persuadable, but
Mustard, it's Miss
police
Peacock.
require access has never been enough for me.
I could owe you a favor?
I could, owe you a favor?
Let's indulge in a little mutual scratching of backs here, Detective. You want your clue?
Find
I
all
want
the
to
trophies? Listen, I'm
investigate
trying, okay?
An investigation, huh?
Trying, okay? We'll look up after we get out of Fabian's thing. We'll see if we can Google. Because we're missing one. I'm pretty sure.
Patience is working on something very special. I want to know what. I want to know why it is that Silky leaves town every few weeks. And I really want to know
he
about our
does.
newest recruit, Onda. She cut a deal to be let in. I want the skinny on it.
Wait. Don't we already know that?
About Onda's deal.
You know something?
Not yet. But what am I looking for?
Something, anything. She's in St. Stephen's. Made a deal with
I mean, we know
Campbell to
that
be allowed
as
to call
Fire,
herself
but I guess
Camarilla.
Fire can only watch this since it's a
wanna know
memory.
the details.
Okay.
I'll see you soon.
Toodaloo.
You fucking dork.
Going on a mighty quest to placate the guardian of the...
Of course. Alright.
I headed to Aurora. Elevator doors
Patience
hadn't been in
first.
my diary when I woke
Patience first.
up. Trouble was, Tolly was mighty stubborn. Besides, some of his requests were kind
How's
of
the vampire?
interesting.
Going good, Val.
And it's not like
Although
I
it
didn't
seems
have
like we may have edged up in a more tedious Fabian section. Meow. Hi, Anna. Thank you for the hard tack. Okay. Holly just being extremely snoopy. Although him asking about these three people makes me think.
Here we were. A quick appraisal of Patience's artwork for Tolly. At least it wasn't Isabella.
Makes me think that these may be the only people that like aren't in on their.
A good moment to no. Patience was good, I think, but I was no expert. I was a man of simple tastes, and this looked complex. Ooh, not my taste.
All right, I guess we got to do. Oh, that's right, spirit touch.
Well, what do I even call you?
Clatterjack. How about Angel?
How about I just call you Angel?
Step inside.
Anyway, tell me about you.
Sade, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Popping.
The forgotten. The consumer of the husks of the lost. Oh.
Good lord, the text.
Nice.
Hey, B, thank you for the self-care. What is your purpose?
What's your purpose? Why did Patience choose to make you? The art cannot speak of the artist. Well, you're restarting a long
Conquered
history of
Nations Day?
arguments
Hell
about
yeah.
art criticism right there, buddy.
If I sleep that not long, I usually get the opposite effect.
I am an expression of the truth of those that are forced to be animate, but do not live. Yeah, I guess that's blatantly obvious. I thought there might be more to it. I am power and rage and force in chains, and if unleashed, I will tear down my tormentors and destroy those that have me fettered. Uh-huh. Yeah. I just don't know if that's figurative or if you could really, jump up and flap around.
Any supernatural stuff going on? Sure.
Supernatural stuff going on here. Let me just concentrate a little. Power. There is power in these bones. Heat sequestered in this metal. There is, isn't there? And once more. The skull. It screams in form and in function. Yeah, there is something about that skull.
Okay.
Just gonna check out your noggin, Angel. Don't mind me.
Wait.
I know this is stating the obvious, but, you've got fangs. Have fangs. Oh, they're fake for sure, but that's the trick. Because underneath, you really are the bones of a kindred, aren't you? My.
Oh, no.
Have we met before?
Wait, what?
Thin ice, Malkavian.
What the vajazzling fuck do you think you're doing, Fabian? Appreciating the art doesn't mean sticking your fucking fingers into it.
It's what it looks like. Nice skull.
Nice skull. Well, polished?
Uh-huh. God damn you. If you moved anything by an inch, I'll fucking... Wait. Why are you here?
Wondering about the raw materials.
Raw materials. This skull, it's really interesting. Where did you get it?
Yeah, quite a thing, ain't it? Every found object has its story.
Uh-huh.
Did Nico give it to her?
You know it?
Not yet, but it's starting to talk to me.
In a necromancer, I want to control you way? I know something about talking artifacts. Amazing.
Oh, yeah. I know something about talking artifacts.
That is pretty good, Wei Ting.
You do, Malky. And filing cabinets and road signs, am I right?
So whose is it? Where did it come from?
Another
Honestly,
Bloodline 1
I don't know who it
reference.
is. I wish I did. Old Bonehead must have one hell of a story. As to where it came from, that's my business. Nico's not my only source.
We're gonna pry into her mind, aren't we?
People here know my tastes.
Huh. Even if I couldn't figure out who old Bonehead was, I knew Tully would want to know where the skull came from, or who gave it to patients.
She's not gonna tell me. All right, so hold on.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
We keeping?
Burnt homebrew. I could really use Fabian's hat. That one.
Oh. Don't want to give up Katsumi's name. She's a good supplier. Thanks for the help.
Okay, then.
Sumi was the supplier.
God damn it, what do you want?
Nothing.
I'll leave you to it, patient.
Yeah, you do that, Crumple Skin.
Step inside. Honestly, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Was copying an attitude with me? It probably was. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Wait, didn't we have...
Anda had made a deal with the court to stay.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go to Anda first. Unfortunately...
That ticked off Tolly's list. What was next?
Oh, we are gonna need to find... Hold on.
Needed investigating. Anda's deal with the court. That was a puzzle.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go get blood first, because we're probably also gonna have to snoop with Anda, because Anda's kind of a bitch to us. Hi, Thossi. I'm doing good. I'm enjoying the shit out of this game. Even if the Fabian parts are basically walking sims, I'm still kind of enjoying the whole, like, discover stuff. I forgot what your name was. You're not
Reggie,
Guru.
pal.
Oh, Reggie, that's right.
It's a fine night, Mr. Fabian. A night of beauty and delight.
Give drink.
Take a sip,
Give
fella?
drink.
I'm parched.
To be one with you for just a moment, it's a glimpse of life beyond.
Yeah, all of Fabian's blood bags are kind of loopy. But the fact that all of his seem to have permanent memory loss, well, mystical memory loss,
I got places to go, people to
is
see.
definitely a red flag.
May the night bring you the best of vibes.
Get rid of that marker.
Food, drink.
Meow. Okay. They all have limity moss? Yeah, pretty much. Which I'm still thinking that limity moss is referring to something specific. I thought we were gonna notice something in like the underground, but I was wrong. Oh, you're in front of
becoming
the...
a regular visitor to St. Stephen's, and nobody had smited me so far. Still, there's a first time for everything.
What do you want?
Misty? Misty.
About Misty.
What about her?
Thanks for looking out for her.
Looking out for her.
She was in a bad way. Still is. Wherever she is. I guess she's moved on. Sometimes I think I hear her or catch a shadow of her. She's out there in the city somewhere, trying to keep that child safe.
You think she's still in Seattle? Well, I mean, I guess we do find out that she
These
is.
two will be together forever.
Yeah.
But damn, 100 years of... I mean, I guess Fabian did the same thing. This is your place now?
Your place now?
Sure, I guess. Since Father Macmillan passed on. I'm sure some official will notice and shut it down. But for now, someone...
Wait, is nobody doing services? I have several questions. Somebody has to be doing the services, right?
How did you join the...
You don't have a cathedral in a major city downtown and not have Sunday service.
It's what you'd expect. New lick in town gotta prove their worth. The prince set me a task, well, his sire did. And that opened my eyes as to how this city works. Believe me.
Might I ask what that task was?
Guess you just did. But it's between me and Lou Graham. And it's done now, so shouldn't concern you.
I mean,
Fair enough.
she told Fire what it was, and we know that she killed an elder.
I didn't think that was worth the effort. Oh, that would have just wasn't gonna speak to me. I didn't think that would help.
No?
I figured I needed... Sorry to disturb you again.
Really?
Have a good night.
Hello? Ooh, what do we have? No?
This hadn't been used in a while. Come to think of it, I hadn't heard the bells for a long time. Out of services?
Yeah. Or are we gonna find out that Macmillan was another La Sombra? Hello. Folded letter of legal size, manila in color, it smells of sweat and alcohol, and there's a strange tang of old blood. Miss Cardoso, I have arrived safely at my destination. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you. I am sure you felt great guilt, but I can tell you what you've done is charity in the eyes of the Lord. I know that you shy from the sacrament, but you should know that I believe he stands on your shoulder and you are a path to redemption. Bless you, Friar M, or Father M. Okay.
Some folks say you shouldn't read personal mail. They're missing out.
Interesting. I think that wall's gonna be the only thing that's also down here. Yeah.
Well, well. Well, hello there, Mr.
But wait, wasn't this wall was destroyed when we came down here?
Accustomed to talking to cutlery.
Ha! Cutlery. I was made to take a life.
Oh my god, the accents.
Butter bread.
Hey, Rodane, thank you for the mandatory view message.
Okay, I get it. I'm sorry.
Do you have an owner?
Do you have an owner? Not an owner, but
A partner who wields me in our assignations.
Assignations is an interesting choice of words there.
I was kinda hoping for a name.
There is a scent associated with me, is there not? An aromatic fragrance like jasmine, with just a touch of melted tallow. It is not unfamiliar, huh?
Right there. That's Onda. Not a surprise. Wonder why she's not carrying you.
Okay. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to pause because the ad break's gonna start in just a second and I need to run to the bathroom. And we'll get back to the conversation afterwards. And I will see y'all in just a couple minutes. Let me get you ad break music. I'll be back later. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Let me lower myself a little bit more. There we go. There we go. All right. Music down a little bit. Little bits. Okay. Chat, you better not flub this one. Chat, you better not flub this one! 3 Pepes. 3 Pepes. Sad. Oh. Wait, where is it? Oh, no, that's not it. 3 Pepes. F1 to J5. No! I couldn't get it fast enough. I saw it diagonal. No! My phone died. Unacceptable, Ronan. Unacceptable. All right. That was good timing. That was almost perfect timing. All right, let's get back to questioning this knife. Have you killed a lot of people?
So, have you killed lots of people? Look at me, detective. Well-honed steel, well-sharpened, polished, oil. The stains around the hilt are my marks of glory.
I was gonna say, if somebody oils their knife, you know they're using it. I blame the Wiggles. I blame the Wiggles too.
Which is presumably pretty short.
Therefore, B should be executed immediately.
I gotta ask though, why did Anda put you here? You can only speculate, detective, for I have been used, and in recent memory. She does not want me found, no. Perhaps there is a secret associated with me, or a guilt. Or perhaps she's scared of me. So,
was it the preacher? I think she killed the preacher.
Parting flesh, detective. The cutting of mortal meat and the severing of bone. I am no cheese knife.
Oh, I can smell that. Blood. And recent too. But there's something more here, isn't there? Guilt. You reek of it. Yeah, I need to concentrate.
Okay, why do we sense guilt?
Why do I sense guilt, my wicked little friend? It is so strong.
A blade cuts. A blade makes no judgment. But
I accept my fate? No, it was B that redeemed it, not beef. B Dronius. B, where did you go? Where did you go?
Through flesh, through
also, hi, Will.
Brittle bone. I sever. A cry of agony. Stumps spurt crimson as 2 fingers roll loose onto the tabletop. Twice more. Bang, bang!
I like Javier the knife.
Joints crack and digits fall away. White and scarlet. Ruined. Irreparable. Our victim sobs in pain and fear, pleading with his Lady Maria for an end to the suffering. I am raised to strike again!
Oh, that was something. A vision worthy of Gideon.
Wait, what?
Wait. Lady Maria? He's pleading to Holy Mary. Anda killed the priest?
I am a knife. I cannot answer that. But that does fit what you sense, detective.
That was her price for joining the Camarilla. Lou never did get along with the clergy. I'll bet anything she was behind this.
Thanks, Mr. Pointy. May you never get rusty.
But she didn't kill the priest, did she? That letter.
Discover Anda's secret achievements? Uh-oh.
I poked around.
Again, though, it's definitely like, what's the word? Inundating Lou as the person who did this? Which is deeply concerning, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like that's gonna be like the end goal.
Okay, I certainly had the goods on Anda.
Or that's gonna be like the end result.
Onwards.
Okay, we gotta go the long way.
Out of town needed investigating.
Okay, Mr. Fabian, we'll go talk to the cool biker. I escape again, you fool. You never escape. You can't run from me. I always know where you're at. Part of the perks of being a guest. All right. I really don't think it's Lou. I feel like this is more framing, I think is the word that I'm thinking of. I think somebody is trying to frame Lou. Because now we know Kasumi gave the skull to Patience. We don't know whose body it is. We know Anda. Like right now, there's too many fingers pointing in different directions to figure out true connections.
I doubted he'd tell me.
Detective, good to see you.
Anything interesting happening at the Dutchman?
happening at the Dutchman? Always, Detective. Just nothing anyone wants shared with the PD. No offense. I know you're barely official. But my customers like their privacy, and so do I.
He's oddly nice to Fabian.
I was wondering about your out-of-town trips.
Were you? And what were you wondering?
Can I tag along?
Can I tag along?
Some things are not for sharing. At any rate, not with you, my friend.
Fair enough. Sure you won't tell me about the trips?
The secret of being tiresome is in telling everything, so no.
Okay.
I got some red string to tie to some thumbtacks.
Come back anytime, so long as you don't bring trouble.
Are we gonna have to read his mind?
I didn't see the need.
What?
Hey there. Thought you wouldn't be in tonight. What changed?
Swapped shifts?
Oh, I swapped shifts.
Sammy didn't tell me, but if you're here, you're here. Sammy said you had trouble Thursday night. Anything I need to know?
No problem at all? We'll go with that.
No problem, boss. We dealt with it.
Well, that's good. So what do you need from me?
Out of town coming up?
Oh shit, yeah, it's nearly the 20th. You just reminded me. Can you pick up a package? It's a quick dead. Amelia will have it ready. Just say it's the monthly one for me.
Sure thing, boss. This was probably a good time to leave.
Interesting. What is... I'm also wondering if Miss Thorne may actually be Safia's child. That only just registered that that's theoretically possible.
I'll have to face Mrs. Thorne then, I suppose. To remove an item from her premises. The last time I'd done that, she was
tough and gruff, that he's a big softie. That's what he always seems like. I agree. But I don't know. It's the thing with her age, the old lady's age. She was turned already basically elderly, and she was turned during the spiritualism height of like the 70s, 80s, 90s, which means she's definitely old enough and at the right age for Sophia to be the one that turned her. So is he...
I was about to try to persuade Mrs. Thorne to let me get a look at Silky's package.
What is it?
I'm here to pick something up. An order. For Silky. He says it's the usual monthly one.
Interesting. You're not one of his usual.
No,
And given he gave me a heartfelt request not to share his private life with members of the court...
We could try that.
Count his court. I'm his friend.
Yes, we're in the middle of the Fabian section.
I wonder what Sheriff Muldoon would have to say about that. In any case, no. The customer's order stays with me.
Okay. Can I place an order for something?
Can I place an order for something?
The last time you placed a special order from me was in 1983. Rather against my better judgment. Do you
What did he
remember
order?
What came to pass? I was left with a big fun bumper book of sleuthing on my desk for 3 years. Accompanied, I remind you, by a yellow plastic magnifying glass and a super squirrel code ring.
Oh
so no, not again. This shop is for the esoteric, not the infantile.
I'll be back.
Okay, that's actually hilarious. Oh, okay, it actually gave us our points back, so we can pretend to be someone else.
Hi there. I wanted to collect Silky's special order for this month.
Oh, you do you? You're not the first to be poking around.
I'll keep it safe for the boss.
I'll keep it safe for the boss.
For the boss.
Given the outside interest, can you confirm the details of the order?
Boss wouldn't want me to know.
Wouldn't want me to know.
Someone who follows orders. How novel. Here is the package.
Okay.
Tell Simeon that another such volume will be waiting for him in 28 days, as agreed.
Thanks. I'll make sure he gets it. Huh. So every 20...
Interesting.
8 days, Silky headed out of town with a different book in his hands. A gift for someone. Only Silky knew. But this would be enough for Tully.
That's it? We just go back to Tully?
Well, I had what I needed on Silky, I guess. That was it then.
I mean,
Time to head back
they're
to the
both
Sacred
gonna know
Guardian
that
of
he
the
was the one that
elevator
did
doors.
it. Excuse me. I just want to go back to murder. You'll get there. It's fine. Plus, this is some of the fun parts. This is like the deducing stuff, the little hints here and there. Hi, Tully.
Oh, here you are again.
I figured out what was going on with Onda.
Oh, yes? Do tell.
She killed the priest at St. Stephen's, at Lou's orders, although they were passed down by Campbell.
Poor Father Macmillan? What a shame, but that tracks. Funny, I got the idea there was something more to it. But thank you, Detective.
Patience artwork.
Patience artwork.
Great. So will it animate and wreak vengeance on internet critics?
Okay, that would be funny.
No, but it does have a really interesting
True, it
skull
does,
in the
Hex.
middle
You
of
were absolutely right.
Aha. Whose?
Not sure, but I can tell it has power. Patience got it via Katsumi, so it's anyone's guess.
It is worth buying a ticket to that exhibition, isn't it? Maybe I'll watch from the balcony.
Okay. Are we gonna get any more details on that?
And
I have a
what
lot
has
of
our
questions.
favorite chunky chew toy been up
Shake
to?
the ordain!
He goes out into the woods every 28 days, like clockwork.
Werewolf buddy?
I think he's got a werewolf buddy, and I think the two of them have a book club.
That would be
You know
cute.
what? That would not surprise me in the slightest.
Like how big Silky is?
Anyway,
I bet he has a
Detective,
werewolf
that's
buddy.
A start. I've been looking for a line on him for a while. Every little bit helps. I do declare you've filled my cup with gossip. Good work. Now you have an appointment with an elevator. I'll catch you later. People to see, thumbscrews to apply.
Oh, good lord. Okay. Basement.
Oh, the basement button doesn't do anything. God damn it. This machine needs a stern talking to.
Are you serious? Do I need to? Okay, hold on. Oh, man. Okay, there's not gonna be a potion here. We're gonna have to go back outside and across the street. Okay. Nyum.
Just stand a moment and close your eyes.
God, I don't like you.
World's still here. I was
Jingle,
hoping
jingle,
you
jingle.
could fit me in your schedule.
The blessedness surrounds us all, my dearest detective.
All of these
don't know
people
how
are
many
so
moments we
crazy,
have left.
dude.
Let us steal this one.
Why is the EMT the most
Sent
reasonable?
together, dearest detective.
That does sound like Tully. That is basically the direct vibe of
Exquisite,
Tully.
and if I might say, nourishing. I hope you're here when I get back. Hope we're all here.
We should ascend together. Do come back to me.
This is how Seattle's like. Is that
The
true?
stars alive. The future.
I know a couple people that live around there. Despite the rage quit, you got me playing RE1 for the holiday. Oh no, Skull. Well, at least I hope you enjoy it.
Basement, please. Oh, are you sure, sir? Lou Graham's penthouse is your usual destination?
I'm sure.
Very, very sure. No one's been down there for a while. There's nothing interesting in the lower levels. Indeed, I'd go so far as to say that your request is...
More shaking! More shaking!
Even ill-advised?
Come on, buddy.
Come on, buddy. It's your one job. It's not hard.
Of course, sir. But I just wanted to check since the downward mechanism is a little corroded and the upward
We're gonna fall down to the basement, aren't we?
Would you be upset if I took you to the penthouse after all?
Down, please!
Please. Not up. Can I stress not up?
The basement is unmaintained and there's a strange odor. I am told the penthouse is lovely.
Oh my god, yes!
Certain?
Pretty please with a cherry on top?
Please, with a cherry on top.
Of course, sir. Don't say I didn't warn you.
I don't know, this button's the plastic.
Now to see if Sophia's theory was right. Was this the closet where Lou kept her skeletons, or just a pile of junk? Lou was never a writer, but she did have that pet one back in the 40s. The guy with the hairy hands.
This one of the statues from the church?
I don't know what was worse. The idea that Lou turned her enemies to stone, or the idea that she had angels for enemies. My buddy Willem had one of these. Always talking about that one song.
Oh god, the statue.
Romantic. Huh. Classical, but didn't this look just like one of Lou's hangers-on back in the 50s?
Wait, did it?
Name.
It isn't like a Roman bust style.
Oh, I remember this. The politician. Thought he was untouchable, then these figures turned up at bars all across the state. No one took him seriously after that.
Wait, why? This is a great idea. It's cute. It looks like it's made out of one log. Oh. That doesn't bode well.
Oh my, those eyeglasses were mighty familiar.
Those are Gideon's glasses.
I thought I knew what they were, but I needed to have a proper word with them.
Okay. And the sunflowers.
Hello, Fabian. My boy.
Oh.
I was right. Sophia was right. And here, in this place...
Stop blinking.
It was Lou Graham.
A prince full of guilt and a man who can read her poker face. I'd say you're on the money. Good work, detective. Now go get your man.
Okay. All right, I guess we're going to Campbell instead of... I know we had a trailer somewhere where it seems like we get the point of view of being dominated by Campbell. So, and we have not seen that scene yet. So I'm a little concerned we're about to find out that like Campbell's in on it. Because if this does end up being a framing job, that could mean that Campbell's gonna defend Lou like wholeheartedly because he knows she didn't do it or genuinely believes that she didn't do it. Don't ask him about his chicken noodle soup. No! What's the meat? I don't think I'm gonna need...
Shouldn't have walked.
Here, okay, there's one next to Atrium. We'll go feed on her. It's the, if I remember correctly, it's the lady that definitely did cocaine in her life. Hi, ma'am.
There she is. I hope business is good, my dearest.
Why, if it isn't the most handsome of my clients?
Oh, please.
May partake just a little.
With Bloodlines, but which one are you playing as? We're playing as the Sombra. Right now we're playing as Fabian, the character, but the Nomad that we're playing as is La Sombra. Yes, he's Malkavian.
That is an exquisite gift. I'll savor it. Keep safe, my dearest.
Go do your duty, brave defender of the city.
Cute. Cute. A very goofy character. About the cocaine part. Yeah, she did cocaine in the 80s and she's partied every day since. I'm imagining she invested in Apple before Apple became, well, what it is.
Time to reveal that Lou was the original.
Hold on. Why is that still marked?
Killer.
Wrong direction. I don't think that's true at all. Because Lou, when Rosalind died, Lou wasn't in the room. Wasn't Lou talking to us? Oh, I can't remember for sure. When we were having that conversation, Lou was with us. Welcome to Derry. No, I have not.
Any progress on our copycat?
Not really, but I think I have a lead on a cold case.
You always have been behind the curve, Detective, but go on. What have you got?
You remember the early 20s? When we lost Rosalind, Hector, Isaac, and Gideon to the rebar killer?
I remember.
We never actually got to see Isaac.
Did find Gideon's body, but I know who whacked him. Who whacked all of them.
And you don't think it's Santiago, am I right?
This is difficult, Mr. Campbell, but you need to hear this.
Santiago's a myth.
Santiago's a myth. A boogeyman made up by the real murderer. She staked Gideon, and I have the evidence to prove it. Gideon's glasses.
I see. Your evidence is a pair of spectacles. If we had a justice system, I'd love to see you call them in court.
I mean, you try to call it a justice system, but it's really more of a... Call them the Justicars. Justicars mentioned.
You're the prince. You're supposed to enforce the laws and the traditions. Lou broke the rules. She
now I mentioned Lou.
Committed the rebar murders. She wiped out half her own court.
Do you think I haven't heard this kind of wild theory before?
The fingers point, but at the same time, it doesn't make sense.
I suppose it's your nature to rake over old coals.
Wait, no, this is a breakthrough.
No, Detective, it's old news.
This is bad.
Pay attention.
This is bad.
You have no suspect in the old rebar killings.
I can't.
Yeah, so this is where we saw the dominate scene from the trailer.
Suspects in the old rebar killings.
You do not know who destroyed Gideon.
I do not know who destroyed Gideon.
The case is closed.
The case is closed. I guess.
I guess. I guess.
Do go ahead, Detective. This is fascinating.
They killed Marla before dusk.
Killer can walk in the daytime, not Kindred.
That is fairly conclusive. I agree.
He needs to breathe.
Witness heard him breathing heavily.
We know he can walk in the daytime, so this isn't a surprise. A mortal, do you think? Or some other kind of monster?
A ghoul.
Perhaps a ghoul? They'd breathe like a mortal, but they'd have an edge.
Ah, yes. That is a distinct...
With Campbell standing right fucking next to us. They're incredibly strong.
Killer is incredibly strong. He can twist off a head with his bare hands.
Indeed.
Okay.
And this points to...
Also, hold on, I had an itch. Okay. Blessed? Again, a ghoul.
It would fit with a ghoul. They can be enhanced by the blood they drink. If their donor was powerful enough, they could be strong.
The net closes.
The use of crosses.
The killer is into crosses. The same symbol left at every killing.
And the same rebar decoration. What does that mean to you?
Theatrics? I'm thinking theatrics.
Our guide loves theatrics. Set dressing. To provoke fear.
Or to misdirect, of course.
Of course.
Spirited Gideon away.
Spirited Gideon away. He's a difficult man to carry, and he'd be alert to anyone who had, bad thoughts.
Perhaps. Unless the killer had a very strong mind, of course.
I'm not sure Santiago exists. I think he's a myth made up to misdirect us. I couldn't find anyone who'd seen him or any evidence of the attacks in the other cities. I think he's a story. A piece of flim-flam.
Oh, devilish. I think you're right. But who invented him and why? So, let's sum up. The killer is strong-minded. They are not kindred, perhaps a ghoul. Loves to myth-make, to misdirect, to point away from the obvious.
Now pull a 180 and look at the man next to you, Lou.
Who is the rebar killer, detective?
Shit, it could be Fletcher. Theatrics. Do we want to, because Campbell said that we pointed it out before and that we had been dominated to think otherwise. So I think we're going to go with you. And we're probably going to turn to Campbell when we say it, is the way I'm picturing this going. Because she's not a ghoul.
I think it's you, Lou Graham. You used a fire to destroy your sire and took on the guise of a mortal hunter to destroy your rivals.
Okay, no, we didn't do that.
Oh, now. That does feel like a good theory, but I'm kindred, Fabian. And you keep saying this is a mortal.
Campbell.
Campbell. It's obvious. A powerful ghoul with a powerful mind. Working.
So I had to give a wrong answer to get the right answer.
Idea, making it look like an outside threat. Taking the head off your dearest sister and then crying crocodile tears? The two of you did this together to clear out your rivals because you could never share power, not in the long term. Campbell is the rebar killer, but you're the one in charge.
Oh!
Delightful. Oh, well done, Fabian. For a moment, I didn't think you'd get there.
Wait, we're right?
I think everyone else suspects. They're just too timid to mention it. So, what have we learned here?
That the truth doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's all about who's got obedient goons.
Oh, no. No, Fabian. What we've learned is you have no suspect in the rebar killings.
I can't change the truth. We're gonna do a repeat. We're gonna do a repeat because I think it's funny.
Suspect in
yeah, they're Ventru. Both of them were Ventru.
rebar killings.
The case is closed.
The case is closed.
There. Isn't that better?
Please tell me we get to go call her out on her shit. Please tell me we get to go call her out on her shit. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. And please let us be too strong for her dominate.
That was interesting.
So you did solve the case?
Seems I did. And it seems Campbell and Lou took that from me.
100 years apart.
Times. Thunder and blazes, how often has this happened? I thought Gideon was sending the dreams, but he's gone now. I need to mull this over.
I think it's his own shattered psyche.
Like to see us later, but in the meantime, Ryong expects us. And Lou, apparently.
Let's do this. Side missions first. As fast as fucking possible, please. Because I want to do the story things. I want to do the story things so fucking bad. So fucking bad. Honestly, I think I can actually just drop down the elevator next time. Okay. Because now I really want to confront Lou. God, I hope they give us a little bit of power fantasy. Son of a bitch. Okay, hold on. Nope, nope. Oh, what the hell? Oh, god damn it. Grab on! Oh my god! Anyway. Hi, Ossifer. You didn't see shit. Was the kindred a goal? I just don't know who, because the gardener talked about trouble coming in pairs. That thing is, I thought it was talking about me and Fabian. Get to the drop on a kindred and disappear without a trace? Yeah. I honestly thought that it was referring to me and Fabian being trouble. So yeah, see, again, red herrings, multiple meanings, all that jazz.
The court seemed pleased that you tidied up those hunters, dear. Perhaps you might tidy up your appearance, too.
You have something for me to do?
You'll find a package on my contact's usual spot, atop the police department building. I believe they're on high alert due to recent events, but I'm sure you'll manage.
Huh?
Very well. Enjoy your night.
Oh, okay. Also, we are going to change our outfit, though. Listen, she mentioned it. I want to look good when we call them out on our shit, okay? All right, so now we gotta go all the way to the police station. Please actually be on the rooftop and not make me have to go inside. But I just can't prove it. It's very interesting, though, that through these reworked memories, that dominate still doesn't work. Which likely means... Okay, we need to go up the parking lot more than likely. Actually, no. I think there's... Yeah, there's a section on the back here that I'm pretty sure we can get up. Almost 100% sure.
You need to find a better spot.
That's the sound of the camera that I tore down earlier, which is kind of funny that it's still making that sound. Is it y'all? Can y'all see me? Fuck it, we've all. Let's see, the thing is though, are these the police or are they... Because if they're police, I don't think I can attack them. They have to be police, right? Fuck, it is a police officer.
There's something comforting about working nights.
That's it. Let's get out of here.
Hi. Okay. A very strange way of hiding a package. Can you imagine telling somebody, it's like, yeah, guys, I put it in the dead drop. Where's the dead drop? On top of the police station behind a pallet. Huh? Why? Whose idea was that? Just go put it in an Amazon box or some shit. You need to get better dead drops, dude. What's your opinion? I'm curious, Hectic.
This dreadful night.
Did you have the save problem today?
Excellent. I look forward to sorting through this. Have a cup on the house to pep you up.
Top of their own police station? Kinda true, but like...
You have a pleasant night.
Alright. Alright, we'll go do Nico's. Okay. So 3 of the clans... Actually, hold on. What do we want to unlock? Terminal Decree is just too good, dude. Okay. Listen, she can give me all of the residents that she wants, but I've already unlocked everything. Main section is the weakest. Main story quests that feel like side quests that should be map activities in other games. Yeah. I like the Fabian sections. It's mainly because Chinese Room is a walking sim studio.
First the Sabbat, and now the IAO.
Which is why they're so enjoyable.
Arm of the law is long, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Is there someone who needs my attention?
What monster do you have for me this time?
These are not Emma's earrings, but she wears them when she wishes to appear wealthy, to strip gullible young men of their wallets and their virtue.
I will deal with this.
Okay,
I
then.
look forward to speaking to you again.
Hi, Hades. How are you doing? Oh, also, hold on real quick. We were going to look up the last location. For the crosses, because we don't know. No. Wait. Okay, hold on. Got that one. We got that one. Okay, there's only 2 options, I think, of where... and I'm pretty sure we haven't got. Okay. We're gonna go back north. We're going to go back to the Haven real quick. Just to double check. Is this the right direction? Yeah, we'll go this and we'll take the next block left. No, it does not. So the way that mass manipulation works, if you hover, it tells you Ventru and effect abilities, meaning it gets all of these abilities going up and down, and it gets these abilities. Oh, wait, sorry, not these. These are the effect abilities. So it's up and down here, and then left and right here. Those are the only ones it works with. If it's not in the Ventru column or across the effect row, then it doesn't work. So like, you can cloud everybody's memory like they didn't see you. You can mute everybody within line of sight. You can scare everybody. You can Cauldron of Blood everybody, basically making them scream and having everyone gather on them. You can taunt everybody, which will force them to drop their guns. And then you can beckon as many people. Although I don't think it works with possession, because you can only do it with one person. The thing is bladed hands only works right in front of you. It's basically just swinging your arm really fast. Is the right way? Yes, yes it is. Okay. We'll go back in a minute. So I want to go see if it's the one that's... I thought we got one in the building, but maybe we're wrong? Okay, so there's the thing we're looking for. You. Okay, yeah, we got it. Which means we've got to go grab the other one. Is the salvage shop that tracks? It kind of does. You are right. All right, we're going to Weaver Tower. Because that may be where the one that we missed is. Because I recognized... Uh-oh. Son of a bitch. All right, that's okay though. If we get on the rooftop... Come on. Oh my god. Are you serious? Why am I suddenly only getting on the sides of these? What the fuck?
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Hello? Off my screen? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Okay. All right, which way was Weaver Tower? Straight this way. Okay. How's being a vampire? Got any good sucks? All the good sucks, queens. All the good sucks. Whoop. Wait a second. What? Another one? Interesting. And deeply concerning. Thing is though, is there's no count for... Yeah, there's no count for the bot ones. Hold on, I'm double checking. Double checking, double checking, double checking. I wonder... Oh no, I can't jump up there. Apparently us tearing out the thingamadoohickey. 30? What do you mean 30? Okay, it's not down here. Uh-huh. There we go. No, oh, wrong way. Now we can go do Nico's thing, and then we can go turn in Patience's crosses. I suppose. The sigils, yes. No. There's not 30 of those sigils. There's 30 Anarch sigils. The sigils seem to have, the Anarch ones seem to have a limited amount. The others are quite a bit harder. Here, we'll have to go all the way back to the, oh, son of a bitch. Eat shit. Seriously?
Hand over your...
Come on. Come on, buddy. Listen, I didn't need that. I just did it for the love of the game. But also, there is something back here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, hold on. Just a camera. You know, I was kind of half hoping it was going to be... Oh shit, that was an officer.
What, you gonna take on the whole precinct?
Okay, no, we're good. Oh, apparently if you're crouched, it's only dodge. That is an anarch. Okay. Ooh, bad touch, bad touch. Oh, I can't get up and over that. Nope. Apparently not. Shit. God damn it. Why are y'all so loud? And why is nobody panicking? We're gonna need an intermission? Intermission? You mean intervention? Is that what you're thinking of? An intervention? Think of self-care. What do you mean? What do you mean, Sunstar? Alright, back on the trail. Wait a second. Oh wait, that was just me picking up the scent. Okay. Nyum, nyum. Oh. That's strange. Hey guys, don't mind me. Just passing through.
God damn it, no!
Why does it keep canceling it? Oh, that's because she's right there. What do we got? Gunfire from the docks. Was that where we were? I think that's where we were when we were doing the thing. Investigation is underway. Gang warfare taken to the next level. Okay. Hi, ma'am. Are you scared?
Oh, I was...
And then all of these guys are gonna try to jump us. Thank you, officer.
I know that. I'm not a fucking moron.
All right, back on the annoying chase. Wait, she's holding a gun.
Give me your money. You won't get hurt.
Eat shit. Uh-oh. That's the edge of the map. Oh, hey.
That's Nico's turn.
Okay. He works for me. We'll go this way. Whoa, wait. Over there. Oh, good lord. Okay. Oh, come on. What the fuck was that? Hello? Is this the same location it did that before? Right? It has to be. Hmm. Where are you? Nice, you hit the bed? That is a terrible angle.
Too easy.
What y'all doing?
Over here.
Okay.
Shit me. I'm fucking ready.
Get fucked!
Goodbye. Sorry, that is illegal. Can I just snooze on the alarm? On the, not the alarm, on the ads. Why did I say alarm? What are y'all doing down there? God damn it.
Oh, thin blue line just got a bit thinner.
Well, shit. Anyway. Oh, Nico. Listen, it's fine. It's fine.
Looking handsome as ever.
Handsome?
So
Why, thank you.
Emma will not return again for her earrings. I will be sorry not to see her. But justice must be served.
All right, time to go talk to patients.
Pleasant.
Hopefully this... Oh. Another potion. Don't mind if I do. Oh, patience. Yoink. All right, what you got?
Nico said the gun-happy mortal fuckers aren't sniffing around anymore. Good shit.
You wanted me to collect crosses for your artwork.
Okay.
Oh shit, yeah. Find me a set. I could really use them.
A set?
Here.
Oh, this shit is gonna be so dope.
What?
Bonehead here is really gonna kill, you know?
Huh?
I don't know.
I think Patience likes them and says thank you.
Okay.
I will let you get back to your work.
Huh. Patience looking for metal crosses. Now that is a coincidence.
I forget. Do we know what the story DLCs are going to be covering that are coming out later? Okay. Are we good? Can we... Oh, God damn it, Onda. Are you serious? Okay. One's about Benny? Okay, I was thinking one was about Patience, and I wonder how it's going to be about Benny. Oh, hi, guys. The hell are y'all doing? Excuse me, Ossifer. Ossifer! Help! Help!
Stay away. Leave me alone.
I feel like the Patience one is gonna be about what she does with those crosses. Don't know how I like that. I don't think
Well,
I'd
here
like
we
it that
are.
much.
What do you suppose the old bird's after now? Well, play it careful over any accusations. We only have my memory to go on.
I mean, your memory has like all of the evidence.
You put down those mortal vermin yet?
Oh, not Anda?
Goddamn rats get everywhere. Rats with goddamn guns.
Okay.
Is there trouble I can deal with?
Looks like
More
it.
cultists?
You know the Bank of Seattle? Seems the Sabbat are trying to dig in there. We have interests nearby. Can you check it out? They called the leader Sharky, and she and I have history.
Sharky?
She's trouble.
I will deal with it.
Okay.
Pleasure as always.
We go in and we make them commit die. I can do that. All right, how far is it? 300 meters? Less than 300 meters? Fine. Excuse me, Ossifer. We're actually gonna go into the alley and we'll go up and over them. Excuse me. Oh, they can see me. Meow. And of course, there's people up here.
Identify yourself.
Well, those aren't the police, so that works for me.
Nothing here.
I'll take a look.
I'm sure you will. Okay. Oh, I should have taken a bite so that it would be topped up, but that's fine. Whoop. Nope. Oh, shit. Is that the spot? Maybe it is. That'll be fine.
Eyes peeled.
Right up.
Something there.
Do not waste my time.
And
Eyes peeled.
that's fine. All right. Thing is, though, now I don't have enough for the mass execute on them. Wait, she's by herself, basically? Oh, of course she's the machine gun. Get on the pipe fire. Oh, of course she had to be one of the machine gun ones. Okay, maybe I can get this guy. Oh, I could definitely... Oh, shit, that person's coming over too. Something right there. Can I grab it? Nope. Anything up here to grab? No, there's nothing to grab. Should have known better. It was never going to be that easy.
Nothing is more disgusting than cowardice.
Here?
Stop it! Mediocre!
Hell yeah.
They deserve that.
Teleport.
Hold them off.
another sword to the face. Oh, Jesus. The 2 swords are still in his head. Is there another one over there? That's no big deal. It's no big deal. All right, we can go back. Oh, wait, no, that was it. We need to go talk to Lou now. I'm sure this will be fine.
Den isn't top of my list, but let's get it out.
Actually, can we get another snooze? I have an idea. Oh, I forgot he was over here. It's fine. Shut up.
Spare $1?
Ma'am, you do not want to be in this alley. I think it is a terrible idea to be here. There are vampire cultists that are 3 times your body weight. What is it, Sunstar? What are you blinking at? Oh, wait, this is the Bank of Seattle? What? Looks like a very small branch. Okay. Oh, Lou. Detects cops. There's some unexamined philosophy there. What the fuck are you doing here?
Crazy! You're crazy!
There's somebody behind him shooting him, so we're just gonna wait. There we go. Those guys were still here? Smell donuts and daddy issues? Yeah. But also, who knows how many of them are ghouls? Considering Benny used to run the place and Fabian used to work there. I think this is gonna go fine. Is it bad I kind of want a bitch to try? I hope this game gives us a little bit of our power fantasy of them trying to dominate us and it not working. Genuinely. I need it.
Ah, well now.
How can I help you?
How can I be of assistance?
Always so obliging. I've been thinking about my big return.
Ugh.
Seattle has changed so much.
Dominating the Dominators? Listen, it could happen. I have all of the Venture powers.
You should know my city better than even I.
I know a lot. Ooh. Ooh, do we bring that up now? Yeah, we'll go with that.
I know more than you think. I know you put Gideon in the ground.
Gideon? Oh, yes, your gardener. How interesting that you know the name.
Yes,
As
she
I
does.
said,
She has the
he
biggest
was
honkers
an
in the game.
agent, a little roadblock in Seattle's journey.
Okay, but why?
You, of all people, should know a prince must use many methods
Also,
to
what is that
cement
flickering?
their power. But let it be a lesson to all of us. Never leave the heads attached. Which reminds me, I want to walk my streets, bathe in their lamplight, hear my footfalls on the rain-silvered asphalt. I long to hunt again. I'm sure you heard I had to let go of the flea-ridden stray. My first real foray will require a little more scaffolding, as it were. Something you, as sheriff, will facilitate.
Ooh. Do we turn against her? We have to turn against her, right? Right? No, she doesn't. We're pretty sure she doesn't. I think she's an entirely separate, like, conspiracy in this town. I think the Rebar killer is almost completely separate from the whole Sabat thing. If I gotta fight you, I'll fight you.
Will I now? Because I hear the sheriff is busy.
Just where is this attitude coming from? The Mulcavian is gone. The IAO is dealt with. What else could you possibly be doing?
Sheriffing.
Then how about we give those pesky anarchs a break? You will scout for me. I need eyes on possible hunting grounds. I prefer to inspect the menu before I dine. I'm in the mood for a young female. And since I feel a newfound spring in my step, perhaps someone a little more effervescent, high-spirited, decadent, oh, positively lustful. I'm thinking black sheep of an old money dynasty.
That is way too specific.
Still bankrolled by the father she renounces into her third Friday night
Wait.
Cabernet.
There's a thing.
That's
No one
Verona.
can follow that vintage. Coincidence?
Very well.
Black sheep, old money.
Don't forget the Cabernet part. I can't abide a Merlot. A Rioja or a nice
Yes, links are typically banned.
Malbec would also be
I'm guessing that was Lou Graham's Wikipedia page, because it's a real person. We already knew that.
Makes my teeth tingle.
Don't let me hold you up. I'm positively famished. Just find me a likely spot.
We told her to leave.
I want you to know, your service has been noted. Keep it up.
So she doesn't care that we know what she did to Gideon.
So in a word, what she wants is Verona. And I have an inkling where we'll find the girl.
Where?
The closest thing she has to home. The last place she was truly happy. Atrium.
Okay, we're going to Atrium. Which is right literally next door. No, wait. I'm thinking next door to Weaver. Shit. All right. Okay, it's guiding us there anyway. That's fine. We are gonna have to pause here real quick. Yeah, we're gonna pause because ad break's gonna start in literally now. And I want to keep going because I'm enjoying the shit out of this. So wait. Her mission's gone. That's weird, but okay. All right, chat. I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna give you all the music. And I need to run to the bathroom. Nah. Okie dokie. What'd I miss? Who died? Y'all started a whole nother round. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right, we gotta wait through the whole round, which means y'all have to play the game or I will castrate you. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody just yell. Oh, did somebody get the triple pepes? Okay, somebody did get the triple pepes. Dorito gay biscuit. Dorito gay biscuit. Damn it, that's not it. Wasn't double biscuit, wasn't? Yeah, Dorito. Wait, where did I just see that? Fuck! God damn it! What is it? Double biscuit Earth? Oh, man. Double. Oh, one's literally right there. F1, F5. Double Kappa. Double Kappa gay. It's right there. It's L8. L8 to fuck. H8. Yay! It takes me forever because I keep wanting to look at the top for like the lineup, but then I can't see the top, so I have to look at the bottom. All right. That was our first perfect, I'm pretty sure. All right. No more. That was also really loud. I realized I didn't turn that down. That's fine. That's fine. All right, we're going to Atrium. I'm hoping after we do this mission, we can go talk to Ryong and we haven't, like, missed a split in the story.
Say, I don't know about this fire.
Which part?
Need I remind you that finding Verona was your suggestion?
I know. It's only... Look, the closer we get, the more I find myself, wondering. It'd be throwing a guinea pig to a lion.
Nothing is decided yet.
If she's still here, it looks like she may actually be on the roof, if she is at all. Yeah, she is on the roof. How did you get up there?
Should have never left LA.
Okay. The heated room.
What did I tell you?
Miss ma'am.
Oh, beautiful fire. Back to see me again.
You look unwell.
Verona, you look unwell.
Well, hello to you too. Can I offer you
Oh, so now we have a
something?
relationship with her for some reason?
I am not here to sup on you.
Come on, don't make me feel like a bad hostess.
Okay, that's kind of funny.
She said I had the best blood she ever tasted, you know. I'm caviar. I'm diamonds in a champagne glass.
That's exactly why we're here,
I do not
Verona.
enjoy the taste of desperation.
Well, what the hell am I supposed to do then?
She does fit Lou's bill. You really want to throw her to the spider?
What are you going to make of your life? Do you wish to be a walking meal for the rest of your days?
Well, it's kinda embarrassing, but I did used to have a little fantasy.
that maybe someday Isabella would turn me into one of your kind.
And why would she do that?
You think we're furniture, right? You feed and forget we're there. But the walls got ears, and so do I. I know a few secrets I'll take to my grave. Or perhaps not, if I never end
Oh
up in
no, do we get to make?
Interesting.
Huh.
Words like that could see her killed before they even leave her mouth.
This is not something I will do for you. But I will consider your wish.
We're giving her to Lou, right? I think we should give her to Lou. That's what I was thinking. It felt like we were almost going to basically just start making it like a legion of our own childer and just take over the city. Just make it a La Sombra strongholds. Dare I? Dare I? Sure.
If you are sure this is the life you want, there may be someone I can introduce you to. You strike me as her type.
You mean another kindred to feed? Forever? Would you do that? For me? Save me from my misery.
I will consider it. Perhaps we will speak again.
It doesn't have to be Verona. Should we see if we can't find a few other dishes? No harm in having options. Forget the daddy issues and all that jazz. We look for rich, high in spirits, and female.
Bottled blood here the night of Isabella's attempted masquerade breach. It appears to have been consumed, at least in part. The scent of it still lingers in an empty wine glass. Well, we've already kind of done it, so... Come on. Oh my god, no! Grab on! Jesus fucking Christ. Hi. Yeah, I think the fire escapes, while being a touch of realism, fucking suck, dude. They absolutely blow 90% of the time. Yeah, we'll just go through the alley. That's fine. Works for me. We'll go this way. Uh-oh. Can't go that way. Hello. Just have longer arms? Honestly, if we had... Oh, we do have... Technically, we have arms of Hadar. But we kind of use them in the most boring way in this game. In my opinion. Oh, that was the guy that got gunned down, right?
Well, look at you.
VTuber Toesucker, welcome in.
Or someone else. It's your choice, Fire.
How are you doing? Because otherwise she's just gonna rot away at Atrium. I think we have to. It's better than leaving her out, because otherwise she's literally just gonna waste away. Or worse, go find a Sabbat vampire that's just gonna kill her. But why does Lou recommend it? Not Lou. Why does Fabian recommend it and then just constantly try to talk you out of it? It feels kind of dumb. I'm not gonna lie.
You're back. And
Just
what
doing my
delights
job.
do you have in store, dear?
As it happens, there is someone I found who matches your particular request exactly. She calls herself
Not
Verona.
technically.
She was Isabella's blood dog.
They function very much like the arms.
How utterly fabulous. You know, Isabella was always lauding those girls over me.
That's petty.
How divine they tasted. The buttery, complex bouquet. Ugh.
The attempt at her accent is so fucking funny. Not your toy.
She is not your toy. I give her to you because I think it fitting. Do not make me regret it.
Those are big, scary words coming from you. Wait. No, don't tell me.
No.
You've fallen for her, haven't you?
Absolutely not.
Don't worry, darling. It won't last. Now, will that be all for tonight?
Oh, we have other questions.
Was it you who branded me?
Fire. That is quite the accusation, given its implications. Are you, a La Sombre of all kindred, insinuating that I am Sabat? Just why would I want to destroy
Sabat.
all I have built?
Gardener's visions drove you, maybe?
You have not been yourself, but under the gardener's influence. A curious, bored mind, seemingly sinking into the deathless ennui of her age.
Ennui?
You feared Gehenna. You knew where the forbidden texts were hidden.
Well, you know what they say. It takes one to know one. Do I sense a hint of
I'm the
rejection?
one with the mark, you idiots.
I thought better of you, Fire. I really did. You wouldn't like me as your enemy.
I'm hardly
In fact, you should
scared.
just leave. I don't care. I'm done. Lou, did I stutter? You know, I have the strangest feeling that all the chips are about to scatter across the table. I hope to see you again after they do.
I'm a killer. I'm a killer. She did.
Ryong's probably waiting for us. What do you say we mosey on down to the Macom,
All right, we'll go talk to Ryong. Joy. Well, I guess this means that we've technically covered the loose ends of the rebar killer. But wait. What about the recent ones? Who's there? Okay, there has to be a copycat then. Because Campbell's been dead. Unless... Tara, why are we screaming? And shooting? Where are we shooting at? Okay. He's probably going to be in the same booth as usual. Good lord, what happened here? You spilled your booger sugar. How you doing, Fletcher? Haven't talked to you in a while because you were the first person that I maxed out in skills. All right.
Fire.
You asked to meet. We are meeting.
4 centuries
God,
on
we
this
slouch.
planet, and you're stating the obvious. I still have hunters running around my city. That's gonna be a problem.
Oh, God, I'm starting to get really annoyed with y'all.
Tell me what you know so far.
Tali spotted a group scoping
I think
out
it's
the
because it
glacier.
seems like
It looked like
Lou,
he'd have to get
Ryong, and
involved
basically everybody is
until
hiding
something
shit.
else drew their attention.
And
I need
I'm
more.
genuinely getting pissed off at
And
them
I
at
need
this
those
point.
hunters neutralized before they circle back.
Okay. I don't think I want to lie. Tell me where they
I will
are.
take care of these. Where can I find these hunters?
We had reports of them near the Aurora pawn shop. Nico was particularly agitated. He wanted to talk to you. I don't need to spell out how bad it would be if they took anyone for questioning. They'd give us up in a single, absent heartbeat.
Okay, that
And I
was a
couldn't
different
even blame
recording
them.
session.
Still, try to prevent any unnecessary loss.
That was
Wouldn't
that
want
was
to give
very
them more reason.
suddenly and obviously
I
a
look forward
cut
to your
fucking
report.
line. That was weird. Y'all are insufferable. All right, Nico. Wait, is this the first time we've had?
Just spotted out near Aurora Pawn. Ryong still doesn't know about Baker.
Yes,
Reckon
and she
she's
won't.
The reason the hunters never made it to the glacier? We should speak to Nico.
Yeah, and she won't because we're never going to tell her. Cause fuck her. Sitting here using me as a goddamn... Seriously?
Help me!
Ossifer. Okay, that officer's on it. Get him, officer! Get him! Get his ass! The fucking reloading. Excellent.
I paid good money for this lingerie.
Anyway.
Let's see it.
All right. Again, it feels like the usual stuff that you get in a lot of the like visual novels. Hold on, before we talk to him. I mentioned in the visual novels how almost every time you get like red herrings or you spend a major part of the story trying to figure out certain things that happen, and then you come to them at the end and you're like, you did the thing. And they're like, yeah, I did the thing. What are you going to do about it? And the worst thing is they'll be like, you get a chance. You can go investigate this thing or we're going to kill you. And then you get to the end and you're like, I figured it out. It's you motherfuckers. Y'all are the ones that did it. And they just smirk at you and go, yeah, what are you gonna do about it? We already knew the whole time. And it's another one of those games that makes me feel it's like, then what's the fucking point?
I was hoping to see you again soon, Milo.
Do you got a problem?
They tell me you have a problem.
Oh, my friend, what have you been
And apparently gigolos. There's a lot of
I did
gigolos.
not expect you to send me such a stray. Be very careful. In my back office.
My thanks.
Okay.
Be well.
With Patience? Is Patience gonna be back here? Or Baker's gonna be here, you fucking moron.
Baker? Now I get it.
So you escaped your companions.
I can feel them. I can taste them. I can sense them with every part of me. They burn like stars. They smell like prey. But you left me to them. To my own men. They could have destroyed me.
You persevered, well done.
Welcome to Clan La Sombra. I will be sure to shield your existence from the prince. Given that many would take your head, your survival is still in the balance. I understand your troops learned of the glacier. You led them here instead.
To the slaughter. Men who used to trust me. Who had lives. Who had families.
Do you regret your decision?
Do you regret your decision?
No.
Good.
But I wish I did. I wish I was that person. The steadfast agent they think I was. Someone who was brave enough to die. So, what now, my sire?
Good question.
The IAO will still investigate Seattle. We both know that.
We're gonna have to give up somebody, aren't we?
But you know how your old masters think, how they talk. You will make use of this.
Now's your chance, Fire. If you're gonna point this gun.
Oh, fuck. I was about to say... I don't want to destroy any of them. If I do lead them out of... I still don't know who JW19 is.
Let them chase you far away from Seattle. Then find yourself a new place to hunt.
I understand. I can do that.
Very good, child. Now disappear as best you can, and do not look back.
Okay.
Perhaps years from now we shall meet, under different circumstances. Until then, I wish you good night, Mother Hen.
Just Latoya.
Then farewell, Latoya.
Okay, wait.
Report back to Ryong.
And tell her what? This is quite the pickle.
What about Nico?
Ah, Fire. You cannot keep away, huh?
He just doesn't care?
I would know more about your shop.
Oh, you wouldn't bit the
We've asked these questions before.
But I tell them, you may have nothing unless the mortal fails to repay their loan.
Okay.
So you honor the bonds of mortals. You have a lot of integrity.
It is important to be honest at all times, even when you're dealing with mortals.
How is business?
Busier than I would like, unfortunately. This time of year makes the mortals desperate.
Well, I guess we're just throwing Latoya away to go.
They wish to buy gifts for their children and
Be
feast
bait.
more than the tin ham and ramen their budget can afford. It's sad, but I suppose each Christmas means more to you.
Do you think she's gonna brag that she's the child of the nomad? How do you know
How
Patience?
do you know patience?
Hi, Ordain. Where are you going?
we
I was
talked
thinking for the heart attack.
And?
And now we talk a lot. Because they're just over there.
Relationship with
I'm interested
Patience.
in your relationship with Patience. You allow them to live in your shop.
Ah, they like my collection, but they follow my rules. They say the souls
Okay.
of the previous owners linger in old items and give their artwork
One
unique
head pats?
spirit.
My hands don't work for head
Unfortunately, their
pats.
art is ugly.
I
But they
can't
watch
head
my
pat
shop
you.
for me while I'm away on important business.
Practical arrangement?
So this is a mutually beneficial arrangement.
Da, we scratch each other's backs. And sometimes we knock our boots.
Okay.
I would like to hear of your personal code.
Yeah, get him. Pet his head.
Live
Pet his head.
honestly.
Get his ass. Get his
It is
ass.
more complex than simply not to lie. You must liberate yourself from the dishonest impulses of the natural mind.
Okay. So you never mislead? So you speak every thought. Mislead.
So you never mislead?
Exactly. To lie by omission is still a lie.
Tell me about the Camarilla, because we never actually got the details about this
I
guy.
can tell you one of them is fucking with the nastier aspects of thaumaturgy. I had a request for some very unpleasant books and the promise of a great deal of money. Anonymous request. And they asked for complete confidentiality, of course. But I bet it's Mrs. Thorne.
I thought you said it was confidential.
Da! Well, I did not agree to the request.
I don't think that was Mrs. Thorne.
If it is not too private, will you tell me of your embrace?
I was a soldier in the Second Great War.
Oh.
I followed orders and did things I was not proud of. And after all of it, we were betrayed by our commanders and abandoned. I met a kindred who smelled my rage and asked me if I wanted revenge. She gave me a chance for redemption after every
What is his
bad
accent?
thing I ever did. My old commander's
Chat,
wedding
what is
ring
his
around
accent?
here somewhere if you'd like to see. Is the one with the finger still in it?
It's Russian? Okay, I thought it was Russian. So he was a red soldier.
What do you most fear?
The same thing all wise kindred fear. The beast taking control. Losing what's left of my humanity and myself. Becoming something worse.
Yeah, that's
It
what I
is a
figured from the
difficult
top.
balance between the urge to punish wrongdoers and not letting the lust for violence take over.
Interesting.
I hunt those who deserve it. Mortal oath breakers or those who break the law of the Camarilla.
You are being used by the Camarilla, and you
Oh,
are
I don't
too
want to call him
To
stupid.
see it. They manipulate you to do their dirty work.
I wish they would really just give us.
For their
Oh.
sheriff, you are unusually sincere.
Oh, he appreciated
I
that.
thank you for your honesty. And I appreciate that you're in the same situation.
Correct.
I hear those of your clan suffer a terrible thirst. How do you control
Isn't that
it so
gone?
well?
It's not a well-kept secret, is it? Yes, we have a taste for kindred blood. This is a sin. But is it a sin to punish a sinner? Some kindred deserve to have the tables turned on them. I simply find the ones that have it coming.
Okay.
Take care, Nico.
Hold on, I want to see, because it looked like we could interact with the statue back here. It's patient. Oh, nope, can't go in there. Shit. All right. Back to Ryong. The curse, the dialogue choices in games. You never know what information you're going to get. Like the thing on him apparently being asked to gather some pretty rancid spell books, basically, for an unknown person is a very interesting tidbit. It could be Mrs. Thorne, but I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Because Mrs. Thorne has shown us that she basically has her own connections. She wouldn't need to go to Nico for it. Oh, that's right. She's in Macon. Macav. The actual, like, the place is cool, but you and your entire family suck? Yeah, pretty much. I don't like it sometimes when RPG choices are like that. Where they're like, as few words as possible for the choice, and then they completely say something unhinged, and you're like, that's not what I meant. Also, God, I love piano bars.
Now,
Gay.
this should be interesting.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Yes.
I have a report for you about the IAO.
That's so.
Has something happened?
You tell me, Sheriff. Anything you'd like to share?
Seriously? Seriously? She fucking knows? Oh my God. Fucking Tully, dude. Fucking Tully. I'm not gonna lie.
That I would like to share? No, I think not.
Real smart. You're telling me Tolly is wrong about the child. The one you embraced without my consent.
I'ma kill him.
The head of the goddamn IAO was certainly a choice. Well, the punishment for embracing without permission is final death. For both sire and child. But given your position, I'll have to make an exception. Only one kindred will be destroyed tonight.
I'm kind of thinking we may just actually wipe out all of the kindred in Seattle. Is that an option? Is that an ending I can get? Can we just kill everyone and move on? I feel like regardless of what I say here, she's probably gonna make me go take care of it. Like 99% certain. Do we want one? Do we want option one? Give me 1, 2, or 3, chats. 1, 2, or 3. I feel like this is not like us saying the prince could go kill her, or me saying that the director is hers to use. I feel like this is more like us offering the child for her to use than it is for the prince to just go kill her. Fuck her? All right, that's a pretty unanimous one.
I quite agree. The Elder and the Prince. I wonder who will win.
Lucky for the prince. That's not necessary. Tolly's already on his way. He'll deal with her. Now, your report. Did you handle the rest of the hunters as instructed? Or should I expect any more surprises?
I was gonna say, you're kind of screwing the pooch on this one. Because I had a fucking plan. Doesn't matter now, or I could have helped you. Because this is probably not true, because she's definitely fucked it. If she kills Latoya. 3? Doesn't matter now. 2 or 3 is what I'm thinking. I'm kind of leaning more towards 2. Three? Any other inputs? Anybody else? I know there's more of you there. I know there's more of you. Do I need to do another lurk check? Do we need another lurk check? Hey, you. Yeah, you holding the mayonnaise knife. Put the sandwich down and say something in chat. Or I'm gonna start removing toenails. Hi, Breadhead. Hi, Waffle. Thank you, Anna, for the actual lurk check. Listen, it's fine. Mandatory view message. But yes, so 2, 2, 3, 2? That's 2 2s? 2 3s, 2 2s? Bird up. Okay. Third 3? 2 2s. Okay, well, do you think I could have helped you?
You know she could have been useful.
In the right hands, which yours are not.
Fuck you, bitch.
So one last time. Are the hunters gone?
Yes.
Good. I need to hear your long-term intentions. Do you plan to stay in Seattle once this Mark business is resolved?
No.
They call me the Nomad for a reason. It is not within me to settle. What is eternity for, if not to explore it?
Well, best of luck. You know the way out.
I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill every single one of you. Yeah, the longer it goes on having to deal with these fucking people. Wait, we're going to talk to Sophia now? Okay, I guess.
Time to sit down with Sophia. Let's hope she has your mark all figured out.
Okay, yeah, she said she was gonna do some research. A totally valid crash out. It fucking feels like it, dude. And I don't even have a beast. I'm not a 400-year-old La Sombra with a beast clawing at me. I honestly... Oh, yeah.
Sophia's not here yet. Should we sit?
I'd say I can trust Sophia, but at the same time, I kinda don't wanna.
Well, it's been a busy night or two. I've been mulling, and I've a thing I've been meaning to ask. Your direction to your child, sending the IAO off to chase wild geese. Did it not cross your mind to use them in a more targeted way?
Of course it did.
Of course it did. But every choice I would make would bring them into the city. And that way lies danger.
Yes, you're right. I just hoped we might see a certain ex-prince take a fall from a rooftop. And I wouldn't have minded who gave her the push between you and me.
Honestly, I kind of think that we should have done it.
Say we solve our cases.
Who's she talking to? Fabian. Fabian's in our head. We ate Fabian at the beginning of the game.
Still stands. Think you'll stay? In Seattle, I mean.
This place is a fucking prison, dude.
Of course not. I want my freedom back. Once this mark is removed, I will put Seattle far behind me.
Huh. Well, I suppose I've little to pack.
I had assumed you would fade with the mark.
Oh. Well, who can say? Assumptions do make fools of the best of folks.
It'd also be kind of fine if Fabian was still around.
Anyway, idle thoughts. We've still got work cut out for us if we can find a threat to pull. The mark's still there, and that's a straight line to the Sabbats still being with us. That's our danger.
Why did Lou wall up Gideon?
Why did Lou put your sire into a wall?
He was too close, would be my guess. Willing to expose that she and Ghoul Campbell were behind the killings. I guess we're halfway to justice with Campbell buried. I don't see it going further than that, though. Who's gonna stick it to Teflon Lou?
Who leads the spot now? We have no idea. We have no clue.
Placed Gideon?
I'm not at all sure he was at the helm.
I don't think he was. I think he was a separate entity.
It's been a while since anyone's used your mark. Either they're scared now, or you're already acting as they wish. There's something to chew on. Who benefits from the Nomad's actions in the city?
How did your sire come to join the Sabbat?
That's a great puzzle, isn't it? Maybe he was that way before I met him, but I didn't smell that sickness. Not a hint.
Did someone whisper to him down there in the dark? Or did his far-reaching gray matter wander into the wrong mind?
I used to think the Sabbat were here to do what they always seek to.
Cause chaos
and confusion, weaken the court's resources, destroy the elders, and shatter a city's power structures beyond repair.
I mean, we may do that. I kind of want to do that.
It seems more subtle.
But also leave nothing in the wake.
We've heard one shoe drop and have yet to hear the other. Whoever bound you had a powerful intent. Maybe they're just
or
riding the wild
sacrificed a lot of
horse that is
people
the
to make it
Sabbat,
happen.
whipping it onto I don't know where.
Where is Sophia?
Why not ask the Wicked Witch of Books and Beans?
She's not wicked. She's delightful. The thing too is that I am very interested in is that we have not told people we know who Fabian is.
Have you seen Sophia?
Fabian.
Ah, yes, indeed. I was wondering when you'd bother to ask me.
Were you just not going to tell
I
me?
have something for you.
Did Sophia leave it?
Have you been hit around the head recently, dear? She left some time
Yes,
ago.
actually, thank you for noticing.
You did request I give this to you.
What is this?
A recorder.
An apparatus for recording one's voice.
Interesting.
Let me help you. These things can be tricksy.
Fire, I have the solution for you. Meet me at the conservatory in the park, and I'll fill you in. Be careful, be careful.
An assignation, dearie?
Sophia, fire, and flowers in the park? My.
Why the conservatory? I don't like this. I don't like this one little bit.
She's found.
Yeah, we'll go
Sophia,
this
I
way.
mean. I've a thought that visiting another garden might tie into our gardener.
Maybe, possibly, who fucking knows? I wonder if this is gonna be another fight where we don't get to use our powers. That would be interesting. Because we couldn't use our powers in, Isabella's fight. I don't know if this is a fight, I'm just guessing. It just feels like we haven't had... The last major fight we had was the armory room. But the last boss fight we had was... Isabella? We've only had Benny and Isabella, right?
Snow in Seattle. Sheesh.
The thing is we've seen how it happened, basically, like, in our memories. Fire had completely lost her shit after 100 years in torpor, which is usually what happens when an elder wakes up. And poor Fabian was the one who woke her up. And so she just absolutely decimated him. And devoured him whole. Which also apparently nobody in this fucking game has aura sense, because I feel like they would probably have noticed. Oh. Of course, one of the few places we haven't been yet. Something else is here. Oh, wait. Oh my god, these are the last ones. Hell yeah. Of course, they were in the last place we hadn't been to. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. I don't like this. Loading screen. Also, double don't like this.
I wonder why Sophia didn't want to meet at the cafe.
Or at
She's
the
somewhere
tower.
ahead. Not sure I like this, though. Huh? You smell that? Kindred blood. Sophia's blood. Oh, I think we have a problem.
Discovered at the Voluntary Park Conservatory, a story carefully cut from the newspaper. Greenhouse of Terror. Visitors to Seattle's Volunteer Park Conservatory got a fright earlier this week when a human foot was spotted half buried among the bromeliads. The gruesome discovery caused quite a stir as visitors swarmed to photograph the disembodied appendage before the area was swiftly cordoned off by conservatory staff. We'd like to apologize for any distress or confusion caused by the event that occurred in the Bromley house on Tuesday of this week. Said a representative, a lost prosthetic limb from an old Halloween display seems to have been unearthed during some recent overnight pruning work, which visitors mistook for a real human foot. We regret any alarm this incident occurred. That was a real human foot. That was 100% a real human foot.
Smashed pots. Either the botanist needs therapy.
Discover printed letter marked E. Welcome to the team, Mr. Warren. Sorry I couldn't be here to greet you in person. My new position requires me to relocate before your start date. Please be aware that a conservatory is a unique and special place, and we have few house rules that may find equally unique. You're responsible for cleaning up after yourself, dispose of waste and plant cuttings immediately, limit noise, speak in hushed tones, and avoid loud noises whenever possible. Familiarize yourself with the emergency exits and ensure pathways are clear at all times. Do not touch or move the plants that are not under your area of supervision. Do not touch equipment that does not belong to your area of supervision. Do not gossip or spread harmful rumors. You must vacate the conservatory before nightfall. No exceptions. No wandering, exploring, or poking around in areas that don't concern you. Do not ask annoying questions. Audrey. Audrey will provide you with a full inventory of plants in the Palm House and help you settle in. I wish you an uneventful time. All the best, Emmeline Ingle. EE. Didn't we have an article at the beginning of the game that had initials EE?
Or something took a turn.
Road first, growing well and thriving. Underneath the stronger smells of earth and plants, there's a faint but unmistakable scent of rotting human flesh. There you are. Page 2 of handwritten notes. Date, November 12th. Average temperature 70 degrees Fahrenheit, humidity 40%, increased humidity. Water last night at close of shift. Soil still damp this morning despite low humidity. Lighting, adjusted shades on the east side to reduce light exposure for shade-loving plants. Pest and disease check, all clear, no signs of leaf spots or pests. Fertilizer, as per instructions, I have not fertilized the ferns in months, yet they grow faster and stronger than any ferns I've ever seen. Thank you for the self-care, Game Bite. No.
I recognize that sound.
The unbirthed.
Oh, shit. It almost just decided to drop me off the top. Other ones noticed me, that's fine. Seriously? Wait, he didn't notice me? Oh, he's about to. Whew. There we go. Unbirthed, these are basically shovel heads. They are bot soldiers that they essentially just clubbed over the head, buried, and then kind of just let them starve. Oh, Jesus.
Well, this is not good. Unbirthed? This means the least player.
God damn it.
Better be okay.
I think this could be worse than it seems. I don't like Zell, but we do have a shitload.
More blood. Reckon someone's gone for a walk with our girl. There must be a way through somewhere.
Okay, it was just that one. Damn it. Of course. And there's something else over there. Cool. God damn it! Oh, okay, we got the cultist in.
I shall fight my master.
You know what? Die.
What's happening? Close. Medium. Join me.
The celerity.
The fight is heated. I strike.
Where did you go? Oh, there you are.
How slow.
Bitch. Give me your shit.
The weak have been culled.
Yeah.
Damn you! We have so much more to give each other.
Sure. Wait, what is... Something up there? Sneaky. Smash.
You have to do better than that. Come here.
Okay, what is it tracking? Get up, fire. Oh my god. Oh. Of course. Okay.
Whatever the Caterpillar throws at us, we'll be ready.
Why can't I?
So, let's go. Return to look. Okay, if you say so.
Okay. Thank you for the sneak. And the record. Okay.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
Okay. Okay.
Sabat, and they're not here for a picnic. What has Sophia gotten herself into?
Ah. Copy of Botany Quarterly magazine. Bookmark on a double-edged page about a conservatory. Standing in Seattle, the conservatory turns competitors green with envy. Referred to as nightclubs? Wait, what? Okay. Volunteer Park Conservatory is setting a new standard in a botanical world with a breathtaking collection of rare and vibrant plants that captivate enthusiasts and experts alike. This green oasis has cultivated an extraordinary array of species, some of which are seldom seen outside of their native habitats. Ah, son of a bitch. Something above me? Oh no, it's through the wall. Somewhere? Y'all have snipers now? Seriously? Oh god, she turned invisible.
Barely a whimper.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, big dude. Hi, other big dudes.
Battle sinks.
On me!
The fight is here.
Oh, wait, what the hell? Wait, did he just swap? That does not make a lick of sense. Alright, come on. Seriously? Alright, there we go. Stop fucking shooting me.
I want more. Walk here. Come here. Stand here.
Still fighting back? Wait, why do you still have full health? Stupid.
This end is here.
Why are y'all both back at full health?
Will is
Not resist.
Wait, did I beckon him by accident?
I'll hunt you down.
Oh, hey. Oh, here you are, bud. This game for sure. I'm enjoying this. Yeah, with beckon being such a low, like, pip requirements. It's certainly interesting. I don't know if I want... Oh, wait. Wait. You. No, not you. Not you. Oh, it's a head. Oh, there it is. Thank you. Oh. Oh, you. Okay. Any more? Doesn't seem like it. No? Hmm. No? Oh, okay, we're about to have the ad break. Aren't we? Right? I think so. Okay, yeah, perfect timing. All right, we'll take a brief break. I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere. But this does give me time to check a bunch of stuff. And why I have so many messages? Okay. The heck is this? Okay. Chat, how are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? What shenanigans are you doing? Have you burned anything down? Actually, hold on. I'm going to take this time to go refill my water. It is empty. And I'll be back in a minute. Okay. What'd I miss? What'd I miss? Is Sunstar carrying again? It looks like Sunstar's carrying again. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Double Keck. Cry Wave. Cry Wave Gang. D1. G1. Huh? H1. D1. H1. I'm trying. It's hard. Listen, you're doing the best you can, okay? So double globe, double fire. Ooh. Yeah, double globe into double fire. Oh, I found it. J? J5. No, it's not J5. Shit, it was the one before it. That's fine. That's fine. We still finished the level. All right. Let's get back to whatever this hellscape is going to turn into and wherever the fuck we need to go. Hello? What was the section back here? Is this a door? Okay. Again, the fact that this place has also had the like
Just how big is this place?
foot discovered. means that somebody's been cultivating this place. Character creator any good? No, you get 2 characters. But you get some pretty cool clothes. Where'd this gun come from? Ooh, that's ominous. Hello? Oh, there's something on the other side. Just feeling done, relaxing a little in the hoodie for the first time this season. Ooh. Hello? Oh. Oh no. Good dumplings. The guy running the place said, "It's cold outside. Have this," and gave me a bowl of egg drop soup. It was very kind. Aww. Cypher, you this character, but you like to choose some characters. So yeah, I'm totally fine with that. It's not, I mean, they did literally the same thing in Bloodlines 1, so I don't know why people are complaining about the fucking character creator of this game. Hey guys, here's 6 clans. No, you don't get to design your character in any way outside of the 4 predetermined outfits.
They took her this way. Oh shit, fire. This is serious.
What is it? I think it's in that room. Okay. I don't want to go in here. Of course. Notes from St. Paul's Mission Hospital. A piece of paper with printed letterheads from St. Paul's Mission Hospital. It bears a message, is barely. As promised, O positive 9 liters, O negative 5 liters, A positive 4.5 liters, A negative 3 liters, B positive 0.5 liters, B negative 0.5 liters. But I'm B positive. See, we got to get them some AB, but it'll cost you extra. Come find me to discuss. Blueprints? Weren't some of these? That's Fabian. Benny. Campbell. Willem. Isabella. Sprawling pinboard depicts members of the Seattle Camarilla. The photographs of Campbell, Benny, Isabella, Willem have been crossed out. Tully, Ryong, and Lou's photos are unmarred. There's no picture of Katsumi or of Sophia.
The entire corp, by the looks of it. A selection of targets. No sign of Katsumi and no Sophia. Too unimportant, perhaps? Hopefully a good sign.
Wait. There. Discovered beneath the voluntary conservative. Small note with ragged edges. AJ. Aubrey? Real rowdy assholes down at the station, and I'm sick of the sight of them. I reckon tonight I might just fall asleep at my desk around 1 a.m.-ish and leave the keys next to the coffee pot. You do not get to start pulling ghost shit on me now. What the fuck? Who's running the conservatory? There's one. You know what? I do not feel like fighting y'all. Please and thank you. I also accidentally used a fortitude potion, which kind of sucks. You were making the unbirths here. Oh, hey. Here, let's grab one of the more expensive stuff. Or... listen, mass manipulation is just way too good, dude. Even then, I don't want to give up Terminal Decree. We'll just hoard points. Has the power of fucking no. There's more. Jesus. This is good fucking setting, dude.
Fire?
What is this place?
Nowhere that's good.
Speakers? Yeah, those are speakers. A rabbit? A hospital lamp? A ball? Nothing in there. A small notebook. It appears to be many years old, judging by the yellowing of the pages and fading of the ink. The last page reads, "Good evening, and mass manipulation is a good ability." Yeah. Subject 7 was interred in the test area and exposed to bovine blood. After 24 hours, minimal activity was observed. The subject exhibited only minor twitching in the extremities, suggesting limited reanimation potential. Subject 8 was introduced to avian blood. Despite the smaller volume of blood, slight muscle contractions were noted. However, full reanimation did not occur. Subject 9 received lupine blood. Within 12 hours, they had significant increase in subject activity, including partial reanimation of the upper limbs and head movement. This outcome suggests a stronger reanimation effect compared to the other animal sources tested. However, the result was short-lived. What door is that? I have to go down there, don't I? They're gonna make me go down there. But hold on, there's something else. Oh yeah, I definitely have to go down there.
I know this place.
You've been here?
I was brought here, I think. Before I woke. I do not know how many times. I remember.
Half-empty bottle with a label that reads, Subject 32. The bottle is half emptied, but it's clearly room temperature mortal blood. It's unclear where the rest of it is gone, but there's a line along the rim that shows this was also once almost entirely full. Ugh. Okay, Boosher, what the fuck? Boosh! What the shit?
What you fear?
Boosh, thank you for the 10 community subs. Holy shit. Thank you so much. Hey, Dayglow Panda got one. Boosh! How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? You just got off work? It is Wednesday. No, it's much later over there. It's like 10 o'clock over there.
Fire, what do you remember?
Pain.
You were tortured?
They asked no questions, and I gave no answers. I was still in torpor, and yet I remember the sound.
These are
Wheels
the...
beneath me.
Oh no.
Then I would burn. I could not scream. This was where it happened.
I'm putting off cooking dinner. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm having a great time. A little terrifying time. Cover much of the text. The smell of the paper is a match for the smell of the inside of the crate where the Nomad awoke and met Fabian for the first time. Historical records are most extraordinary. Identification of the Nomad assumes a voyage from somewhere to Cairo. A difficult journey for any of us, but they are known for their extensive travels. Their features match drawings from Sofia in 1734. I envy that you will speak them, but I fear the consequences of their awakening. It has a postage mark from Damascus.
Where I was marked.
Shipping notice, partially torn, leaving only the left-hand column still eligible. Priority mail from Al Marn Gifts, Damascus, Syria. Shipped to Artemisia Worldwide, Seattle, Washington, USA. Semi-valuable antiques. Son of a bitch. Smells of antiseptic disinfectant with an undertone of latex. A minor whiff of burned flesh is also present. Kindred flesh. In the lower left corner, there are 3 distinct slashes, as though the person who pinned this was holding the paper down with a clawed hand while they wrote. The lettering is purposeful. The message is plain. Congratulations, you found an elder. As the nights grow longer, there are fewer and fewer of us around, and from what I can tell, you've discovered none other than the legendary Nomad. I've never had the pleasure, personally, but if this is the Nomad, a word of warning. This event that you're planning to put the Nomad into the middle of it is foolish in the extreme. Elders and antediluvians are not playthings that you trifle with. They're a plan for our existence. There is a plan for our existence, and some younglings messing around with things they do not understand will only cause more pain for us all. You may claim that this is all about serving Kane's will, but mark my words, if the Nomad really is part of Kane's grand designs, then you should make damn sure that whatever you do in Seattle furthers his plan, not your own. You may claim that this... Oh, no. Okay, no, hold on, I read that. Oh, shit. Wait, where was it? This one? From one notice to another, be careful, or don't. I don't like you're going to listen to anything I say anyway. Beckett! But if you do wake the Nomad and you live through it, I appreciate some time with them. It's not often that you get a decent conversation with someone who has more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Pass my regards to other reawakened acquaintance. I understand your motivation, and in truth, I find it laudable. I merely question your methods, with sincere hope that you pay attention when someone gives you good advice. C. Beckett, Esquire. Beckett warned whoever this is. Well, Beckett. Oh, hello. Shit. Research notes, Duskborn. Duskborn? Thinbloods? Yeah, TB. I'm pretty sure that's supposed to be Thinbloods. Investigated cognitive mimetic abilities post-diablery among Duskborns. Uh-oh. Day 446. Subject TB-17 and TB-19 were isolated from one another and independently presented with a series of flashcards designed to assess baseline memory retention. Day 448. 17 and 19 are reunited for the first time and compelled to engage in a diablery deathmatch. Outcome: 17 emerged as the victor. Day 451. Subject TB-17 was tested on a flashcard sequence originally presented to TB-19. TB-17 successfully identified the cards previously shown to TB-19, indicating potential transference and retention of cognitive data through diablery. Further analysis is required, but these findings are promising. They did this intentionally. Okay. A used notebook. The last few pages are soaked in old mortal blood as though dropped into a puddle, rendering them ineligible. An earlier page reads, subject were selected based on diverse criteria: age, health, emotional state, and genetic markers. Blood was drawn under controlled conditions with special attention given to those displaying heightened stress responses, believed to infuse the blood with higher adrenaline and potentially more volatile energy. Preliminary tests confirmed that blood with elevated stress markers exhibits an intriguing luminescence under certain frequencies of ultraviolet light. Potential for energy harvesting noted.
They have no idea what's in store.
Fuck your Steam meant to scare me. There's more. What are in these vats? Okay. God, I'm starting to get anxiety. Extremely old book with no titles. It immediately falls open as a page stained with small red flecks that smell of kindred vitae. It reads that each among us offer a blood of vitae into the same. This is the Valdery ritual. As we partake, our spirits entwine, drawing us even closer to the eternal unity. Bound by the sacred bond, we shall stand unwavering, loyal, and true. From this moment forth, we are brothers in the holy vinculum, forever entwined in fate and purpose. Yeah. So we're either about to find the rest of the pack or whoever leads the pack, because that is a Sabbat priest book. That is a big room.
Was right. She did find a clue to your mark.
It seems so.
That is a big room. If I've ever seen a boss arena. I can't crouch. Oh, hey. Oh, they wouldn't let me pull those potions there. Oh, come on. Oh, hello. Give me your shit. Grenades? Oh, you still live through that? Why are y'all not taking damage? Bitch. Oh, what the fuck? No, I'll give you my potions. Where's the other one? It went all the way up with the elevator, didn't it? Is that all that's in here? Okay, that's bubbling. For a second, I thought it would look like lava. What are they? Oh, there is something. Oh, hi, guys. That's why the elevator went back up. Afternoon, guys. No! That's mine. bitch. Now what is... Oh, it's a potion. Okay. Oh, wait. Did it come back down with the potion on top? Oh, it did. Yeah. There we go. Well then, I am not exactly thrilled about this. I don't trust the long corridors. That was a really big and cool room for it not to be a boss fight room and just be like 2 waves of enemies. Are these rollers? Barn doors. Very crude concrete. Again, how do you make something like this? Oh. Oh no. Hold on. Oh, I can't even show y'all the map. I was gonna say, this is next door to Weaver Tower. Good cutscene. Oh, what the? Uh-oh. No, she's in torpor.
Sophia.
That's the first time we've gotten a visualization of torpor. She's more than 100 years old. She would have turned to ash.
I brought her here.
Did I? She was the one who wanted to come here.
How did this happen?
I was too late? Or she did it for my sake. 2 or 3. 2 or 3. What are we thinking? Self-blame? Or the other version of self-blame? 2? 3? 2? 2 2s, 1 3? All right, this is also gonna be your lurk checks. This is for everybody to come out and say something. Lurk check. 1. You want to blame her? I'm not gonna blame her. Bork. I was too late.
By the time I knew where she was, it was already too late. I could not save her. Make no mistake, this was the work of the Sabbat.
I see. I need a moment. Thank you, Fire. You may go.
Is that our beloved sheriff? I hope you haven't come to bring down the mood.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
She's out of the fucking house! Everybody panic! Welcome, I guess?
Lou Graham returned at last.
And it's in part thanks to you.
Eat pants.
Why are you here?
This court is failing. What it needs is experience.
Are you about to try and pull praxis from your own child?
We have agreed. I am
Who's
resuming
we?
my duties as prince. We'll soon sort out our troubles.
I am not about to welcome her back. Usurp your child or no patience for politics? 3? Settle it with yourselves. I'm just doing a job. 2, 3? Three. Okay.
I have no patience for politics. We should act.
Of course, my dear. Just as a sheriff should. But did I hear that right? Our dearest little Sophia, savaged by Sabbat cultists. Tragic. Oh, tragic.
Do we be selfish? I kind of want to be selfish. Or do we be pragmatic and just say that, like, it's the court? Everybody here needs her. Selfish? 2. Okay.
She was valuable to me.
Really? Valuable. Such a loaded word.
Oh, what? Are you gonna have Miss Thorne do stuff for you?
She was Tremere, after all.
Okay, go ahead. Have no Tremere in your domain. See how well that goes.
I destroyed those that I found, but there are still more. The Sabbat must have a leader.
You needn't look very far. After all, who were the first Sabbat, if not Anarchs?
That is not even close to true.
Aren't all child. The Anarchs are nothing but the Sabbat in a new skin.
That's a perversion of history. Yes, it is.
That is a perversion of history. The Sabbat started as one thing, but it is a corrupted mockery of what it once was.
That is also correct.
I should know.
Well, precisely. The root of this is Campbell's weakness. He let that filthy Bruja Katsumi build a power base. She has drawn in the weak-blooded.
She actually looks panicked. That's actually kind of impressive.
Deep into the bowels of this city. She canoodles with nameless sponsors and works with alchemy and perversion. She leads your Sabbat. Her Anarchs must be exterminated.
No.
Foolish child. You can no longer claim praxis.
Why not?
You will not contradict me.
No. I will not.
I'm a killer.
I will not contradict you.
God damn her for a spider.
That's better. Now, as sheriff, you, Fire, will take ownership of destroying the Anarchs.
No!
You can't do this, Fire. This is Lou and her ego. This is no way to close a case.
No!
As sheriff, I will do no such thing.
Oh, I think you will. Unless, of course... Oh, here's an idea. You have one night, to bring me the head of the snake.
What the fuck could you possibly trade me?
Katsumi. The rest can be cleaned up. If you can't deliver, I will announce an immediate blood hunt on every Anarch in this city.
You're fucking pathetic. No.
I will not be party to this.
Inaction is action, dear. If you don't comply, your precious Anarchs... Well... You have your orders. Once you're done, we'll see about finding a new sheriff. One who walks to heal. Run along now.
This is bad. This is very bad.
Not now. Outside.
Well, we might as well pick an ability just to have it. Ooh. We'll just grab Unseen Aura. That's fine. Tully had nothing to say in that conversation. Actually, hold on.
Fire, you should at least talk to her. There might be another angle.
Wait. Oh, okay. That's because we finished the cleanup thing.
I know it's a lot losing Sophia, but just bring Katsumi's head or a blood hunt on every Anarch? She would have hated this.
You have a solution?
No, not yet at least.
We're gonna go do all of the other side missions.
Around this.
Yes, we've met the hunters. We turned the head boss of the hunter into our child. And essentially Tully apparently went and killed her. Come on, Tully. Come and meet me somewhere, dude. Yeah, we turned him into... So we'll go give Fletcher this stuff. I think we're only going to get experience out of it, honestly. I don't think we're going to get much else. That's the thing is, I don't know. Supposedly, Ryong sent him to kill her. But we don't know if he actually did. I think we just live under the assumption that he did. Is she killed by someone else in yours? Because there were the options, like the prince could do it, we could do it. We refused to do it. Oh, she absolutely does. The thing is, I wonder if there's a way to actually get everyone killed. Oh, this is the back door. We can't go in down here? Okay, we can. Fletcher.
Benny, Isabella, Willem, now Sophia. Unhappy endings do seem to follow you around, don't they?
You wanted me to remove the Anarch graffiti.
You can weaponize her against Lou. I decided we weren't going to do that. We were just going to send her out of town to get the IAO out of town. That's what our goal was.
Modicum of taste. Between ourselves and the piano, one does not want one's paint mixed by thin blood alchemists. That lifts a load of unwanted environmental fallout, old sport. It really does.
Agent Bitch exhibit? Listen. Yeah, she's kind of become insufferable. I suppose that's what you get when... Again, I want her to try and dominate it and it to not work. All right, Reggie's side. Wait, Reggie is in... Fabian's buddy, Reggie? She is a good character. She's a very good character. Thing is, though, is I have a sneaking suspicion that this isn't as close to over as we think it is.
Loss on your watch, huh?
Is there trouble I can deal with?
Looks like it. Seems upstairs has a problem with a dropout in Pioneer Square.
Does it count as the camera loss if I'm the one that put down two of them?
Reggie? What?
The city won't miss him.
I will consider it. Do you trust me yet?
You want the honest answer? Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Whether you like it or not, we are allies. We work for the same side, the same prince.
I suppose you're doing a lot for the Camarilla. I'll concede that maybe the enemy of my enemy is my acquaintance.
What is it you hope to achieve here?
We all know La Sombra are ambitious, right? I just think there's room for working with the Ventru, not against them. Lou might not be prince anymore, and she might not be at her best right now.
Yes, we did smash
but
Onda.
she has a different kind of power. And you can bet your ass I'll keep that power safe.
No.
From threats both outside and inside the camarilla.
What are your fears?
Gosh. Spiders and tight spaces.
You are joking.
No shit, Sheriff. Look, I don't know what your angle is here, but I'm not fucking scared of anything. The monster under the bed is me.
Have a good night.
Okay. Yeah, she's still here for some reason. All right, Reggie. Can we talk to him maybe? I'm hoping we can talk to Reggie. And we're not gonna have to like chase him down or something. She's scared of God? Maybe. I mean, she killed a priest. So how scared of God could she be? How scared could she be really? Oh shit, this is the dead end, isn't it? Oh. Reggie. Uh-oh.
Huh. Reggie's not at his usual spot. Let's track him down.
What the hell?
I'll work up the courage to tell her how I really feel.
Wait. You went inside our... He's up there. No. He's in the apartment. Why is he in the apartment? Hey, buddy.
Oh, shit.
You are Fabian's friend.
Who are you here to kill me?
No, Reggie.
Why are you here?
The detective, he said to come here if there was trouble, but they say he's dead.
He was close to me. Now tell me what is going on.
The others, all gone, dead. All Mr. Fabian's helpers.
What?
Marigold, Guru, Carla, bodies in alleys.
Oh?
Bodies in alleys. Guru said, he said, Fabian left insurance against Lou Graham.
What did you leave, Fabian?
Heck if I know. Memory is Swiss cheese, remember? But don't talk to me, you look crazy. Are you gonna kill me?
Yeah, this is...
Rather you didn't.
Run, Reggie. Take a coach. Find a different city.
A coach.
I will. I'll go right now.
Thank you.
What is this insurance?
Poor Reggie. I hope he makes it out okay. Thanks, Nomad. I owe you.
Anything for you, Fabian. We're in this together, dude. If you get to ride around in my head for the rest of eternity, I am pretty fucking okay with it. I wonder if Tully's still following us, though. Because it's evident that Tully's apparently following us the entire time. But... I skipped the side quest by the last night. I ain't waiting. I'm doing all the side quests. Especially now that it seems like there may be adjustments to the end game. Thank you, Raccoon. I'm glad y'all are enjoying me playing this game. I've been having a really good time with it. No, you can't. The thing is it's basically insinuated because, like, in the case that Ryong seems to always know what we did, insinuates that Tully's always following us. Or if you break the masquerade completely, it's very obviously Tully that stakes you. All right, Onda. If I find out that you're also snooping on me, I'm gonna fucking kill you.
It's kind of hard to think of you as a legendary nomad. Now I've seen you in a more vulnerable position.
I will still kick your ass to the fucking sun. I don't want to lie to her.
He was no threat.
Uh-huh. It's not always about fists, nomad. Lou will have our teeth for this.
I do not work for Lou Graham.
God damn it, I do! And you've made this my problem.
And yet, not mine.
Was intimidated? Good.
Pleasure as always, Onda.
Good. Alright. What's next? Hole in the wall? No. Wake. Okay. Because I have a sneaking suspicion that finishing all of these quest chains may actually end up giving us different materials. Either we can present to Katsumi or to confront Lou after this. I don't know for sure, but I feel like they're all going to be useful in some way. There's no way they would all just be completely tedious. No. Onda is the... Typically, if you're not playing the Sombras, he's the Sombra trainer.
Sophia's loss is a terrible blow to us all. But do take heart, my dear.
Thing is, I don't think she was dead.
In due time, you'll find out who is responsible and rip their shit-eating mouths right off.
She's over 100 years old. She wouldn't just be.
You have something for me to do?
Now, be careful with this one. A delicate package to Westlake Memorial Hall.
Swan.
To a Mr. Swan. Treat this one with respect.
Are you sending an urn?
Done. Be well, Mrs. Thorne.
A packed schedule. Okay. Ginger Swan? No. That's up to you, Vale. That is up to you. If you want to head to bed, go ahead. But the people that came home early went out to dinner earlier, so I'm still streaming as much as I can. As much as I can. Which we're also probably like 10 minutes away from the next ad break. And I gotta pee again. What are you? Oswald's. No, we've done the blood sexy time with Mrs. Thorne. Knock, knock.
You are Mr. Swan?
I am. And this compact is fulfilled, and the binding complete. The tapestry remembers.
Tapestry?
May your luck serve you well, Slayer of Cairo.
The door's gone!
Well, that was weird. Guess we should go see Mrs. T.
Was that a mage? Ministry. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it is. We do know that we apparently did something in Cairo. It's mentioned a couple times in the books that we find about ourselves. Why am I seeing like red reflection? Is that my own reflection or is that lights? Oh, that's lights. No. The ministry is in the Setites. Followers of Set, if you will. No, we do. Well, actually, maybe not. As La Sombra, it kind of depends. Usually it's technology is their thing.
I confess, I'm starting to enjoy our conversations. Somewhat.
Your package
The
is
second coming of
safe
Vlad the
with Mr.
Impaler.
Swan.
Listen.
And he gave you no trouble?
Correct.
He provoked questions, but not trouble as such.
Smashing. See what a little word here and a little gift there will achieve.
And what has been achieved?
That is between myself and my clan, such as it is. But I do thank you for your help. Try this fine blend.
She's always just giving us like massive amounts of resonance. Hold on.
Tell me about your research.
What would you like to know?
Your personal projects.
What are your personal areas of interest?
Well, if you're asking, I had this insightful tome on thaumaturgy and alternative uses of Baal's caress.
Baal's
Imagine,
caress?
if you will, the possibilities of poisonous spittle.
Oh,
and a whole book
okay.
of stamps. Delightful, isn't it?
Why did you choose to become
We've
a
asked
magistrate?
these.
You
I know
never
we have.
hanker for a title, Nomad? For people to pay you proper fundamentally. It is a respect, is it?
Okay, yeah.
Tell me about your embrace.
No, it was a long time coming, I tell you. Your
Must be
mortal body
Cuban
never
coffee.
truly aged,
Listen.
did it, dear? So you don't know the frustration of a body that withers whilst your mind has so much more to do. I used certain techniques to extend my life. It was a long and arduous endeavor, committing unspeakable acts to claw back a few meager months.
What did you
I was never
do?
entirely successful, but I got close enough to impress my would-be sire.
Huh.
How do you really feel about the Seattle court?
That is a dangerous question. Why do you ask?
I trust your opinion.
You are older and wiser than most, and I trust your opinion.
In truth, just between you and I, my dear, I confess I rather fear them. I may be powerful in my own way, but this court is chaotic.
5 kinds of
And that
fucked up,
your order
correct.
is upset, and so am I.
What are your hopes?
What are your hopes?
For myself? Oh, not much. I don't thirst for political power. Just keep my little shop, expand my little library, acquire enough esoteric knowledge to expand my powers beyond the ken of the mightiest eldritch horrors. Perhaps purchase a small summer house.
What are your fears?
What are your fears?
I don't fear much, except the downfall of my clan. The other clans used to shun my kind. We were deemed unnatural.
I'll take 8.
Before
It looks
my
like we can
time,
say
of
something
course,
that like she
but
would
the
make a fine
historical
prince,
tomes are
which
full
I
of
don't know what
dark
that exactly
accounts.
would entail.
Amarilla, the masquerade, holding our place in kindred society. This is what keeps us safe. We must make sure we do not repeat the mistakes of the past.
Do I? Do I say it? We'll see.
Were things different, you would make a fine prince, Mrs. Thorne.
Just what do you think all this has been about? Let me ask you, my dear. If there were a gap at the top of the hierarchy of this city, would I have your support?
I would support you. There is much you could do for the stability of this city.
This city needs order and proper behavior. Values that Lou Graham and her progeny cannot seem to grasp.
Okay.
You have a pleasant night.
Okay. I don't know if that's gonna have a thread going forward, but I do like that. All right, Nico. What do you got for me, big man? Because we've got a lot of stuff. I think that was the level up sound, but I don't know for sure.
My friend, I give you my sympathies. I know you and Sophia were allies.
Is there someone who needs my attention?
I do have something.
Okay.
This is Sam's crucifix. She pawned it in grief after her actions led directly to the death of one of her colleagues. That is what happens when one takes a payoff.
I have the scent. Be well.
Okay. I don't think I understand on this one. Wait. Is that... Oh, it's a gas tank. Yoink. Sometimes the paths for some of these things make no sense. Like, nobody's been through this warehouse ground since we came here at the beginning of the game. Oh, hi guys. I was not paying attention. Wait, what? Wait, those are cultists. What the fuck? Why are there cultists literally behind the police station? No one's here. Hi, buddy. Oh, I don't have... You know what? Fuck it. Ow. Suppose that explains that. Huh. Hi, Sam.
You are Sam.
Who the hell are you?
This is another one of Fabian's friends.
Oh, no. Samantha Jones? Jonesy.
What happened
What
here?
has happened here?
Hell if I know. It's a fucking disaster movie. I was off shift, and first thing I know, Apocalypse cultists were breaking up the place.
You killed a colleague.
What the fuck? It was a mistake. It's not my fault Wheeler died.
Wheeler?
Wait, Wheeler was the one that was asking for the bet money, wasn't he?
A bribe, and it cost him his life.
How do you... What right have you to say that to me, whoever you are?
Admit to your action and you might live.
It wasn't just me. We all turned a blind eye to that place. Junkies, dealers. He paid us off to ignore the trade.
Who paid you off?
They never said. But I figured it out. The futures trader, J.J. Campbell.
There is no more time.
Fire, if she got Wheeler killed, you know, everyone makes mistakes, and it was Campbell, but... I just don't know.
I don't know either. What do we do? Do we stick with what we've been doing for Nico this whole time, or... She did take a bribe. I think she goes down. I think she goes down. She took a bribe from Campbell and was willing to let a coworker die.
You have transgressed, Samantha. You must answer for it.
Well, guess we better get back and let Nico know what happened with Jonesy.
Well then. Wait, what is this? Oh, it's his office. Nothing special in here now? Damn it. Damn it. Oh, that's where we came in. Are there now cops upstairs? Hello? Oh no, there's people waiting in the lobby. Wasn't there something here that somebody was trying to tell me about before? I guess not. I guess not. Pizza, anyone? Okay, we're also about to have the ad break, and I really gotta pee. All right, let me at least get outside. Okay. We will be back in just a minute, and I need to run to the bathroom, so I'm gonna give you all the music and the game again. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. You just had a perfect score. Y'all better not fuck this one up. Otherwise, I'm gonna remove your neck. Have fun, kids. Don't fuck it up. And no one else is playing besides Sunstar? What the fuck are y'all doing? Hello? If vampires try to pee, they pee blood? I don't know. I mean, when they cry, that happens, but I don't know about peeing. I don't know if they can even try to pee as one of the bodily functions they can force because they don't have any waste. You're supposed to be playing the game! Now Sunstar's gonna lose alone. I can't believe y'all left Sunstar. Y'all left Sunstar to lose the game alone. Sunstar can't carry you every time, chat. You've got to stand on your own merits. Disgusting. Disgusting, every one of you. Every one of you. Yeah, music stop. Every one of you. Let me guess, y'all were all the type of students that would let the smart kid in the class answer all the questions because you didn't know the answer. Can't play much? How could you be? I'm kidding, that's fine. Hopefully work isn't too busy. Hopefully work isn't too busy. All right. That's right, we're going back to Nico. No, Nico. Breaking Nico. Oh, I still have the game open. Don't worry about it. I saw it. I caught it. Nobody needs to say anything. I just looked over. I was like, oh, wait, I'm an idiot. I thought I turned it off. I think I just misclicked. I think I only clicked on the thing rather than the little visibility eye. All right, Nico. Extremely relaxing. Well, thank you, Dreadling. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Sunshine
Is there a lot of
storm.
other people playing it not in English?
Officer Samantha Jones is dead then. Some would say she escapes guilt through death. The penance might have been more appropriate. But you and I know it is simpler to cut through the knot than waste strength entangling it. Anyway,
See how things go
the
later?
times
Well,
have
that's at least
become
good.
most complex, and I think you have other matters on your mind right now, Nomad.
You don't have anything else to say to me? Alright, let's go talk to Patience. Wait, can you give me another potion? Yoink.
Nico's being a total buzzkill tonight. Apparently some court hottie he liked got slain.
Why did you join the Camarilla?
I didn't join anyone.
Through it, just enjoy the gameplay? Hell yeah, Dreadling.
They were running
I
the
do
show.
yap a lot, so I do
Membership comes as
apologize.
standard.
You have never considered other options?
I couldn't give a flying fuck on fire about political bullshit. Princes, anarchs, none of it is real.
I agree.
Were you an artist in your mortal life?
Oh yeah. My veins have always run with more paint.
Thank you for the folly, Dreadling.
Even
Folly,
then, I lean more
follow,
into
Dreadling.
culture than culture.
Folly, you have fallen
other
into the
Toreador
worst
don't
pit of
get it.
despair you could possibly
Who cares what the
find.
vapid bitches like Isabella think?
Agreed.
Tell me more about your creative process.
Waddler
You work
asks now in
with
case I'm
found
too busy
objects.
with work.
Yeah.
Which-
I've always used whatever's on the street, but this shop's a
Which
gold
lore?
mine.
What are you talking about?
You ask Nico, he knows the backstory. of
Was
every
the when you
single
tried to
thing
post
there.
Lou Graham?
Who it belonged to, where they got it, why they gave
Were you
it
the one
up.
that tried to post Lou Graham? I thought that was somebody else for some
Don't you
reason.
think?
I want
Embrace.
to learn more about you. Will you tell me of your embrace?
That's a boring story. She sucked, it sucked, I survived.
And your sire?
Lost interest in me pretty quickly.
Hmm.
Much like I'm losing interest in this conversation.
Tell me more
Nico.
about Nico. What is your relationship to him?
Why? You interested
Yeah,
in
if you want to
the
shoot it to me, go ahead.
Get to know him yourself then. I don't gossip. All I'll say is
I'm still pretty sure
he
you're a
lets me
child,
sift through
though.
his little treasure trove, and I make sure no one touches his stuff.
You talk
goes
like a
out on his little
teenager.
errands.
He's honest.
He is certainly a man who respects the truth.
I think that's why I like him so much, you know? We're both people of conviction.
Okay.
How do you feel about the court? The prince?
I don't pay much attention to any of them.
Your
You have
independence.
an independent spirit.
I guess so. I never felt much need to fit in. Only dead fish follow the stream, you know?
What will you do when your work is finished?
Good question. Who knows? Once you've made your greatest possible masterpiece, what's the point in carrying on? Maybe I'll just walk into the sun. Think I gotta grab some more paint before this thing dries.
Do you think
Okay.
you'll
Wait,
gain
there's no paint
acclaim
on that
and
thing.
Recognition
when your piece is complete?
What are you
Oh,
going to
sweetie,
paint?
No one ever cares about your art until after you die. And I never died. I just turned into something else. So why bother trying to impress?
Yeah, that actually kind of sounds like the
I
Toreador.
create for me and me alone.
I
Okay.
look forward to talking again.
A shepherd's dream, a killer's blades, a victim's bones.
What is this?
You must learn.
Let me give you some advice, fletchling. You are young.
It's Rosalind's skull?
Oh, shit. I know that voice.
For your sire's sake, and to ensure your own survival. Do you understand?
Rosalind. The skull. It's Rosalind. Well, I don't know what to make of that. Wow. She always was a piece of work.
I've been thinking all night about ways to use this wristwatch I got from the shop.
I will let you get back to your work.
I don't know what to do with that information, but that feels like crucial information. Hotel. Okay. And I think the only thing we have left is going to Kasumi. Okay. Every night was the same crowd?
Right.
Oh no, I did it because I figured that felt like there was gonna be a payoff at the end, in some degree. And I will almost certainly do all of them again.
Tali.
What did you do?
Well, if it ain't my favorite mother clucker.
Playing both sides, handsome?
You are closer to Katsumi than I thought.
You know me. I like to spread it around. Listen, you rascally relic, you. Real talk for a moment. I dig you. I think you're solid. I really do. Even if you play kiss-kiss in the back alleys with the IAO. You don't have your head up your ass like some others I could name.
Oh my god, can we sign with Tully?
This bone dry, and I'm kind of worried it'll burn. Again. You gonna put down roots here? We could use you.
We'll go with I don't know,
I will
Tully.
see this mark removed. That is all I am focused on for now.
Sure. Guess committing to our relationship isn't part of your legend, right, Nomad? So this shakedown Ryong's calling for.
I don't know. I don't know. Keep the peace, decide for yourself. Keep the peace sounds like a pansy answer. I kind of want to go decide for myself. Yeah, correct. Decide for myself.
When I work out who Katsumi conspires with, I will decide their fate.
Sure, sure. Just use your skull instead of going in fists first. Listen, I am definitely not going to give you Katsumi's address, right? She is definitely not in the jungle right now. And you should definitely not go and see her and figure out what the heck is going on. And who she's off frolicking with when she thinks no one's looking. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more.
Tully, you're the best, dude. Maybe I won't kill you. Maybe you're the only one that gets to live. The jungle? Where's the jungle?
So, Katsumi is in this jungle?
Across the fucking street?
Home to the homeless. You'll see.
That looks more like it's in the back alley. Hold on. Ooh.
Drink. Whatever you can spare, please.
This looks like it's gonna be another dungeon. Cool. Great. Kasumi, please tell me I'm not gonna have to fucking beat the shit out of you like I should have at the beginning of the game. If I go in here and there are cultists, I'm going to strangle her until her neck snaps.
If Lou gets her blood hunt, everyone here is forfeit. Kindred and mortals alike. Perhaps that's why Tali cooperated. Unless... Hold the phone. We never did pin down...
The phone? That looks interesting. Okay, yeah, it's a homeless shelter. This at one point was actually part of the gameplay demo for the original build of this game. Also, hold on a second. Okay. Loitering in the area is strictly prohibited. You're hereby ordered to vacate the premises immediately. Failure to comply will result in immediate arrest. Eat pants, my dude. Yeah, the first gameplay they ever showed for Bloodlines 2, that was from the original Hardsuit Labs build, actually had you go meet a Nosferatu in a homeless camp under a bridge. Speak of the devil. Oh. It's over there. Oh, I can't go that way. Come on, guys, let me through.
Katsumi must be here. Keep looking. We gotta find her.
Hey, Nomad? That you?
Fuck off, Max. I'm trying to go look at other things. Alright, never mind. I gotta go talk to him. What up, dude? Damn it.
Fire. It's all gone to shit. You're here to help, right?
You're in danger.
Lu controls the court. They will not stop with Katsumi. They will come for you. They will destroy everyone who has supported her.
Yeah, no shit. But what are we supposed to do? This is insane. Katsumi doesn't want anyone else to get hurt. She told us to go to ground. We both know she's not gonna come out of this in one piece.
The court knows that she is working with someone. Do you know what she has been planning?
Hey,
I'm pretty sure it's
she's
the
dealing with
IAO.
the here and now, like not being chopped up for walking down the street. You might have time for plans, but Anarchs and Thin Bloods don't get that luxury.
Do you think she's the bot? He's not gonna like that.
You have spent more time with her than me. Do you believe she is Sabat?
Honestly, I didn't even hear the word until yesterday.
How have you
But
existed
is
for
Katsumi a
30
traitor to
years
Seattle?
at least
Absolutely fucking not.
and have
The only
not
thing
heard
she
this
wants
Sabat?
is to live in peace without worrying that the court's gonna
He
fuck us
he
all
was alive in the
Court's just tearing up
90s
the
when there was
masquerade.
essentially an
That
entire
doesn't help us at all.
countrywide war.
We have little time. You know where she is. Tell me.
No, Fire. I'm sorry. I know you're the sheriff, but I won't help you on this one.
Max.
Fire, leave him be. I've got a notion. I know how to find her.
Fine. I will do this myself.
Shit. Look, you're gonna change everything, Fire. I know it. If Katsumi... If you take her out, these people still need something.
Tully? Do we dare try to instill Tully as like new prince? Oh, do we dare prop up Tully? They need you. We'll go with that.
If Katsumi is not part of the Sabat, she will survive this. And if she does not survive, these people will need you.
I'll do my best.
Okay.
Just remember who you are. Don't just play the sheriff.
Have I ever played the sheriff?
You say you have a plan?
Thin sheet of paper with tears, eulogy written in black ballpoint pen in memory of a complicated man. He was passionate. He played by his own rules. He may not have been the best lawman, but he lived by his own compass. He was. This is Max writing about Benny, isn't it?
You catch a whiff of that? Anesthetic. Who do we know that could get their mitts on medical supplies? Follow that scent, and you'll find Katsumi.
Dead rat. Mostly drained blood. Body smells of infection as though it lived for a while after the initial wound. Okay, hold on. What is this? What's the lantern? No, this is where she... Oh, never mind. Oh, boy. Wait.
She didn't come here to hide. She came here to help. That's who you finish off if you go down this path. The kind that's still...
Special thanks for the moment of clarity. Keep up the good work, JJ.
Gives a damn.
You have made your point.
Destroy Katsumi and Max is all these people have.
Uh-oh. Hello. Okay, I think that was all that was down here. But now... Are you pissing?
Fucking can't. The city would be better off without them. Can't wait to live forever.
Why? You wait, you stole the IAO's shit? Okay.
What? How?
Okay. Oh yeah, it does not excuse him from being an irredeemable dipshit. He was definitely kind of lost in the sauce there at the beginning of the game. Oh, of course, it's up. Okay, still up.
Someone there.
Shut up.
Better not be a rat.
Not even gonna come check it? Oh, hey, what are you?
Shadows. If only there was a Cammy here right now, I'd split him in two.
I can't. Oh, the pipe, of course, the fucking pipe. You poor, poor fools. Okay. Thing is, I don't think I actually need to go through there. Days since last drink. Cool. Never mind, I do actually have to go up there. Oh, shit. Whew. Sorry, buddy. Oh! That was not my intent, but I'll take it.
Barely a whimper.
What is this? Keep going to a bit. Wait, they'll keep going for a bit, but if you want to expect 4 more exiles coming later this week, it will be a long journey, maybe in weak condition upon arrival. We need an escort, preferably armed, tents, sleeping arrangements, blood packs. Thanks, comrade. D? Damsel? Most of the items are in margins, above crossed out, remaining items are ticked off, and some of them are small urgent notes scribbled next to them. Penicillin, amoxicillin, gasoline, cyprofloxacin, morphine, urgent, white phosphorus, ibuprofen, lidocaine, ketamine, blood packs, iodine solution, chlorhexidine, hydrogen peroxide, prednisone, diazepam, blackout blinds, nice to have, aspirin. Okay. Hello.
Any hunches on who Katsumi?
I don't know, but there's a... there's a lot of marks along this path, which doesn't bode well. Not gonna lie. Oh, of course it's a big guy.
Fucking shit. I'm gonna fuck you up so bad.
Sure you are.
Shit. Where are you?
Find you.
That's the melee girl. We're gonna try to leave her for last. Although we could do this. I have a plan.
Just keep it together.
Hi guys. I clicked the wrong key.
I need help! Do not waste my time. Missing out on the fun! Time to play! Over here!
Oh, she's invisible? Give me some blood, big man. Oop, got stuck. Oh my god, stop getting beaten on.
Stay still.
Walk here.
You still didn't drop your gun after that? Come on. The old crew instead of the notes? I do too. I wish Beckett would have at least shown up in person. Something's over here. Or, oh, it's this. Duh. Duh. Okay. I can't jump, which means this is a story room. Oh. Ah, there we go. Resist. Fight for change. The camera will oppress you. The anarch will free you. We deserve acceptance, a place in kindred society. Our alchemy is our gift, and we should not give it freely to those who shun us. There are strength in numbers. Rise up and help build a new society. Okay, that is definitely thin blood. Pamphlets. Story time in the story room.
Never could stomach hospitals. All those ghosts.
Thus far, conventional medical treatment appear to offer moderate benefit for the thin-blooded. While feeding remains the most effective means of restoration, scarcity of blood presents a significant challenge. Confirmed beneficial anti-inflammatory, dexamethasone, prednisone, hydrocortisone, sedatives, and anxiolytics, bleh, diazepam, lorazepam, and midazolam. There we go. Close enough. Close enough. English. I've been chatting for 6 hours. Yapping for 6 hours while playing the game. Newspaper article clipped lovingly clipped from the paper. It's folded a number of times, though someone has kept this in their pocket and taken out to read it over and over again. An appointment ceremony marked by both celebration and remembrance, the new state-of-the-art wing of St. Paul's Mission Hospital was officially opened and dedicated to the memory of Dr. Katsumi Ishizaki, a revered surgeon whose life and legacy has left an indelible mark in the medical community. Dr. Ishizaki, known not only for extraordinary surgical skill, but also for her compassionate care and unwavering dedication to her patients, passed away unexpectedly last year. The new wing, named the Katsumi Ishizaki Surgical Pavilion, stands as a testament to her enduring impact on the lives of countless individuals, embodying the excellence and humanity she brought to her practice every day. Portrait of a man with dark hair wearing a police uniform posed in front of the USA flag in the background. Close examination reveals that he has some visual similarities to Katsumi's facial features that are hard to ignore. It's her son, isn't it? Any others? Doesn't look like it. Propped up so that looked at and read by anyone passing by. It's sturdy and won't easily fall over. Katsumi, your kindness, warmth, and laughter brighten up every day, and I'm so grateful to have you in my life. I hope this year brings you as much joy and love as you bring to everyone around you. May all your dreams come true, and may your heart be filled with happiness today and always. Here's to celebrating another year with you. Wonderful, amazing you. With all my love, Retsu. Okay, maybe it was her husband. All right.
So you've made your decision.
It need not come to that.
Then why are you here, Han?
Questions, huh? Sabat? And if not, who's she been meeting?
Who have you been meeting?
Lu is Prince, and she has given me orders, so speak fast. You have been working with kindred from outside Seattle. Who?
LA
Lyin
Anarchs.
back. Oh, the city is fucked, ain't it? Guess
I agree.
we both called that one. You know what? I'm not in the mood. I pinky swear that I'm not in deep with the big bad Sabat. That's all you're getting.
If I know your ally, I can stop this.
I know who you meet with. I can investigate them. If they are Sabat, then I will deal with them. And your problem goes away.
Oh, fuck you, Sheriff. Just snitch on your neighbor and you'll be fine? Guess you didn't read 1984 or live through it, but Christ.
I mean, yeah,
I
she
that
did.
is.
Lu believes you are Sabat.
She thinks I'm Black Hand, does she? I wouldn't know Sabat if it drove a truck with Make Gehenna Great Again painted on the side. So where does that leave us, Nomad?
Something. Give me something.
Something, Katsumi. I do not want to destroy you or your people.
Listen, you've been on the level so far, but there's no way I'm selling anyone out to you. Take my head if it'll save my people.
Come on. Really?
I have orders. It is time.
They call me crazy, but even I know this is bad. Must you?
Hey, chat. Hey, chat. I don't know. Chat, I need your help. Do we do the we take Lu together? Fight Lu? The thing is, I think this is basically just to get partners in killing Lu. Because if we make her run, we could probably still end up fighting Lu regardless. Three? Unanimously three? We don't know who her parent is. We do know, though, that we are older than her. We do know that we are lower generation than Lu is. I don't think it's not that black and white. I'm pretty sure. Fuck! Fuck! How's the Camarilla? Ugh. Awful. Awful. Fucking lose the worst, dude. I kind of want to beat her up myself. Fuck it.
Run. Run now. Get out of Seattle. Take your people with you if they will. This place will destroy you all.
I ain't running.
There is no choice.
That's a cool angle. Of course. Miss.
The shooter, that's our villain. Get after them.
We're opening the window?
Oh, if I get a shot at that sheriff.
Shot came from the rooftop. Let's get up there.
Dead.
Really?
No one better mess with us tonight.
That's the machine gun guy.
Fucking shit.
Do it.
There he is. There's the thin blood.
Good thing I'm here.
What is it trying to mark? Up there? That's directing me towards the person.
Death is in the air. Oh, they're around here somewhere.
Listen, I'm glad almost nobody else in the city has fucking Auspex.
Fucking cammies.
I thought that was a potion. Oh. Willingly given by a depressed donor. Empty box torn open, has no address. Instead, a short note has been written on the side of the partially ripped off shipping label. Smells faintly of stale blood. Respected associates, it may have slipped your notice, but your latest elixir delivery is overdue. Perhaps you lost track of time. Very unprofessional. Is this the way you repay us for our continued protection? JJ is disappointed, but is willing to forgive if you deliver the shipment before the end of the day with an extra vial of red state for the trouble. Otherwise, we will have to come down and speak in person. BL. Whose name started with the B under Campbell? B. Oh, I don't know.
Okay, come on. Where are you?
Wait, what is it doing? Is that a sniper? Oh no.
Good thing I'm here.
I don't think a sniper can kill the thin blood in one shot.
Fucking cammies.
Nope.
Glad you're watching your work.
Okay. God, I hate you, dude.
Someone's gonna have a bad night.
Sure.
Good thing I'm here.
Sure. Okay. That is not where I wanted to go. I only wanted to go over the counter.
Someone's gonna have a fucking kings.
Oh, there's another one.
How was that? What was that?
Okay. Hey, buddy. Let's get some damage on you.
Come here.
Oh, uh-oh. Oh. Oh my god. Whoo. Oh my god. Is it the invisible? It's the invisible people. Oh my god. That's the game. That's not me. Oh my god, this is useless.
Fucking die! Damn it! Over here!
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Stand here.
Oh my god. Jesus!
Taking the shot!
Where the fuck?
Take this, Cammy!
Oh. I'm clicking repeatedly and I'm not hitting.
Come out, asshole! See what you made of.
I'm trying to click.
What's this?
I'm trying to eat you.
Do not waste my time.
Oh my god. Who is it? Who's causing this? Where did you come from?
I have to kill you!
Oh my god. Where's that sniper? Isn't he over here? There, motherfucker!
Take the Cammy!
Do not resist.
Fuck you. Stop fucking burning out my GPU. You too. No. Oh my god. That was not even OBS. That was literally just me. That was... What you doing over there? Really?
To me.
I would like to get up. I guess I cannot go that way. Oh my god. Game? Step here. Grenade! Yeah. Oh, hey. Bullet casings. The unmistakable garlic-like smell of white phosphorus. I've recently... Wait, white phosphorus smells like garlic?
Bullet casings. Our shooter was here.
Crossbows. Chats? No! 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 Is our third boss fight ever going to be against who I think it is? Shit. Y'all recognize who that is yet?
Hold still, motherfucker!
You are the one Katsumi meets with.
Not what you expected? Yeah, well, I'm full of surprises. For instance, I got 6 rounds packed with buckshot and magnesium. Homemade Whitey Pete.
She does kind of look like a wine mom these days.
Burn you up plenty.
Who are you?
I'm just a regular damsel of distress. You got a problem with the Anarchs and you want to fuck with someone? You fuck with me, not Katsumi.
You've been busy the last 20 years, ma'am.
And it's my turn.
Why are you in
Why
Seattle?
did you come to Seattle?
Now that's a good fucking question. Under Campbell, the Emerald City sucked, but it was a dream compared to other hellholes. Katsumi's helped me out for years, taking in waifs and strays that'd be burned elsewhere. But
I don't like that they got rid of her, like, original green
and now who's
beret
back?
and stuff.
The wicked bitch of the West. One question down. Next.
I know she didn't do that. Did you destroy Sophia?
Sophia is gone. Was it you?
Ah, so the cute warlock bit dust, huh? Now that's a pity. We were that close to turning her cloak, you know? Helped us out a bunch. Got half a mind to hunt the asshole who did her and myself. Now it's my turn. I'm gonna put Lizzie Borden down, and you and I can chat all civil-like. Why'd you come down to the jungle? What's your plan here?
To find answers? Answers, or I can't serve the court anymore. I'm pretty sure answers is the best option. Yeah, we're gonna go with answers.
I still need answers. This mark on my hand. Who did this to me? Who really leads the Sabbat? So I had to talk to Katsumi before Lou called her blood hunt.
Without you, Lou would still be in her cage, far as I hear it. Can't give you any answer on your mark. I got an idea, though. So here's my next question. If you're down here saving the world, where's that leave Weaver Tower? Sitting snug and safe on their $20,000 couches?
Please explain. Or I've been tricked, question mark. Please explain. We'll keep the confidence.
Sure that I understand.
Understand? How about I explain it like you're a 5-night-old fledgling? The old queen was gonna
like you did
pull
with the
this
last
kind of
one?
shit eventually. Just a matter of time. And you were gonna skip down here to deal with it, one way or another. See, if I were your big bad Sabat, and I was taking all the piggies to market, who's the scariest motherfucker I'd want out of my way? You're busy down here. What do you think's happening up there?
I have to go.
Reckon you're right. Laters, Caligula.
I'm not that old. Unmasking an anarchist. Achievement unlocked.
I don't know if we've just been taken for a ride here.
Wait, what the hell?
Tower.
Makes a nasty kind of sense.
You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Kind of funny. Wait, we already got 24 of those? We only unlocked those today. I honestly do not know why that didn't mark it beforehand. Woo! There were birds in this game? Hi guys, just passing through. Don't mind me. There's more of you.
If Damsel is right, anything could have happened to the court. We're fast running out of kindred.
I don't think we're gonna make this. We can certainly try. Oh! That facade's not real! Woo! Oh!
There's an attack.
Oh. Oh. Hi guys. Bye guys. Fuck you. Oh my god, they're everywhere. That was... Why do you keep getting stuck on ledges, Miss Van? Excuse me.
Here?
Hello? Okay, bye. Okay, well this isn't good. Oh my god, they are everywhere. Those seem like normal people. What the fuck was that? The person just like slide? Uh-oh. You're about to progress the story. Collectibles for remaining side quests will be unavailable when you return to the streets of Seattle. What? Seriously? Oh man, fuck that. I guess they won't be able to get all the cameras. I'm gonna guess that would have probably come with like another option.
It's not on fire, there's no blood on the floor. Maybe we were duped. Let's find Ryong.
Why would we find Ryong at this point? I have a curiosity thing. Okay. I'm nosy. I always like to come back to the available rooms. Yeah, it's meet Hanako at Embers. Totally fine. Uh-oh. The mark.
Fire.
Hello, my love.
You fucking slut. I knew it.
Fire? Oh my god, you've been out for hours. The sun's up. Fire.
Sophia.
Yeah. Hey, you're weak. It's the light. We're okay. We're okay.
Fire. Damn it. God damn it.
Where's Lou?
Where is Lou?
I don't know. It happened so fast. I remember... Hello, Sophia. What do you want? From you? Nothing. But I will give you a gift.
Uh-oh.
Wait.
Do we finally get to see a vampire meet sunlight for the first time?
Sophia, we can...
Oh, it's not nearly as fun. I wish they animated that better.
Stop this! This is nothing. A candle before the blaze, a morsel before the meal, before her.
Do her eyes look different?
Lou Graham. But first, my love, we must talk.
Okay, but what would have happened if I'd sick? I believed you.
You were convincing.
Do you think so? Oh, the great nomad. Let me help you. Let me love you. Forgive me, forgive me. Poor little Sophia. But I am not her.
Why this boss?
This is not about Cain, Gehenna, or kindred superiority.
Wait, so is she possessed or is somebody stealing her appearance?
Because it's honest fire. In a way that the Camarilla never was.
Okay, they're all conniving little maggots, but you get the idea.
The sword of Cain. When everything has been taken from us, we
Can I get a snooze on the ads real quick? I saw your corpse.
I found your corpse. I carried you out.
That was probably just torpor. Come on.
Ah, yes. The fledgling. The resemblance was close enough.
No.
Cutting, a little reshaping.
Is it me seeing?
You should have seen through that.
This isn't about Gideon. It's about Lou, isn't
To
it?
destroy Lou Graham.
You saw what she did to him. You saw what she took from me. The great Queen of Seattle. As she watches from her window, the Sabbat will burn her glorious city to the ground. And then you,
Gideon?
love, will destroy...
So she was in love with Gideon. That is why I'm marked?
That is why you marked me? To make me your assassin?
In part. But it was
So see, she's not a blood sorcerer. She's probably a Khaldunic sorcerer.
The sleeping nomad would have gone to the Undercity, the old pleasure palace. There, they would be woken with blood. The beast would devour the delicacy before them. My love.
This is a fucking love story.
Gideon. His body was broken. No craft of mine could save him. To stand at my side and avenge himself, he needed a body. Strong. Potent. Formidable.
He would not have been able to take him. His mind was broken.
I had heard such stories of the nomad.
No, it's more common among the old clan. It's less common among regular Zemitzi.
Temporarily,
It's not like every Tzimisce has it, but high-ranking Tzimisce will often learn Kaldunic sorcery. Even Sabbat Tzimisce.
There first. Mystery solved.
Well, no, there's the Tzimisce that's like the general category, and then there's a section that's the old clan Tzimisce that are usually still in like the Carpathian Mountains and just don't really care about the Sabbats. But the old clan ones are more likely to be practitioners of Kaldunic sorcery. Weirdly enough, Tzimisce are not only known for flesh crafting, they are also just as well known for elemental sorcery in older editions. Oh, God. Fuck, I don't know. He was not my taste.
I would never have taken in his foulness.
You would be the beast, fresh out of torpor. You would have drained anything set in front of you.
Oh, they were gonna place the box down there. Okay, I got you. He's dust.
You failed. Poor little Sophia. Somehow I slipped from your grasp. And your lover is bone meal and ashes. I am sorry to have spoiled your plan.
You know what waits beneath Seattle. A garden filled with moonflowers. Thousands, strong and thirsty.
Huh?
Planting. Ready to bloom for the long night. Up and up and up they'll grow.
What the fuck are you talking about?
To the streets. All they need is a little...
Oh, moonflowers. That's what they called the unbirthed at one point.
To spur on the seedlings.
Atrium.
Well,
All
look
that
at
blood
you.
stockpiled for the end of Lou Graham.
Amy's Angel, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Da-da-da-da. A waste of talents? Alone. Talents alone. I don't know. I don't know. Sorry, I clicked to go look at the thing real quick. No, I don't do coin flips. I don't like coin flips. You're alone now.
All of this you will do alone.
If I must. But preferably not. Join me.
No.
Now hold on.
I have dreamed of him in you. And the dream lingers still. Your face is his, and his is yours.
That's called being gay, ma'am.
Embody my love. You know what Lou is, how she wraps kindred and cities alike in choking poison. You want to see her burn.
Yes, that is correct.
I have a notion.
I will not.
Then I do not need you, fire. Only the nomad. This beautiful, ancient flesh. This power. This strength.
Go out of the window.
What? You still wear the mark. Another can wear this face. Can be my sword.
Go out the window.
It would destroy us.
It would reduce you, make you a passenger in your own skull.
Trust me.
But I would miss you. So...
Trust me!
What do you think, my love?
Yes, we trust Fabian. I think we trust Fabian. Oh, do we risk it?
I trust you, Fabian.
that atrium? Are we crawling to atrium? Oh, okay, I need to crank W.
Don't give up on me now. Move. Move.
Wait, the ad started. Fuck! Fuck, can I pause? Okay, I can pause. I can pause. Okay. Okay, we'll be back in a minute. God, I hate that we have to pause here. I hate so much that we have to pause here, but I need to run to the bathroom. We'll take the commercial break. We'll be back in a minute. I'm pretty sure we were out of snoozes. Fuck! Fuck! Okay, we got less than a minute. It's fine. I know the alarm's still going off in the background. I'm not gonna bother turning on the music. Okay. Ah! I don't know how many different endings we have. Like, I don't know if we did the Fabian thing, if we were still gonna kick our way out of the window. I have a lot of questions about, like, what if? How many different paths are there? I need to know. Okay. Let me check some stuff real quick. Oh my god, why do I have so many DMs? Okay. Okay, we're back from the commercial break. Wait, what is this? Okay. Okay, are we good? No, we still have a couple seconds on the game. Couple seconds. Fuck! We're burning, chat! Hurry up! Okay. Get this shit out of here. Get this shit out of here! Shut the fuck up! Ah! You also technically fire has above fortitude 5, so she can survive in sunlight for like whole minutes at a time. Technically, she should be able to, systemically.
Just move!
Am I stuck? Was I stuck on the edge? Please don't crash.
I didn't know what had happened to my sire or where he was, but I decided to check in with him anyway.
You didn't miss anything.
Even
We're
if
still
I
crawling.
was just talking to myself.
That's okay. We did see GH.
It's been a while.
I figured it out.
Figured it out. Should have been obvious. You went to see Lou. We never saw you again.
This isn't the first time you figured it out, though, is it?
No. Lou, Campbell, they keep cutting out my memories. I'm surprised I have anything left. I won't let Campbell get away with this. I want to get a confession. I want to go to the Justicars. But Campbell and Lou just...
Kind of, she did, kind of.
Oh, I see. Well, then you need a way to store it outside of your noggin.
Borrow space in Willem's?
I mean, borrow space in Willem's head? They'd just do the same to him. Oh, wait, though. It doesn't need to be a head.
Did he go sacrifice
Campbell
himself?
Is old, and he hasn't kept up with the modern world. Neither have I, being dead and gone.
Yeah, but I have. And I know that recording devices exist. Even if Campbell wiped my mind, I'd still have a way to remember. And I could take it to the Justicars.
Excellent idea, my boy. All you need is to get hold of one of these devices. You know someone who has them, don't you?
Sophia.
Sophia. Poetic, don't you think?
Why wouldn't we just go buy one?
That's it then. Get a recorder, go see Campbell.
They're like $30 at most.
Mail it to the nearest Justicar. If only I could figure out their mailing address.
That problem is for the future, my boy. For now, you have a plan. Go get your evidence, detective.
I feel like we're gonna find out something
Go
heinous.
see Campbell. How could this go wrong? I didn't really know anything about the Justicars.
We in the business like to call this
I heard they sorted out
foreshadowing.
problems for the Camarilla. I mean, every society's got to have someone you can appeal to if you really need it. Some sort of justice, right?
I don't like where this is going. Okay.
You know, this place could do with some music.
No, but I feel like we're gonna find out that Fabian knew about this, but his memories were missing. Like, we're gonna go here, we're gonna get dumped.
Sophia and borrow a recorder.
Uh-oh. Like, we're gonna find out that... something.
She must have been off dueling with Mrs. Thorne. I knew she wouldn't mind if I took one of her recorders, especially if she knew why. I figured I should check in with the recorder before I took it. Make sure I wasn't going to erase anything important.
Hey there, big ears.
Uh-oh.
I got a task for you.
Uh-oh.
You have? Oh, boy. Got anything I should hear about right now?
I don't know, boss. Got some chatter about a van, a shipment, and... a cuss word.
A cuss word, Sophia?
A cuss word? From Sophia?
I saved it up special. Here.
To do. Discuss with Y. Chain down if necessary. God damn her.
Yeah, you see?
Sophia never really learned to cuss, did she?
This is how he finds out about us.
There you go.
A correct integration of the inverted glyph of fan alongside the existing Gallus inversion successfully lowers defenses. So long as the weighting is correct and that the
Friends!
of the Dark
Carnival.
I think we have
Please, enjoy the show.
Friends, welcome in. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up
Sounds
to?
like Tremere speak to me. What was that about a shipment?
Did you have a good stream? How was Ghostbusters? Celtic, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Initiated, or we must move quickly. To do. Organize transport. Get Tamara and Vance on the shipment.
Road trip, maybe?
Those are her goals.
That receptive stage deal sounds like a breeding program. Perhaps she's trying to save the giant panda. Well, okay, little fella. Now you are gonna come along with me. I got a guy I want you to listen to real hard.
Of course, detective. I always wanted to be in police work.
Yeah, this is standard procedure police work for sure. And we are absolutely not gonna get in trouble with any Justicars. Let's go.
Okay, now I just had to face Campbell and get a confession out of him. Easy, right? This was a stupid idea, right? Yep, but I had to try.
I don't like this. There's Ryong.
need to see the chief right away.
What is it this time?
I've cracked the case.
Santiago, I've cracked the case like a breakfast egg.
Fabian, this is not City Hall. I'm not Prince Campbell's secretary. Try again. What do you want?
I want Campbell.
He's not here. He has people to see, appointments to keep. And before you ask, I don't keep a diary for him. Was there anything else?
Of course. Campbell kept his own diary. Can I check out his office?
No.
Just a look-see.
What is wrong with you?
What was making her so prickly today?
I'll see you later.
Okay.
I needed to get into that office. There might be some clue where to find him. Let's see what's going on in here.
Got no progress. Miss Proper Meat you can really chew. Wish I could put her out of her misery.
Fucking Lou again. But I've got to keep her sweet. Well, well, so that's what's got Ryong fired up.
What now?
Okay.
Hello again.
You've got 2 minutes.
You have a problem with Lou.
If I did, it wouldn't be your business. She must be kept happy, and that's my problem.
Want to tell me more about Lou?
Stop it, Fabian. You know her. You know we need to maintain a good relationship.
If I could make her think Lou was giving her an order, maybe. But she'd never listen to me.
I really have to turn into Lou?
I reckon Campbell might have some dirty laundry in that office. Or at least an appointment book.
Oh, come on. Thing is, I feel like this is bad pacing to give us the like, we're burning in the sunlight and then we get a fucking memory.
Lou is up, and that's a problem.
Shit. What does the old bat want?
I don't know, but it sounds important.
You don't know? I don't believe that for...
Damn
I
it.
don't care if...
Whoopsies.
Oh.
Lou is a...
Shit.
I don't know, but it sounds important.
I don't know, but it sounds important.
You don't know?
Damn it.
Baby.
Crash.
God damn it.
Oh, hey. Didn't expect
Oh,
to see...
No, this one gets us to the next step.
Lou is up.
The thing is, there's supposed to be something else in here.
She wants to know where Campbell is.
I have no idea.
Motherfucker!
This was...
Oh.
Lou would...
Shit.
Something from Campbell.
She wants... I don't...
Whoopsie.
Motherfucker.
Well... Oh.
Lou is up.
Shit.
So complaining? Is complaining the one that I haven't clicked?
Complaining about the service. Wants to see the manager.
God damn it. I better get over there. You'll stay
Okay,
here,
so I hit
keep
4
an eye on
twice
the
in the
place
first
while I'm
two.
gone?
I thought I hit 3 for the first one.
Thanks, Tolly.
No problem, sweetie. Oh.
Suddenly, I didn't want to hang around for too long. I had to work fast. I didn't want Tolly to turn up and be all sarcastic at me. I also didn't want him to turn up and put a stake through my chest. How had he got hold of this? And, why? Oh, what was this? Some sort of code?
Is it?
This looked like dates and symbols. I wondered what it might have to say.
Huh.
Interesting. But it wouldn't help me find the prince. I wondered how much one of these things cost.
That's a basic telescope. It is not much. Oh, do I need to do... Okay.
Huh. You are a little jumbled, but you do
With the 24-hour stream today? No, I'm devoted to finishing this at this point.
That right?
Thank you, regular boy.
Indeed, detective, indeed. Play your cards right and you could win the grand prize. The location of Prince
Oh, good
Campbell,
lord.
here on Catch That Man.
Well, I am a deft hand at decoding. I have Sophia to thank for that.
Wonderful. Are you ready, contestant?
Oh, good lord.
Right. Sure. Glad to be here.
Detective Fabian, can you solve the scribbles of the prince?
Oh, good
Let's
lord.
play.
6-pointed star? What?
Mr. A. Fortunes. Really?
Well spotted, contestant. Our illustrious prince is no wordsmith, but there is one small complication.
What are you
is the
on
meaning
about, boy?
behind this symbol right here?
Symbol? More of a doodle. Drawing of a rainbow. Aha! Tolly! He's seeing Tolly. And looking at the date, tonight's the night.
You've
Wait,
won a
but
prize,
where?
Detective. A visit to a sarcastic Nosferatu.
After sun O. Come on, Chief.
Anagrams are no challenge to you, contestant.
Not much better than Mr. Alucard, really, is it?
But look closer. What can this symbol mean? The door of a bank vault, perhaps?
Sure, he means Willem, right? In some ways, our prince is clever. In other ways, not so much.
Yeah, this is before Willem's dead. That's right.
This date was a few days ago. No use to me.
A correct answer, but yes, this is a...
We're going through all of these because I feel like we're going to find more information if we do all of them.
And the entry is dated tonight.
So what's your guess, contestant?
Our respected sheriff, Benny Muldoon.
Bingo, detective. You won a prize. A ticket to potential physical harm.
Catwalk. That's gotta be Isabella.
Excellent work, contestant. Now, let's see what prize you've won.
God damn it, it's dated last Tuesday.
Boop.
Where are those two glyphs? I think you've got the symbol of the Anarchs.
Astounding pictography, detective. And what does that mean?
He's going to meet
you?
Katsumi?
Katsumi. Campbell's going to see Katsumi.
With the date of this very night. Congratulations! You've won the prize of being aggravating to a certified surgeon who owns her own scalpels. Bing bong! Oh, congratulations, contestant. You've deciphered this to go out into the snow and search for a prince so you can
Thank you. I really am looking.
Wait. There's something else.
Huh. This was just what I expected from Campbell.
Okay, then. Nope. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever did the pacing for this game, and we go from burning in the sun after finding out that Sophia is the one who, I guess, was the leader of all this, needs to be beat. Whose idea was this? Okay, what's the nearest one?
Tolly was one of...
Sure. Tully's the closest. Is it that bad? It feels annoying and it feels bad to go from being like, oh god, we're burning and we're trying to escape from Sophia, to, alright, I guess we're going for a walk, guys. I guess we're back playing Fabian. Oh well. Oh well. Oh darn it, I guess.
I just had to hope that Tolly hadn't talked to Ryong for at least the last half hour.
Hey, Tully.
Detective, I hear buying stock in Rebar is a solid bet right now. Want to invest?
I solved the case.
I solved the case.
You did? Ooh, I know. You should clap the killer in irons just to make a point.
I haven't got time for this. I just had some questions.
Grill away, then.
Have you seen Prince Campbell? He was supposed to meet you today.
Ooh, you have been detecting. Yes, I met with the prince. He was in a chipper mood, looking forward to the Christmas party. You gonna write that down?
Where is he now?
Maybe buying Yuletide gifts for all the orphaned little kitties?
Ah, come on.
Oh, he puts budget aside for it. It's good PR. But since you ask so nicely...
Oh, he was actually serious.
No, I don't know where he is. He has a private life, you know.
It's a mishmash in 2 games. Yeah, it just feels like that's the worst timing to insert this. Okay, well, I guess that's all we can do with Tully.
You must. Oh, and Fabian, the thing about a killer is, they kill people. Try not to be a victim, won't you?
I'll do my best.
I could use an...
Okay. Alright.
Prince Campbell. That wasn't helpful. Still Benny and Katsumi to see.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like a sudden cut in intensity where it's like, okay, here's your big bad. Anyway, back to the beginning. It's the here's your big bad as they monologue, and then you escape from your certain death, and then cut to some other person sitting in a bar having a drink. I don't know. It just feels misplaced. There could have been a better place, like if we had actually made it into the place and like fell asleep or something. But instead it looked like they fucking left us on the sidewalk. But yeah, that was not it. That was not the moment to do that.
Campbell had been discussing. I hoped it wasn't my contract renewal.
Probably over here, right? No? Oh, it's Benny. It was the light that made him look like he had white hair.
You got something for me?
Not so much, boss. Only questions. Did you see the prince today?
Maybe.
He had an appointment with you, right?
Yeah, we talked. What about it?
Where is Campbell?
Where he is?
Nope. It's his city. He goes where he wants. He doesn't keep you in a loop like that.
I thought...
He looks so tired.
Our prince can beat down anything this city throws at him, on his own.
Including Lou Graham?
Now that'd be a match. I'd pay to be ringside for that one.
What did you talk about, if I might ask?
Come on, Gumball. You know better than that.
Gumball.
Yeah, I guess I do.
Tell you what, though, you keep your ears open. Whisper is there's an arms deal going down tonight. If it turns into anything, I need to know.
Sure thing, boss.
Okay.
I got people to see, cases to solve.
Okay.
Wait, what does that have to do with anything?
So what was...
Regardless, I guess that's it here.
I really did miss Hector. If only because he used more than 2 syllables and turned up to work some days. I had to put my faith in Katsumi.
Okay. This made me wonder now which part. Which part? I think the arms deal is actually going to be the warehouse. I feel like that's going to be what we find. It might be. The thing is, I don't know. It feels like that might be the case. Might be. Yeah, arms deal is interesting.
Camp meeting with Katsumi. Now that was interesting.
All right, what you got?
Fabian, guessing you want something?
I'm looking for Prince Campbell.
We really need to get you new schmucks, Miss Ma'am.
Now I say it does sound kind of strange.
I see. And if I knew where he was?
hope you tell me.
You tell me?
But I won't, Detective. Because we're not friends. And I'm not stupid. If I knew where Campbell was and I told you, I'd be betraying a prince's confidence. I may not like the guy, but it's useful to stay off his shit list. Though I do enjoy it when he has a bad night. And in my experience, Detective, you are the herald of a bad night. So, let's talk about a deal.
What is it with you and him?
What is it with you and him?
I don't like his fashion sense. He doesn't like my face.
Well, he was also the one that... He was the one that did that to you, didn't he?
Give him up? Are you going to arrest him, Detective?
Probably not.
Like I said, when Campbell has a headache, it makes me smile. You're a headache. So, I'm open to it.
Okay. What's the deal?
You know we have some dealings with the alchemy trade.
Yeah, I heard that somewhere. Lotions and potions. It's a lucrative market.
It's one of the few things I have over Campbell. But one of our supplies has gone quiet. And I don't want Campbell getting his formula. I want you to find it. I hear you have a connection.
Okay.
Really?
Oh, God.
Who's the supplier?
Dale.
He's dead.
Yeah, he has gone quiet. That's a truth.
Find Dale's set of recipes. Bring them back. We have a deal, huh?
I have to go back to the fucking haven.
Assuming, of course, that I know where Campbell is.
Like it's a crystal pendant. Well, she's technically wearing a crystal pendant. But yeah, it is weird that she's wearing the stethoscope. Okay, I guess.
To Dale's place to see what I can dig up.
You're really running me ragged here, game. You're really running me ragged. I wanted to finish the game. Does anybody know how much more there is to it? If we stopped after getting this list, would we have enough for tomorrow's stream? It kind of does feel like it. Because I felt like we were coming close to an end, like we were going to have like one big boss fight, and that was going to be the end. There's not much? Okay, so would it be a better idea to just keep toughing it out?
This case kept leading me back to Dale's place.
Yeah. Meow. Wait, there's no crime scene tape here.
Time to hunt for Dale's cookbook, or cook file, or cook... I don't think so. Katsumi wouldn't be interested in this. Interesting, but no.
Wait, I can talk to the stop sign again?
If only our killer had listened to you.
Okay, bedroom, bathroom, bedroom. Oh.
Ha! I knew Dale wasn't a religious man. This particular Bible was packed with recipes for little miracles that Katsumi would be very interested in.
Okay.
Katsumi was the kind of lick to keep her word. I hoped.
I mean, probably. She seems to. Is this flashback a short dungeon than the we have to do another dungeon? No. Flashy lights and guns. It's a very flashy game. It's a good game. Persona's a good game. Alright. Oh man. Alright, here's your recipe book.
Well, got the recipes home?
Yeah, took a positively biblical amount of effort.
Uh-huh. Okay. It's pretty simple. Some of our guys liberated a weapons shipment from a pack of ghouls. Guess they'd moved into the import-export business.
Pack of ghouls?
They had a short, sharp discussion, and our boys ended up with the goods.
Playthrough win?
We're
We
not
did play. We
stupid,
played like 60 hours of
This
Persona
stuff
5.
is heavy duty.
But
I
then
don't wanna
seems
be
like everybody
caught
lost interest in it, so we
contraband
stopped
by
playing.
Vods leader.
Listen,
So
whenever
I
you're
told
playing an
him what it
RPG
was.
and every time you
Needed
break
his
it out, CCV drops to below 30, it's not worth playing anymore.
Okay. And he's there now? She gave me the name of a place. It sounded familiar, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Thanks.
Sure thing.
Okay. That's gonna be it though. Yeah, we're even though it's another dungeon and a boss fight, we're not gonna do that. That is too much. I am already 4 hours over my oh, that's the wrong thing. Wrong button. That's fine. I blame the story elements. I blame the story elements too. But let me see who is live. Not Anna. I want... Oh, good lord. Okay. I want Grim. Where is Grim? Is Grim live right now? Grim is live right now. All right. We're waiting my buddy Grim. He is currently watching, if I remember correctly, the first 3 movies. No, it's very specific ones. It's Friday the 13th 1, 4, and 5. I don't remember for sure. But he is marathoning the movies over there. I'm going to be over there in just a little bit more than likely because I like hanging out with them. Oh. Disabled raids? Grim. What? Why? Hold on. Well, no, he's only an hour and 50 minutes in, and he's supposed to be watching 3 movies. Oh well, who cares? I guess I'll go find somebody else. Tag is doing White Knuckle. Rummy's doing Silly Polly Beast. We'll rate emotes. All right. Designation emotes. All right, guys. I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT. We're not CDT, CST. We'll be finishing up this game. I swear to God, we're finishing up this game. So help me. So help me. And I'm kind of excited to see the ending. Okay, I'm very excited to see the ending. But I think that's going to be it. If you aren't already, I highly recommend joining the Discord. If you aren't in the Discord, join it tomorrow night. We're going to be doing a movie marathon of the Rob Zombie Halloween movies tomorrow night. And then the following night, we're going to do the last 3 of the reboot trilogy on Halloween night. I have more Bloodlines too. We're going to be doing more tomorrow. I promise, Sunstar. I promise. But until then, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for riding along for the long show today. And I'm sweaty, so I'm going to go probably make some popcorn and then go watch the movie with them. I will see you in a bit. Later.